Subscribe today, Tommy, if you love movies.
Hey, look at boobies. I like movies. Hey, Cinema Gulp, where are ya? Help!
Hey, take it easy.
But I lost Cinema Gulp.
Stay calm. Just go to YouTube to subscribe and hit the bell for all the latest videos.
Hey, we're Cinema Gulp, and we drink your cinema.
Thanks, Joe. Now I can subscribe.
And subscribing is half the battle.
You know what? You don't have an answer for that, do you? F you, man. I'm sorry.
I like beer. It makes me a jolly good fellow.
Hey, remember when?
Is this thing up? Woohoo!
Hey! Woo!
Yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Oh, no, stop it. Stop it. Stop it very much. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Cinema Gulp. I'm Ben. There's John. Let me bring John up here. Boom. What's up, buddy?
Hey there. I'm not ready yet. Hold on. I'm not. No, I'm
See, there he goes. There he
I'm
goes.
kind of ready. Kind of ready.
Well, welcome to the show, everybody. This is not a hump day happy hour. This is a new show. And hopefully, if it gets some, if people start to dig it and get some engagement, we're going to do these battles of certain things more often. And it is our 9-year anniversary on the tubes, John. So there's that. Get that out of the way. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Love you
Great
all.
9 years.
Yeah, great 9 years. Very fun. Very fun. But let's go around the panel here. I'm Ben. As I said, that's John. In the middle there, we got the Ayatollah Flat Coca-Cola, the Del Griffin of Sorta Perfect Sleepers. I think it's Sorta Perfect Sleepers. It's Scotty R37. Hey, buddy.
Hey, hey.
Woo!
And then, of course, we got the Steelbook Slayer Cat down at the bottom left.
Yay!
And joining her down at the bottom left is the cat mommy of the Northern Plains. It's Joanne. And Canadian Spider-Man. I do not have a nickname for you, but Canadian Spider-Man's here. So
Hey.
great to see you too, buddy.
Yeah. Also known as 51st State Spider-Man. Yes.
There you go. And we got back for the first time in a while. We got Brandon from the Martini Shot. What's up, buddy?
Howdy, howdy. Thanks for having me back on.
Brandon, we got to do our air cheers for our Vespers, my friend. We're drinking Vesper martinis. Bam.
I'm jealous.
Oh, matching drinks.
Yeah, those are strong too.
It is strong. Yeah. Last but 100% not least, Jill, Anti-Derivative Jill, the Anti-Derivative Jill YouTube channel. Hey, Darwin.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Working hard to make Cinema Gulp's dream come true, which is get 900 subs by our 9-year anniversary, and it worked out. So
You were only 10 away, so it was
I know.
no problem. It was easy.
I know. I was like, you know what? I'm going to start 10 fake YouTube accounts today just to get us.
I promise only 2 of them are bots.
And and now joining us, Bobak and Lily, who just gets bigger and bigger and bigger every time I see her. I mean that in the best possible sense, Lily. How's it going, buddy? Can you hear us?
Yeah, no, I just had myself muted. We got a lot of background noise here, but doing great. How y'all doing?
We're doing great, man.
Excellent.
This show's different. John and I came up with this concept to go toe to toe with probably the 2 greatest action movie directors of all time. I'm sorry, producers of all time. It's funny. I've been correcting people for weeks that it's producers, not directors, and then there I go and say it. But I don't think there's 2 that are anywhere close to these 2 as far as box office classics, things like that. We're gonna get into that. Let's check. There's Oh, never mind. I'm not going to check the chat because everybody that's chatting is here on the panels. So let's do a quick little box office round, even though it's not a typical Hump Day Happy Hour. I do want to talk about something, and I don't know who has seen Sinners. If you have not, raise your hand, and I'll make sure we don't talk about it or review it. But I want to talk about, okay, so a bunch of people haven't seen it, but it's worth mentioning a lot of this, press that it's getting right now is that it's an original movie, which is so nice to say. And even though $41 million these days, or $45 million for a first weekend these days doesn't really seem like much, especially with the budgets that movies tend to have these days, I still think it's a huge turning point hopefully in cinemas, in movie theaters, because it's R-rated, it's long, it is original, and it's I would say 95%, 99% an African American sort of blues heritage story, which is great, but it has a specific thing about it, and the fact that it's doing so well, review-wise specifically, I think should be mentioned on this show. And I'd be remiss not to mention it because we're Cinema Gulp, and I fucking loved that movie. I think it's the best movie of the year. I think it's my favorite Ryan Coogler movie, but I won't get into the details. But yeah, I know Martini Shot. I know that you did a review for it and you made a drink for it. What was the drink that you made?
So I'm actually working on the review for it right now. I actually have.
But you made the drink, right?
I did make a drink.
Okay.
I haven't told anybody about it yet. But
shit!
But it does involve garlic, which has been a fun little ingredient to play around with. So I think I made something that's actually pretty good. So I'm looking forward to putting that out in the next couple days. That's
awesome. Yeah, you always get so creative with those drinks to really, be part of the review. Like the way you put together the drink is, a big part of the film. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I overblowing the success of this or blowing the success of this?
It's a very good movie. It's definitely Ryan Coogler's best film, and the soundtrack is a banger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, the soundtrack is a total banger, man. Like it is. It's everything I wanted it to be when I heard it was going to be a very blues-centric movie. Oh, and John, I didn't just notice John sporting the Cinema Gulp shirt. The old logo. Our old logo. That was our logo for our first 5 years, I think. Yeah. It's garbage. I made it myself. It wasn't until we got a real artist in Joanne to make something actually cool. That's worth tattooing on my body when we get 95 more subscribers.
Woo, almost there.
I'm going to keep bringing that up tonight. If you guys keep subbing up, once I get to 100, our logo is going right here on my behind my right shoulder. So not very big, probably about that big. But I'll never. It might be the only tattoo I have. I will never regret.
Once you hit 1,000, you mean?
What I say?
1,000.
You said 100.
You said 100.
No, I think.
But maybe you mean 100 more.
Believe it or not, it took us from April of 2016 to January of 2018 to get our first 100. Motherfucker was hard because and I wanted John to kind of weigh in on this. Like when we first started, it was so fucking different. Everybody was like, make 2 to 3 minute long videos, put yourself on camera. And we're like, fuck that. We're doing hour-long videos and we're going to do video essays where we're not on camera. And therefore I put a shit ton of work into editing and no one watched our video. But yeah, it was so crazy. Like there was, I want to say, I know that Scotty and Kat know, and maybe Jill know Twin Flicks, right? Yeah. They started literally like the same couple of months that we did. And we always were sharing each other's stuff and supporting each other and had each other's backs. And we never did a show together. And they're one of the few channels that were tiny like us that are still around. There were so many people just doing reviews against their walls in their bedroom without mics and all this bullshit. There was one guy without a shirt on one time. I want to say he was like a high school kid. And I was like, this is weird. This is weird. Right, John? But yeah, even though we've stayed super, super small, we're just continuing to have so much fun doing it. It keeps my mind fresh. I know that's why the majority of you guys are on it. Right, John? I was telling him about some of the earlier, like we used to make fun of him on the show and be like,
well, we
"Hey,
had talked about starting the show
his
shirtless, but
hand,
we
800
decided to be better. You know, poor taste. We wanted to have an audience right from the start. And you know, with your third nipple, I don't know. We weren't going to draw an audience, or maybe we would have drawn an audience. Maybe we should have.
You would have drawn
I
a
know.
specific audience.
A very specific audience.
Well, we were always shirtless, but it was fake. We had those big body.
Oh, we did do a lot of
we
that. Yeah. Well, that was the point you were making, was that we have so much fun on the show. The audience, you know, maybe the numbers don't grow at the rate we're hoping for, but we just keep coming up with new ideas to have a good time. We have such a passion for filmmaking and movies. And so there's always going to be tons of opportunities for us to talk about our favorites. We always come up with ideas that give us a chance to focus on films that maybe not everyone's seen, or filmmakers that we love, or maybe not everybody knows about. So it's like getting that chance to highlight and shine a spotlight on whatever it is: films, filmmakers, performances. We go all over the place. And this idea that we're doing tonight is definitely opening the door to all kinds of new ideas of facets of filmmaking that we get to talk about and put them in battles against each other. And I'm very excited for all this.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I hope we get some engagement, because we do. Well, no, we got 9 people. There's no possibility of a tie.
There we go. Perfect.
So that's great.
Well, and everybody watched every movie on this list, right?
Well, that's the thing.
Yes.
We're allowing people to sit rounds out so we can still get a majority rule in that.
Oh, okay.
Because if they haven't seen the movie, because yeah, there's people that are like, what's conspiracy theory? Even though I think it's pretty good, but but yeah, we'll move into that. John, while you were away, I was talking about Sinners, not in the sense of talking about the story or reviews.
That's fine.
But
I haven't seen it yet, so I don't want to spend time on it, because I'm going to watch it sometime this week or next week.
Well, like I said, we're not talking about it as a movie. We're just talking about the success of it and being an R-rated property that's unique and original, and all the stuff all the facets of it. And how good it comes together, and to be successful for an R-rated horror movie is really good, right, Lily? You look like you're crying.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get her to go to the other room so I can talk a bit.
Go for it. We're gonna explain the tourney here. So go ahead and do what you got to do. So John and I came up with this idea of taking the action films of Jerry Bruckheimer, right, Cookie, and Joel Silver, the two names that even probably a lot of people that don't know a lot about movies know. Maybe not Joel Silver as much. You'd hear his name more in the 80s and 90s for sure. But Jerry Bruckheimer is a household name, whether that's from Pirates or whatever, who knows, but it just is. It's a unique name, so maybe that has a lot to do with it. But we compiled their filmographies together to create a bracket, and the 9 of us are going to vote on. John, do you want to? I'm going to bring up the bracket, and you can just list out the. I almost called her Sadie. I almost called her my old dog. So, John, maybe you can bring up the categories. Just name off the categories.
Yeah,
that we're going to be working with here.
Yeah. In each category, each producer has a film that fits the description. So their films are going head to head in each category, and then seeing what moves on, obviously getting to a final round with a winner of this whole bracket. But our top categories on the left-hand side, we have biggest hits, Top Gun, Maverick, and Die Hard. Then we have stalled franchises, which I'm not sure if everyone knows. We are including both films in these stalled franchises. So you have National Treasure franchise and Sherlock Holmes franchise, 2 films in each. Then we have early successes, Top Gun and Commando, threequels, Pirates 3. What is that? Pirates at World's End, and Matrix 3, Matrix Revolution. Most rewatchable. I think this is a good category here. Demolition Man and Con Air.
My idea.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, we had to move some things around to make that one work, but it's perfect. Political thriller. We have Conspiracy Theory and Enemy of the State. crime comedy, The Ref and The Nice Guys, sci-fi classics, Armageddon and Predator. And then on the right-hand side, we have franchise starters, Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, the original Matrix, Guilty Pleasures, Gone in 60 Seconds, and Roadhouse. Sequels, Beverly Hills Cop 2 and Predator 2. Eddie Murphy starters, Beverly Hills Cop, the original, and 48 Hours. Denzel, Battle of Wits, Crimson Tide versus Ricochet. One of my favorite categories in the whole bracket. The Tony Scott spot, which now that I look at this bracket, he could have like 5 or 6 of these categories would still be the Tony Scott spot. But Days of Thunder and The Last Boy Scout. Die Hard ripoffs, The Rock and Executive Decision, and the Buddy Cop series, which includes all films in the Bad Boys movies and all films in the Lethal Weapon series.
Yeah, we figured it makes more sense to have they both have 4 films, Bad Boys and Lethal Weapon. So it just makes sense to have it. So what we'll do here, Joanne, I'm gonna bring back the bracket, and we're gonna be on the left-hand column. And what you can do is list us downwards, and that's the order that we'll go in.
Yeah.
That work for you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, and I know
I do have one thing I want to
wait.
mention.
Hang on one
before
second.
we
Okay,
start.
Bob X. I'm going to take the banner off because you can't see Bob X. Hang on. Boom. There we go. Go ahead, John.
So if everybody happens to have a piece of paper near them or a Post-it, whatever you want to do, I think it would be fun. Actually, can you bring me up center screen so I can show everybody?
Absolutely.
So I think it'd be fun if everyone makes a prediction ahead of time, puts it on a piece of paper. So this is an example, which I
Can't
know
see.
yeah. So these are movies that are not part of the bracket, but you all get it. You know me. So pick who you think is going to be the best movie. Best movie of the side A of the bracket. Who's going to be the best movie of side B? So those will be the 2 best movies going against each other in the final round, and then circle the movie that you think will be the winner. Sorry. Circle the movie you think overall will be the winner. And then if you want for an extra step, you can write the name of the producer who you think is going to win the most rounds.
All right.
Which will not be Cameron. He's not involved. But this was just an example. So I didn't sway anybody of which way my votes are going to go on this particular bracket. So you guys all get the idea?
Yep.
Yeah.
And in the end, we can kind of share what we all thought was going to be the outcome and, see how everyone did.
And the winner will get the Cinema Gulp beer keg in the center. No, that goes to the producer. I'm sure both these producers would rather have a couple lines of Coke instead of the keg of beer. But no. So Bobak is back. Joanne, are you good? So it looks like myself, Scotty, John, Jill, Spider-Man, Brandon, Kat. Do you want me to move you down, Joanne?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
So then
perfect.
Bobak and then you.
Yeah, perfect.
You ready then? You got the order?
Real quick, does everybody need a quick second to look at the 2 sides and make their decision of what the 2 best films on the best film on each side is? Do we need a second for that, or is everyone kind of already moving on and no one cares?
No, I think. I mean, I know for myself, I'm good. Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay,
I'm good.
Let's hit it. Yeah, let's move. Let's move. We got. Okay, so Jill is keeping the vote count. Scotty is paying attention to the so far non-existent chat.
It's an easy job.
All right, so I'm going first, and then we're going down from there. So this one's easy for me. I really do.
Do we know what category? Are we just sorry?
Biggest hits. Yeah,
we're just going to go in that order. Okay.
Biggest hits.
Wait, do we go back and forth across the bracket, or do we just go down one side and down the other side?
I think we should go because they're not same categories. We'll just go down. We'll go down one and then down the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so I know.
Actually, you know what? No, let's do that. Let's switch off. So biggest hits, and then we'll go to franchise starter. Yeah, that way it mimics more of like an actual, basketball tournament or something. Okay, cool. So biggest hits for me. I fucking love Top Gun Maverick. I saw it 3.5 times. The only reason that was a half is because I joined somebody else when they're in the middle, or I think I left.
That was
in the
me.
middle. It was you, yeah, because I'd already seen it three times.
You watched the first half with me.
Yeah. Die Hard, stone cold classic, though. Just one of the best action movies ever made. You know, in time, maybe Top Gun Maverick will go on to live that kind of life. But for me right now, Die Hard is going to take biggest hits. And Die Hard is Joel Silver. Moving down to Scotty.
Oh,
or I'm sorry, John, I'll let you do that part. I'll let you do it.
Oh, that's fine. No, but I am keeping track of your vote and which producer is getting it, essentially. So
hang on. I totally forgot my first job. There we go.
Hey, I'm looking forward to these.
I'm going to let John take over some of those duties so I could do those, so I don't forget those. Go,
what are you doing, Ben? What part?
I'm handling all of the graphics.
Yeah, all the graphics.
And then we'll just make sure everybody knows where they are and whose turn it is. So go ahead, Scotty.
Are you putting up the graphic of the 2 movies?
I just did, yeah, and I forgot to do it earlier. So,
yeah, I saw Top Gun Maverick in the theater twice. Once in the Ultra AVX. I love it. Obviously, it has John Hamm in it, so I am a big advocate. But Die Hard is a movie that I've rewatched every year since it came out on VHS. It is a Christmas movie. And it is an action movie, so it's perennial. You can watch it all the time. I love it. It's a legendary film. And so I'm going to go with Die Hard.
Perfect. All right, John.
All right. Well, I guess everybody wants to give how many times they saw Top Gun Maverick in the theater. I don't know. I saw it 2 times probably. I really enjoyed it. It was great, but it's not fucking Die Hard. Come on now. Die Hard is my 6th favorite movie of all time. So it's clearly a winner. So Die Hard for me.
Excellent. Is Jill there? Yes.
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Right.
here. And well, I saw Top Gun Maverick only 1 time in the theater, but I really, really enjoyed it.
Wait, can we count her vote? I don't know.
I don't know.
Only if it was 1.5 times.
And I love that, just like in the first movie, they used real life military assistance and got real airplanes. They didn't go with CGI. And so, I mean, for everything. So that was awesome. I loved it. But again, you can't beat down the legend that is Die Hard, a movie that some people watch every year, just like Scotty does for Christmas time. And it's just fun. The one-liners steal the show for that one. And Alan Rickman is one of my favorite people. So Die Hard for me too.
This is unanimous so far.
Are we going with a sweep? I guess we'll find out.
We will find out. Spider-Man's next.
Yeah. I mean, Alan Rickman and Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis is one of my very favorite people. Die Hard is my all-time favorite movie. Now, if you would have put it up against Ghostbusters, wow, that would have been a hard choice. But against Maverick, I really liked Top Gun, and Top Gun Maverick, I thought did it justice. I really enjoyed the movie, and I wasn't disappointed, and I had high expectations. Because I liked the original so much.
Well, how many times did you see it in the theater?
Oh, in the theater, probably only twice. Probably only twice in the theater.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that.
I liked it a lot, but between this and Die Hard, there's no competition. Die Hard is probably my all-time favorite movie. That or Ghostbusters, yeah.
Nice. So far, it's a sweep. How about Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be Die Hard. Yeah, I feel like it kind of just like, I don't know, for the action genre as a whole at the time, it kind of revitalized it and kind of reshaped what an action movie can be and what an action hero can look like. Really kind of started that like everyman trend. Top Gun Maverick, also great. I think I only saw it once in theaters, but I also saw it once on a plane, and then I rewatched it recently after Val Kilmer passed away.
I think it gets a half point for him watching it on a plane.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't probably hold up as well.
Look, you get a couple whiskey ginger ales in you, and you start to see that movie in a whole different light. I actually saw I saw a much better version than what you guys saw. But it's got to be Die Hard. It's a classic, and maybe, like you said, Top Gun Maverick will stand the test of time. I think it's still too soon to really say, but there's no denying Die Hard.
So Die Hard has won officially, but we still want to keep track of all this stuff.
Go.
Kat.
I've seen both Die Hard and Top Gun Maverick once in a theater.
Nice.
And while Top Gun Maverick does improve upon the original in every conceivable way, it does not hold a candle to Die Hard. I'm sorry. It's Die Hard all the way. It's a great action movie. That you can just watch that on repeat. Just about. It's that good.
It is. Yeah.
Fall back. What do you think?
Die Hard sucks. You guys are wrong. I don't know.
Maybe you go against the grain.
Well, no, I mean, honestly, I just love planes and flying so much that anytime you're going to put up a guy with a gun versus a dude with a jet fighter, I'm going for the jet fighter.
Okay.
Now, I mean, Maverick was no Top Gun, but it was so much fun to get back in the cockpit and, you know, see all the new planes and different old planes and stuff, you know, if you're into that type of thing. Die Hard is a good movie, you know, and all that, but like I never got into it, you know, it's just kind of like a little too sweaty for me, a little too claustrophobic going through the air vents, you know. Yeah, get me up in the air. And I know Maverick it's hard for a sequel to beat the franchise starter or whatever, you know, the classic. But I'm going to be the Maverick and go for Top Gun Maverick.
That is a serious hot take, and I love it.
I'm glad it got one vote. You know, it was tough.
Too.
Yeah, no, I'm glad because, you know, I love both movies. You know, they both have different things going on. I respect the, you know, Tom Cruise's stunts and everything in every movie that he does, and I like the smoothness of that movie, just like smooth, you know, it just seems kind of slick, and then there's like the sense of humor in there. But Die Hard is just like so nostalgic. It just feels more real, and like the character feels more relatable to me. So I was gonna go with Die Hard as well.
The only thing I disagree with on Bobek is that part 1 is not better. Part 2 is better, but that's just me.
All right. Cool.
It's all about the volleyball scene.
There's a football scene, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't compare.
Yeah, I mean it's no Top Gun, but you know, it's just fun. Nobody can retell Star Wars the way that Tom Cruise can retell Star Wars. If we just go down this little flight path and put 2 turrets in the hole, or two you know, what do you call them, torpedoes in the hole, we're gonna win this. We're gonna win this battle, you know. So it's nice to see Star Wars again in Maverick.
Yeah. Joanne.
Okay, so Joanne
Joanne
voted, right? That's everybody.
Oh, my bad.
Yep.
Yeah, that's everybody.
So 8-1, Die Hard wins.
Wow.
I do enjoy that everybody had a little there, Maverick. There. Don't feel bad, little guy.
No, absolutely.
I do think it's kind of you know, box office wise and critical success and Oscars. Top Gun Maverick is Bruckheimer's biggest success to some degree. Die Hard may not be financially and Oscars and all those same metrics the same success that Top Gun is for Joel Silver, but it's the film, like, out of all these films on here, everyone remembers that film as Joel Silver's movie. So
it's one of the better recent movies too.
Yeah.
So
it really, an interesting combo. But I think as we move along into other categories, we'll see, you know, more competitive categories, and these categories, you know, match up pretty well. I think they all make sense to me. That first one, it makes sense, but I kind of saw that happening from the moment I put those movies together. It sucks. Yeah, but it sucks to see a movie as good as Top Gun Maverick get knocked out in the first round, but that's just kind of the way this particular bracket is set up. It's these producers against each other, not necessarily.
You know what, John? You had
categories.
It's basically like putting Kansas, number 1 Kansas, up against, like, you know, number 20 something Bowling Green. You know, it's like it has to be done. Yeah,
Well,
but,
in a real bracket, a strong contender should go against a weak contender. So it should
that's
be
what I
these
mean.
two top contenders going against each other. But these are more about the categories. So it's not set up the way that a competitive bracket in that way would be.
Yeah, it must have been hard to set this up. That I
No, it was
admire
a lot
that.
of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
No, we had fun doing it. Yeah, and I like the way you restructured it. So, John, what's our next category?
Okay, so we are jumping across to the right-hand side, I believe, to franchise starters, which has Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl against the original Matrix.
Yeah, baby. This is an absolute piece of cake for me. The Matrix is one of my favorite movies of all time. I think it's an absolute masterpiece. It changed my life. It came out about 3 weeks before I joined the military, or before I went into boot camp, and I just kind of stumbled in it. I was seeing like the Phantom Menace or something with my mom, and then I just walked in, and it was that scene where they're climbing through the wet walls, and Morpheus gets pulled out by Agent Smith, and I was like, "What in the fuck is going on in this movie?" Like the define of physics and the color and just the fight choreography. So then I went back and I watched the whole movie, and then I saw it again and again. I just think, like, the way Pulp Fiction kind of reshaped the face of sort of independent film, I think The Matrix really, at least for a while, with the same kind of thing with pale imitators and wannabe Matrix. They even went so far as to call a movie The One with like Jet Li or something.
Oh, yeah.
So I just found it's such an influential movie, and it, even though, okay, the soundtrack is a movie or is a product of its time, but that just makes it even better because the soundtrack's a fucking banger. Pirates of the Caribbean, it's fine. The only thing it has going for it is Johnny Depp, in my opinion. You know, I just did something recently on it with the other Ben, and we did our Flights and Flicks. I really enjoy the movie. It's a fun summer popcorn movie, but The Matrix is just impossible to defeat in this category for me. So, like I said, one of my favorite movies. So for me, I'm going Joel Silver there. So Joel Silver,
right on.
Matrix.
Right. How about you, Scotty?
The Matrix. I've seen Pirates of the Caribbean, the Curse of the Black Pearl once. Not for me. I don't even think, like, eventually it's gonna ask me about Pirates 3. Haven't seen it, but it's okay because it's going up against the Matrix again. So yeah. I'm totally fine with just saying, yeah, The Matrix. I love The Matrix. We just reviewed it over on the Phantasmagorium. We went through all 4 films. And yeah, I think that it is a ground zero of a changing of how action movies were. And kind of the same way in terms of Die Hard, instead of it being a superhero who was like your John Matrix from Commando, or, you know, ex-military taking out the bad guys. It was just a regular guy. With The Matrix, it was a regular guy being introduced to a crazy world and then overcoming it. And I love the world building about it. So it's all Matrix for me. All Matrix on this side of the table.
Excellent. All right. John's turn.
Well, I do love the Pirates. Well, I love the first Pirates movie. I think the first Pirates movie is, as the category is called, a great franchise starter. But they didn't do great stuff with that franchise after that first movie. It's really a shame that none of the movies beyond the first one are as good as that, or even close to that. They're barely even watchable. I mean, they're watchable, but they're such big, overblown, convoluted messes that you don't enjoy watching them. They don't have
you
a
can
nice.
say the same thing about the other franchise.
Well, yeah, I'm going to get there when we talk about the threequels, but these first films in both series are really great, really special, have their reasons why they stood out and became, you know, major blockbuster successes and created franchises. Because, yeah, sure, Disney always sees franchises when they create something, so they knew they wanted this to be a franchise, but it was risky. Who knew if it would take off the way that it did? And The Matrix, it should not have become a franchise, but
agreed.
You know, it has the It has the bones. Clearly, we all wanted to see more of the Matrix, but we should not have wished for that. But I think as the first two
flies
voters,
now.
as our first two have said, like it changed the face of action movies and filmmaking to some degree. It's an important step in the evolution of films, and it's a really exciting, awesome film. Even when you rewatch it, at this stage, it's great. The Matrix is just gonna be forever awesome. So my pick goes to the Matrix.
All right. Jill, what do you think?
I've also only seen Pirates of the Caribbean one time, and I like Johnny Depp. It's fun pirate movie, but I can't tell you how many times I've seen The Matrix. It's incredible. Maybe when the first time I watched it, I just enjoyed it for the fun of it, but as I grew up and understood the philosophy of it, it's one of my favorite science fiction movies. It's somewhere, it might be in the top 10, and so it's beautiful. I love everything about it. And and like you said, the soundtrack's great. It's really gripping. Just love it.
Rammstein, baby, Rammstein.
my pick is The Matrix too. I love anything that questions reality.
Yeah. Wonder if this is going to be another almost sweep. Let's see.
Let's see if Bobak throws us another curveball.
I know. But Spider-Man, what do you have to say?
Well, yeah, I like both actors, Keanu Reeves, as well as Johnny Depp, although I think I'll take Johnny Depp over Keanu Reeves without hesitation as far as actors go. But I mean, The Matrix changed the way, like Ben said, it changed the way that we looked at action movies, and some of those shots and the concepts were, how many times have you heard or read online, we're living in the Matrix right now, red pill, blue pill? I mean, that movie changed our friggin' culture in a lot of ways, in reality it did. So I've got to, as much as I love seagoing pirate, wooden boats on the ocean, adventure, seafaring, and Johnny Depp is, are you kidding, Captain Jack Sparrow? Hell yeah. As much as I enjoy that whole movie franchise, I've got to go with The Matrix, hands down.
Yeah, Canadian Spider-Man. And when I did Flights and Flicks, I did say that I think Captain Jack Sparrow is one of the best movie characters of all time, and I stand by that.
Agreed. Absolutely.
All right. How about Brandon?
I mean, for me, the easy pick would be Pirates of the Caribbean, just because that was my childhood. I grew up watching a lot of those movies. And as far as like a Disney film goes, it doesn't feel like a Disney movie, at least not at the time. Like, it was really dark. It had a bit of
violence
to it. Yeah, like something that you hadn't really seen from Disney in forever. And I do think like everyone's already like said enough about like Johnny Depp and stuff, and yeah, he's good in it too. But I do think like the first movie and even the movie after it, I think just from like a technical standpoint, very, very well performed, well designed. Really love those movies. But I do think The Matrix will have to get my vote, just because it changed the cultural zeitgeist for the action genre, the sci-fi genre, and like we said, for our culture. Now people are giving you the worst takes ever and telling you that they're red-pilled. And like, for better or for worse, that's the effect that The Matrix has had just on society. But you can't say that Pirates of the Caribbean has no cultural footprint, because whenever you think of pirates, I don't know about you guys, but the song I always think of whenever anyone brings up pirates of any kind is dun 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 dun, and it's just like you gotta give them credit for that. But yeah, I gotta go with The Matrix for this.
I'll tell you, Brandon, that soundtrack to the first Pirates that score lives in my head rent free. I wake up to it sometimes. I just, you know how we all are playing movie soundtracks throughout our, like, I got to get from the car to the work building, so I'm gonna like
yeah, it's up there with Lord of the Rings. It's just like defining soundtracks.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good point. All right. How about Kat?
It's funny, for both of these movies, I think their first sequels are the best ones in each franchise. But between these two, as much as I like Jeffrey, I think Jeffrey Rush is really good in the first Pirates as well, but I got to give it to The Matrix. Like, The Matrix is just the ideas there, the concepts, the effects, just the way the story comes together. And like, come on, Lawrence Fishburne's Morpheus, one of the coolest characters in movies.
He really is. Yeah.
And the first one is left more open-ended because they don't finish the story, but I still got to give it to The Matrix for sure.
Dude, that movie was going to be Will Smith and Sean Connery. Are you going to take the red pill or the blue pill?
Oh,
And,
no.
sometimes it's okay to slap a female.
Or Prince Rock.
Oh man.
Okay, here's the moment of truth.
Yes. Let's see what Babak says.
I love The Matrix. I never got into the Pirates. Matrix was one of those movies where like it makes you start to think. You know, like you guys have been saying, it's one of those things where you're like trying to reevaluate reality. I remember growing up as a kid, like in high school, all of our alternative friends, you know, like everybody had a theory like, oh, humanity is an experiment of aliens and they're just putting us through tests, you know, like Donnie Darko, or like humanity, you know, reality is, you know, this and that. And so Matrix was right at that time for me when everyone that I knew was like questioning reality, and just to like really formalize it and put it into, you know, just terms you can understand. And tech, you know, was kind of new back then, still like computers, internet, everything like that. And so, you know, you have all of this sort of sci-fi thinking of, you know, how could this become this topic? And, you know, I really feel like Matrix, it has a lot of red flags. It's one of those things where it's like Terminator, you know, like you don't have to have seen Terminator to learn its lesson and to like look out for it in society today, you know? And Matrix, I feel like there's a bit of that as well. It's kind of, don't let the AI take over, you know, sort of thing. So I never really got into Pirates. I find all the CGI, like Davy Jones's face and stuff, is a little distracting. You know, he's just doing this all the time, and
even though that CGI has never been topped, it's incredible. But I know what you mean. This the crazy movement, but it's one of.
I mean, not just him specifically, just as an example of just complete, you know, crazy AI stuff. In the Matrix, it had AI, obviously not AI, but you know, CGI and everything. But watching those bullets like go by the slow-mo, everybody started trying to figure out how to do that in films and do this like slowing everything down so you can see the action. Because it was like, you know, Bruce Lee Kung Fu, the hands are too fast to see, but then suddenly you start slowing movies down, and then you see in all kinds of action movies. Like I'm thinking of like Nightcrawler and X-Men, just like poof here, poof there, you know, smack, smack, and then like everyone else is slow-mo, but the main character is actually
all that stuff came from the Matrix. All of it.
Yeah, so good. And I enjoyed the trilogy. We'll talk more about it later when we talk about later movies. But the trilogy, I feel like, kind of held up the storyline a little bit more. Like I didn't really like Matrix 2 and 3 as much, but you know, Matrix, it definitely started up that franchise. So I'm gonna have to go with it.
And I agree with you about it, the way it makes you think. It even made me think back then, and I was such a young pup. I was like 20 years old or whatever we were, 21. And I'm still not convinced that we're not living off of a grid and that like someone's just using planets as marbles. That's gigantic. And we're just not even ants. We're fucking back. We're nothing, you know?
Yeah.
And that movie really kind of freaks you out a little bit here and there, especially like, you know, some older people that were watching it were like, what the fuck is this? Like, you know, and it's like the fact that like a machine can eventually turn a human being into a battery and run itself off of it. It's like, dude, that's fucking brilliant writing. Aside from all the technical stuff of this movie, it's just like, it's more heady than it gets credit for, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those like OG like thinking person's action film where it's sort of blowing your mind as the action is blowing your mind, you know? So it's,
well, that's why Keanu Reeves works so well as our protagonist, because he always comes through as like, huh?
What?
Yeah.
I know kung fu. It's more of a question than a statement. You know, I know kung fu.
He's the audience. He's like, oh wow, I know kung fu now.
Yeah, he's a great vehicle for that. You know, honestly, like Keanu Reeves as an actor, and we'll get more into this later, but like, I don't like his performances. I feel like he always, like, someone else could do a better job than him in anything he's in. But he's like such a blank slate. You can just dress him up, position him to wherever you want, and he'll just, we'll say the words, you know? So it's like, you must be a dream for a director to work with. I don't know, you know?
That's why he's perfect. That's why he's perfect for this.
I think it was Brandon who said Johnny Depp, Keanu Reeves, but I'll go with Johnny Depp. And here's their differences are that one's a fantastic actor and the other is not, but their similarities are they both like weed, wine, and they both like weed, wine, and cigarettes a lot, you know.
And they can do a lot of characters. They both do a lot of characters.
No, they're both great for very different.
What's Johnny Depp's band's name? Is it named after a dog as well? Because I know
it's Hollywood Vampires, but yeah,
Okay.
Dog Star is the name of Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Joanne, finish us off.
Now, it looks like this one's a sweep. I was going with the Matrix as well.
We got a
Yeah.
sweep. We got our first official.
So you know,
sweep.
do you know how many people voted for Matrix?
There we go. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I loved Pirates. I loved the makeup, the iconic makeup. Like, you know, Brandon, you were saying it does have an impact. You know, I just went to the Renaissance Fair a few weeks ago, and people were dressed as that kind of pirate specifically. You know, so it's really cool. And Johnny Depp's actually one of my favorite actors. But The Matrix was just such a unique story that came out at the time. So it was just it just made more of an impact and just more memorable movie for me. So I'm going with The Matrix.
Nice. Also,
All right,
shout out to Keira Knightley.
Yes, she's awesome too.
Yeah.
But I do want to check in just briefly with the chat and say hey to Lemon Pie.
Hey, Lemon.
Giving shout outs to look out. You have a man in a cowboy hat on the panel. He may be a bandit.
Definitely.
He may be a Dunton.
Jill's favorite song is Du Hast.
I really like that song.
I like it too.
But thanks for being here, Lemon.
It means I hate you.
Oh, that's
There's
why you
another-
keep sending it to me.
John, you want to move us along?
All right. So moving on to our next one, jumping back across to stalled franchises. National Treasure, produced by Bruckheimer, and the Sherlock Holmes movies produced by Joel Silver.
Okay, I'll take this one away. I'm going with Sherlock Holmes.
Wow.
You know, I'm not even a Guy Ritchie person, and I really like the first National Treasure movie. It's a lot of fun. I never saw the second one, but I kind of see. Well, now I guess there's like a television show for it or whatever. I don't know, but I think the first Sherlock Holmes movie is a banger. It's a lot of fun. I know it's controversial because it's a lot of people are like, why didn't they just flip Jude Law to be Holmes and have Downey be Watson or just somebody else be Watson? I don't know. It just works. Like Downey Jr.'s accent isn't great, but he's trying really hard. And that the fact they make him like a brawler, and then I think it was called like not Book of Shadows. The second one was called
Game of Shadows.
Game of Shadows. I really liked that one, and that's the one that I think John created this category because I think I'm not sure if I don't know how financially successful it was, but I know people didn't like it as much as the first. I think I liked it more than the first. And again, we're talking about like things that the Matrix influenced. There's so many slow motion fight moments and explosions, but so for me, I'm going with Sherlock Holmes.
All right.
Oh, fine.
How about you, Scotty?
I'm going with National Treasure, and
All right.
the reason, like, I enjoyed no, I didn't. I did not enjoy the Sherlock Holmes movies. I'm not gonna sit there and coddle this thing because I didn't understand. Like, at the time, I was into the Benedict Cumberbatch BBC show. I think it was on the BBC. Of Sherlock, and I was like, that's my Sherlock. And then it was like, Robert Downey Jr. is going to be Sherlock Holmes, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like having Henry Cavill play Superman, but it's fine. I'm displacing my British and American transplants. But I just thought, I love Nicolas Cage. I love the sort of updating of an archaeologist adventure country trotting, and it was just silly enough, but also just believable enough for me to enjoy that much more than Sherlock Holmes. Because aside from Robert Downey Jr. and Jude Law, it, like, the casts just tend to be Industrial Revolution British people. Everything is gray, and it's just so much more colorful and fun in the National Treasure world. So I'm a National Treasure guy myself.
No, it's
All
good.
right.
Good choice. It's really good.
Scotty, you said everything that I was thinking. That's exactly why I agree that the National Treasure movies, they're fun. There's just something drab about those Sherlock movies. I do kind of like some of the things that set it apart, like the slow motion and Downey's performance, that it has its own identity, but it's not really fun. I don't find the mysteries, for a Sherlock Holmes movie, it needs to have a compelling mystery, and neither one does. So, and I do think that it's not necessarily a total mystery, but the treasure hunting aspect of National Treasure and the historical, working in historical elements of American history, I find that both movies far more interesting and enjoyable to watch. And Nicolas Cage is hit or miss for me, but I really think he's fun in the National Treasure movies. Like, his action movie roles are hit or miss. I like him more in his comedy and quirky stuff. And this one isn't like full blown action hero per se, but he fills the role well. And I think both films are pretty entertaining. I do think I like the first one better than the second one, but I think they're both pretty much on par. Whereas with like the Sherlock Holmes, I like the first one better than the second one a lot more, but I don't like either of them as much as National Treasure. So that National Treasure gets my vote.
All right. Awesome.
I like this. We're moving around a little. We're already.
Well, I knew after those first ones we'd get more competitive because those ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love National Treasure, but I can't vote because I haven't seen Sherlock Holmes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's okay.
That's okay. It's okay. We got plenty of people here, so
yeah, and plenty of movies.
Take a while. You could watch both of them real quick before we finish.
I'll be right back.
That's true, John. That's true.
All right, Spider-Man then.
You did say quite a bit point out a few things that I was going to say, Scotty. And Robert Downey Jr. versus Nick Cage. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. is the better actor, but Nick Cage, when he's on point, is more fun to watch, I think, for me personally.
100%.
And I'm a big fan of, I grew up loving and reading, I own every single one of the Hardy Boys books by Frank W. Dixon. And so National Treasure kind of was like a Hardy Boys adventure, going globetrotting. I love traveling around the world, as you know. And so that's kind of why I would choose National Treasure over Sherlock Holmes. Although anything set back in that period of London, I mean, London used to be my favorite city in the world, and before it went to hell. And so that makes it a hard choice, just because I'm a big fan of historical London and the story of Sherlock Holmes in particular. But National Treasure, just because of the fun globetrotting.
That's a great way of arguing that point. Yeah, it is perfect.
Nice. How about you, Brandon?
I came into this kind of being on the side of Sherlock Holmes, but I think I've been kind of swayed into reevaluating the National Treasure franchise. I really do like the Sherlock Holmes movies, particularly that first one. It's definitely one of my favorite Guy Ritchie movies. And I mean, love RDJ in it. He's great. But there is something about the National Treasure movies that are the right balance of like pulp and like adventure and like, yeah, it's kind of silly and you shouldn't really like take it super seriously. Like it's almost, I don't want to get like too like I'm set in stone on this, but like it feels as close to like a modern day Indiana Jones as we've kind of gotten from other original franchises. It's nowhere near on par as the Indiana Jones franchise, but for me, it feels really close. And like, it doesn't have like a defining Nicolas Cage performance in it for me. But even still, just him saying he's going to steal the Declaration of Independence, he's going to kidnap the president, just like those simple things. He's saying it with such earnesty that I can't help but love it. And kind of like how the Pirates of the Caribbean series was, this was my childhood. I grew up watching those. So I do think I'm going to have to settle on the National Treasure franchise.
You make a really good point about Nicolas Cage in this movie, because if you go back and you rewatch, he's done a lot of movies with Bruckheimer from like The Rock and Con Air, Gone in 60 Seconds to this. He always is more tame. He never goes cage rage in those movies because he's the straight man, the action man. So yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. He doesn't do. I prefer the cage rage Nicolas Cage, but
Me too.
Yeah, like your Face Off, your Kiss from a Vampire, like those kind of like Cage rules. But you brought up Con Air, and even then, I feel like that's like a pretty like cagey role.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that one.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
All right, moving to Cat.
I like the first National Treasure movie. That was quite fun. Second one I thought was a big drop off. Sherlock Holmes, I agree, Ben. I like the second one. I'm not sure everybody hated that one so much.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah.
First one I liked too, but I agree that it's not. Both those films are still lacking in a mystery worthy of Sherlock Holmes, because they're not really. It's like, yeah, they're mysteries, but it's not really. It's a different type of Sherlock. Like they zeroed in on the fact that he is, a drug user in the books, which they kind of gloss over, and I thought it was kind of fun. And I thought the chemistry between Jude Law and Robert Downey Jr. was fun, and so I'm going to go with Sherlock Holmes. I like those movies. I wanted to do a third one. I was upset that they never did.
That's why it's
give
franchises.
I want to give a quick shout out.
They both are supposed to have third films, and they both are listed on IMDb as having third films. But
really? I didn't know that for the National Treasure.
Yeah, well, no, they both. I've heard rumors about both. Yeah, much more Sherlock Holmes. They've been talking about that forever. But I want to give a quick shout out to Protein, my man, and Josh, my other man.
Nice.
Who says he's gonna start drinking. Yeah, he's gonna start drinking now to catch up. Josh, I wish you were here. I wish you would come back on one day, but that's
yeah, it'd be good.
He's a CIA operative these days, so he can't show his face. It happens.
Bobak's turn, I believe.
Yeah. So okay. Oh, he's coming. Awesome. Go ahead, Bobak.
Well, this is a difficult one for me because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of these movies, I don't like any of them, So it's like I'm not saying I like either of these. I'm just saying I dislike one less.
Yeah, it's like picking a bank, right? It's like this one sucks the least.
Yeah. Nick Cage is one of the worst actors ever. I can't stand looking at the guy. The only person, Ben Affleck, horrible actor. He ruins everything. Nick Cage, even worse. Keanu Reeves, I can stand because he's in good movies, but this stuff. So, if you take someone else and put them in National Treasure, I could probably get into it. I like Indiana Jones.
You're on crack. You're on crack.
I love all the history.
How about if let's say Harrison Ford was in the role?
Yeah, I'm sure it'd be great. But Harrison Ford probably wouldn't take it.
No,
But,
I'm kidding. Because it's like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, just put a fedora on him and give him a saddlebag.
I wanted to like it and stuff. But for me growing up, Sherlock Holmes, I'll be honest with you guys. I hope no one's listening on this, but the first book that I never returned to the library back in 4th grade was a collection of Sherlock Holmes stories. Don't tell anyone; it's still on my bookshelf. Okay.
Imagine
Love
those fees.
Sherlock Holmes.
Imagine those accumulated fees.
I know, right?
Still
I mean,
got
I love
the-
Sherlock Holmes so much, and just seeing what Robert Downey Jr., who's a great character actor, he's not on my list of people I can't stand to watch, but he fucked up Sherlock Holmes so bad. Like, it wasn't just him. Everybody was like, this guy is too boring for anyone today to watch. You know, like every time you always watch Sherlock Holmes, there'd be action. You know, like he'll pull out his revolver and chase down the bad guy and like get a punch in at the end, but he's not, you know, predicting every move you're going to make in a kung fu fight and then like using his cane to submit everyone, you know, like that was craziness. I couldn't watch it, but it's Holmes and I'm invested in the character, and Robert Downey Jr. does a better job than Nick Cage, hands down. So I'm going to definitely put my lot in with Sherlock Holmes.
Right.
Right.
So that's
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
We already were, Bobak. We already were.
So just to point out, because Jill did not vote on this one.
Yeah.
There is potential for a tie. So let's just see which way Joanne's going to go with this to see if we get the tie and need a tiebreaker or not.
Yeah, so I was gonna say I actually have to sit this one out too because I haven't seen both films. So
Oh, my drum roll was for nothing?
You haven't seen either not a single film in either of the franchises?
I haven't seen either of those. No.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. But even if I had seen one of them, it wouldn't be fair to vote. So
Is this a tie?
No.
No, so yeah, we have a winner 4-3 National Treasure.
All
It did
right.
win. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad it won. I love Nicolas Cage.
Wow,
too. It's the only one I
that one
saw.
was close. That was close.
And currently that is the first win by Bruckheimer. Silver has 2, Bruckheimer has 1.
I'm still going to put up a poll just to see what people think. But yeah, I need to put these polls up faster because if we do end in a tie, I need the poll to be the tiebreaker.
The audience
But I'm
can
not
make a
sure if
tie.
that'll happen, but you know what? We got to stay on it. I got to stay on it. But
Okay,
okay,
so
so
our next
everybody,
category.
hold on
Jumping
real
back-
quick, John. Real quick. National Treasure is sorry, I've had the
Oh, the
spinning wheel
spinning
issue.
wheel.
Playing a beach ball.
No, I keep trying to move these, but
There
I keep
it
getting the spinning wheel of death. There we go. All right,
There we
moving
go.
on. Sorry, Joe.
It really looks beautiful. I'll just
And before we get to the next category, I just want to say that Lemon Pie gives a great compliment to you, Ben.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much.
Just
Thank you very
wanted to
much.
say to let you know that this is one of my favorite channels. I like you,
Oh.
Ben, and the people that you bring on are entertaining and know your cinema.
We
Wow.
drink your cinema. Social.
Hey.
Here's to the Vesper Martini. Thanks to the Martini shot himself. This is wonderful, and it's getting me pretty drunk.
It'll do that.
All out.
It's nothing but alcohol.
That's a 007 reference right there. Vesper
Yes.
Martini.
I love you, Lemon Pie. I love you.
Okay, our next category is guilty pleasure. We got Bruckheimer, Gone in 60 Seconds, and Silver, Roadhouse.
All right. You got a graphic for that one, Ben?
I do. I'm trying to juggle. I'm sorry. I'm getting off the chat, and here we go. Boom.
Beautiful.
Boom.
Sorry,
I love
everybody. Sorry. I'm trying to
Whoa,
move
is
as
that your
fast as I can.
autographed poster, Ben?
That is. That's Delroy Lindo, Angelina Jolie, Nick Cage, and where's Timothy the Elephant? I don't see him on there. But anyway, this
Right.
for me, this is super, super, super controversial. I fucking 100% for me is going to be Gone in 60 Seconds. I know that is blasphemy and that is sacrilege. I get it. I don't know why I connect with that movie so much. I just find it a blast and just fun, and it's an action movie without really any violence in it. Not that I mind violence. I love violence on screen.
Yes.
But
I live for violence.
And like Brandon was saying, it's like you get your cages. Sometimes you get your cage going bananas, and then sometimes you get your mellow cages. I would say in this one, he's a little bit of both. He does do a couple like crazy cage things, but for the most part, he's the straight man. I love once again, Bruckheimer brings that, like, well, I mean, he's not the director, but like, there's always a similarity in Bruckheimer movies, and that's for a reason. You have your flashiness, your color scheme, your fast edits, your soundtrack. And this one's just loaded with talent. I mean, Robert Duvall, and you have Giovanni Ribisi, like I said, Delroy Lindo, and then a very young up-and-coming Timothy Oliphant, who's great. This movie just works for me so much. I love Roadhouse, but it is a little dated. It's a little dated, and that's coming from a guy that loves the Lethal Weapon movies from the same time period. Roadhouse just has a little bit of datedness to it that kind of keeps it. As much as I love Sam Elliott and the star,
Patrick Swayze is the name you're looking for.
Patrick Swayze, God rest. Gone in 60 Seconds, it's just such a smooth ride. It's such a fun movie. So that's it for me. So Gone in 60 Seconds for Ben.
Nice.
Well, and I am also blasphemous and sacrilegious.
Good.
I adore Gone in 60 Seconds.
It's great.
It's primed. You know what? It's Gearbox, Gearhead, Ocean's 11 before Ocean's 11 was a thing.
True.
I really enjoy heist movies. I like the planning. I like the soundtrack. And again, Robert Duvall, although, you put against the mustache himself and Patrick Swayze, but no, Gone in 60 Seconds, I think, is more kinetic. And I feel no guilt in this pleasure, but I'm a Gone in 60 Seconds fan myself.
I love you, Scotty.
Excellent.
All right. Got 2 votes down for Gone in 60 Seconds. So Gone in 60 Seconds, that's a description of my memories of this movie. Because
I gotta give you some props for writing that down.
I did not write that.
Even better.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. To be honest, I tried to rewatch some of these movies, but I couldn't rewatch them all. I wanted to rewatch that one because I wanted to kind of give it a chance to maybe work its way above Roadhouse, in my opinion. Roadhouse is a movie that I had never seen until the last couple years. I think maybe like pandemic time, just searching for random stuff I'd never seen, and finally caught it and was like, damn, this movie's actually like, because I thought it was more of a romance, like a Patrick Swayze romance of that time. I knew it had some action elements to it, but it's a pretty kick-ass action movie to some degree. It's way over the top. It's hilarious. All kinds of wild moments. I think it's a perfect description of guilty pleasure, and I had a hell of a lot of fun with it. Gone in 60 Seconds, I honestly really don't remember, and I know I've seen it a couple times over the years, back when it came out, and probably 1 or 2 other times, and it still hasn't stuck with me. So my vote's going with Roadhouse.
All right. And we're going over to Spider-Man now.
No Jill?
No, we're just going to sit out a few of them.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, it's a perfect category for both of these movies. Gone in 60 Seconds is a guilty pleasure just because of the cars. Oh my God. And the sound that the cars make, just the soundtrack in general, but just the cars. So that's definitely a guilty pleasure. And then the Roadhouse, I mean, that's a guilty pleasure just because it's got Patrick Swayze and Sam Elliott together, and I love both of those guys. And not to mention the loft scene where she's naked with her butt right there. That was, man, I became a man, that scene. But, I stretched my VHS tape cassette right at that scene. But yeah, the choice would have to go to Roadhouse, though. Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I would choose Roadhouse just because it's. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a romance, but no, man, it's a kick-ass movie. There's a lot of action, and Jeff Healey is in it, right? If I'm not mistaken.
That the blind guitarist guy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's
for
great.
that reason alone, I've got to go Roadhouse.
All right.
Dude, Jeff Healey's the best thing in that movie, man. He's awesome. It's
And her butt.
Yeah, her
somewhere
butt.
out
I don't know.
there
I gotta
in-
go with her butt.
Well, the year that they made that movie, they pressed a vinyl of the soundtrack, which is pretty much all Jeff Healey. It's one of those almost absolute impossible records to buy. They haven't pressed it, and ever since the year the movie came out, it's really hard to find.
Did they press it with her butt?
They did on the Xerox machine, John. Yeah.
Oh man,
That's what I was thinking.
What a butt.
If I ever get a tattoo, it'll be like that.
Yes, I have a tattoo of Kelly Lynch's butt over my butt, and so
why would you cover something so beautiful?
oh, it's double the pleasure. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Quadruple now.
Well, speaking of double the pleasure, our votes are 2-2 right now. Who's up next?
Ooh, Brandon is next.
So this is the first one so far where I don't really have too strong an opinion on either of these films. I have seen both, and neither of them really resonated with me too much. I do think if I had to pick between the two, I do think I would probably go Roadhouse. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was the whole reason I watched it was because I grew up watching Family Guy, and that movie is meme to death in that show. And they have a point, tight jeans and roundhouse kicks. There is something to it. But honestly, I almost think the new Roadhouse is more of a guilty pleasure than this.
That movie is fucking whack, dude.
I actually really, I won't say I really like it, but I had a good time with the new one.
Dude, Jake Gyllenhaal's choices that he makes,
so bizarre. It's
so
so
bizarre.
weird. He's just the nicest, calmest guy, and he's breaking bones, and it's so weird. But the original Roadhouse, I do think has its merits. I like it was said it is a romance, and I won't say it's super strong, but it's a fun time. It's competent, and I remember it a lot more than I do Gone in 60 Seconds. So.
You guys don't think the romance between Nicolas Cage at 40 or 41 works with a 22-year-old Angelina Jolie in Gone in 60 Seconds?
Very believable for Hollywood. Yes, I do.
I would have been more engaged if he had a relationship with one of the cars, but it just doesn't work for me.
Well, he actually does. He actually does. The movie plays a lot on this.
If you're interested, just look up Titane. You can watch that.
Titane's a great movie. Titane is a great movie.
Or Christine. Christine, yeah.
Or Christine, yeah.
Or Crash.
Don't watch that. Don't watch that.
No. One of the only movies I actually walked out of in the theater.
Really quick, guys. Let's see. So the chat in the poll did say. So I guess you guys were all right. National Treasure is the bigger hit with the chat. So that's a thing. Cool.
Nice. Yeah, it would be good to know if the chat agrees with us as we move along. So yeah, I got that last vote for Roadhouse. So
Cat,
I believe you are next.
Let's see. We got a remake going up against an original. The cast of Gone in 60 Seconds is pretty good, except for the villain. I can't even remember who played him. Just forgettable.
Christopher Eccleston, a Doctor
He's
Who.
awesome. He has a thing about wood.
In that role, I don't think they gave him much for that role. But and the final car chase with Eleanor is just dog shit compared to the Eleanor from Toby Halicki's Gone in 60 Seconds from 74.
Well, yeah, if you're comparing it to the original, yeah.
But in Ocean's 11, Scott actually did beat Gone in 60 Seconds by 40 years because that film came out in 1960.
I was talking about the remake. Again, if we're going by remakes, yeah.
The original Roadhouse, which is one I just recently saw, it's a movie I've always known about, but I finally watched it specifically for this competition. Yeah, it does feel a bit dated. I agree there is an element of romance and stuff there. Action's good, but I'm a car person, and the kinetic energy and the fun and the cast, I gotta give it to Gone in 60 Seconds.
Yes.
And like you said, when Nick Cage is on, he's on. And I think he's on to that movie.
Love you, Kat. Let's keep the momentum going.
We got 3-3.
Yeah, this is head to head, man.
All right, and Bobak.
Well,
I'm guessing
Roadhouse. What can I say? Jake Gyllenhaal.
No, we're not doing that version.
I know. I'm just messing with you guys. No, but I mean, Patrick Swayze, like, he's one of those people that, one of those actors that, like, I don't really appreciate him until sort of like the end of his life / career, you know? And
okay.
He had this cameo when he was like dying of cancer, and it was his last, I think, thing that he ever did on film. And he was on Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You guys ever seen that show?
Oh, love it. Yeah. Favorite.
Yeah. Check out Patrick Swayze. He's got this like cameo, and you know, his body was wrecked. You know, he was so skinny and just so just.
Wait, are you talking about the episode on the boat?
Yeah,
No,
the boat.
That's not Patrick Swayze. That's his brother.
Oh.
It actually they look very similar, but it's actually his brother.
I'm gonna skip everything I just said.
They
Anyway,
do look
Patrick Swayze and
His
Roadhouse.
brother
Like,
looks a little bit more scuzzy than him, but they look very similar. Yeah.
very scuzzy. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you corrected me on that. But the Roadhouse, you know, back in the 80s, I mean, what more could you want? You know, like with the he made the mullet good, you know, like with the tight jeans, and you know, he's just like such a sex symbol, and like, you know, Roadhouse was just this thing where, you know, he gets to beat people up and be suave, and it was just totally 80s. Super got into it, you know, but you know, Gone in 60 Seconds, I just can't say much for it. I'm not into cars. I'm not into I think it's got that Cage guy in it.
Oh yeah,
your favorite.
Well, we now know that any movie with Cage Bobak is not going to be voting for. So goodbye, Con Air.
I know, yeah. Forget Con Air, dude. Oh my god. But he wasn't the only bad thing about Con Air, to be fair.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. I'm gonna put my money on Roadhouse. I gotta get in on the Roadhouse, some classic Swayze, and gotta get all behind it.
Fair. To be honest with you, I'm surprised it's so close because
I'm glad. You know, like when we started out with like Maverick and Die Hard, it was just a blowout, and I think I was like, uh-oh. But now that we got some close ones, I really like being at the end of it because I can be like a tiebreaker.
For sure. Well, let's hear if there is a tiebreaker or a tie created by Joanne. What is going to be the next pick here, Joanne?
You guys, so I'm sorry, I have to sit this one out too because I have.
You know what? We do have a poll up for it. So
Yes. So
we don't need a tiebreaker. We are not at a tie at the moment.
Well, she's the last one. Oh, okay. So who's
She's
the
not
winner?
voting? So if she doesn't vote, there's no chance of a tie.
Okay.
Joanne, you haven't seen either movie?
No, I wish I could just vote for Gone in 60 Seconds because I love Nicolas Cage so much.
But can I just tell you, John, looking at the poll, Roadhouse wins because even in the poll, it wins by 1 vote.
Oh wow, wow!
Well,
but that was neck and neck. It was 4-4 in the poll, and then Roadhouse got 1 more vote. So
well, and it's 4-3 on our bracket with Joanne abstaining. So Roadhouse wins.
It was so, dude. Gone in 60 Seconds put up a good fight, though. I gotta
that's
say.
good. I'm glad to
Took
see
longer
that
than 60 seconds.
I love them. I love them both. I just find Gone in 60 Seconds. I don't know. It's just a rewatch.
I didn't know you had an autographed poster of Delroy Lindo's signature. That is badass, man.
That's pretty awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
We're moving on.
We're on to the next one.
Just before we do, hey, represent this. Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. How are you? It's good to see you.
Right there. Good.
And Josh says Swayze has the edge with his Zen martial arts. Yes, he does. All right. Well, let's take
this
a
is a
quick
good
look.
category.
Hang on real quick. I want to take a quick look at the bracket. So we've got The Matrix, Roadhouse, Die Hard, and National Treasure, ladies and gentlemen, here in the mix. Go for it, John.
All right, so this is early success for each producer. I think this is a good category. I'm very interested to see how this shakes out. We have Top Gun for Bruckheimer versus Commando for Joel Silver.
Okay, tough one for me. I love them both. I watched them both as a kid. I had parents that were very neglecting of what I was doing with my time and my brain. Commando is so fucking fun, but at that, I've said, John knows this. I've said it millions of times on our channel. Top Gun changed my life because it didn't want to make me a fighter pilot like it did everyone else. It wanted to make me the person that made that movie. And Tony Scott, therefore, was my favorite director of all time from this movie moving forward all the way up until his untimely death in 2012. So easy pick for me, Top Gun. Even though I fucking love Commando, it's just Top Gun changed my life. Is it a better movie? I don't know, but it, for me, it's like, it's a no-brainer. It's Tony Scott's big, hey, everybody, guess what? I'm fucking here and I'm not going anywhere. And he just fucking kept shooting threes and fucking hitting field goals for the rest of his career after this. So Top Gun for Ben.
Nice.
Hey.
Well, I accept your apology. Commando is one of the most testosterone-drenched action rampages I have ever seen, and all for the love of Alyssa Milano. And like, I love Dan Hedaya. I think that this has one of the, if not one of the earliest, or at least one of the most defining equipment, suit up montages and getting all ready, and Ray Don Chong, and remember when I said I would kill you last, I lied. Like, it is such, it's not the refinement of Arnold Schwarzenegger's ability, but it certainly is an early representation of it, and we'll get to another one later. But I love Commando. That's a movie I could watch over and over again. Top Gun, I do like, but I'm going Commando. And I mean that in more ways than once.
No, Scotty, please put your underwear back on.
I can't. I am bottomless.
We talked about shirtless, but not bottomless. Come on.
No, I know. That's my
But
thing.
are you in
can't
the shower chewing gum? That's what I want to know.
That's, yes.
I could have guessed that because the only video on your channel is a cat watching Commando.
This is true. That is, if you go to Scotty R37 on YouTube, because I don't have a YouTube channel of my own, although it's been going strong for 9 years. There's only one video, and it is a cat watching Commando.
Has the cat been watching for 9 years? It's a live video.
It's a stream.
I have a question, Scotty. You've been a channel for 9 years, and you have one video. Do you have more subs than us?
No,
possible.
No, I don't.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. It just happened.
Yes.
There's people that haven't made a video in 4 fucking years that still have 100,000 subs. So,
Oh, what? There was that chick who left Daily Wire, and she started her own YouTube channel. Didn't have a post at all. 500,000 subscribers just based on her previous experiences.
I have no idea who this person is you're talking about.
It's an irrelevant story, but I just wanted to, crush your dreams again.
Hey, Scotty, we got a kick-ass, kick-ass. Yeah, that is a good friend of mine right there. I appreciate that, darling. Thank you. Thank you. And I know it's late as fuck in Florida right now, or actually not really, but sort of. Oh wait, yeah, Johanne's in Florida.
Yeah.
It's
continuing on, moving along.
10:30. It's John's turn.
Yes. So early success, Commando and Top Gun. Commando is I definitely grew up watching Commando all the time. Like, that was probably one of my first exposures to Arnold. And it is everything you want out of an Arnold movie of that era. It's so freaking awesome. Everything Scotty said about it, like the suit up scene is iconic, and it's got so many great one-liners. I freaking love Commando. But
yeah, I knew that was coming.
Top Gun is the better movie in my
That's
opinion.
true.
I think it's better made, and that really stood out to me even at a young age. As kind of Ben pointed out, the filmmaking behind that movie really did stand out. And Tony Scott did become a favorite director of mine. Ridley Scott is somebody who I really love all of his films. And so like finding out at whatever age it was that there's these two guys, then they both make movies that I'm in love with at a young age. It was just very exciting. So Tony Scott is really one of the earlier directors that was on my radar, and Top Gun is a big reason for that. So I'm going to go with Top Gun. I think it's stood the test of time. Commando has as well as a great Arnold movie, but it's got it's not as strong of a film at the end of the day in terms of the filmmaking, in terms of some of the performances you get, the writing, I guess, just some of those aspects that you really look for in top-notch filmmaking. So I'm going to give my vote to Top Gun.
I love you, John.
Sounds good. Moving to Spider-Man again on this one.
Well, yeah, what can I say? Commando is, one of the ultimate action movies. It really made me take notice of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and just just a fantastic movie. Right from in the airplane where he elbows the guy and pretty much kills him, I think, with one elbow to the face.
Dead tired.
Well, and then he breaks his neck. Yeah.
I mean, you're on the edge of your seat for most of that movie.
my friend. He's dead tired.
Right. That's it. Let off some steam, Bennett. I mean, for one-liners, that movie, I lied, Sully. Like for one-liners, that Commando all the way. However, Top Gun. I mean, I built aircraft carriers, the plastic models, as a kid a lot, and aircraft carriers and jet planes. Are you kidding me? It's got to be Top Gun. Just the most of the movie was filmed on an aircraft carrier, or set on the aircraft carrier, and with the Tomcat and just the fantastic aerial combat. It's got to be Top Gun, 100%. It changed. I mean, that's all anyone was talking about that year.
The way Tony Scott was able to transition from actual firefighting in the sky to miniatures of people, because you can watch behind the scenes. There's miniatures of people puppeteering like planes. You can't tell. It's like people talk about Jurassic Park, where you move in your CGI with your animatronics and it's seamless because of how you select the shots. Like Top Gun has the same kind of thing.
Incredible. Yeah, I couldn't tell which was which. And the soundtrack. I mean, the Top Gun soundtrack was just incredible.
What do you guys like better, Danger Zone or Playing with the Boys?
Danger Zone.
Take My Breath Away by Berlin.
Take My Breath Away.
That's another good one.
Should do a bracket for songs.
Yeah, I think Danger Zone and Take My Breath Away. When you hear those, you just think of the scene from Top Gun that it.
I'm not sure if audio cut out, but it would.
No,
be
we're here.
Brandon.
I think
Okay.
Brandon's next, right?
My turn?
Yeah.
Yes,
All right,
Brandon's up next.
I am also going to go with Top Gun. I think Commando is a fun movie. I will give it that. I do think Top Gun has probably stood the test of time a little stronger. Got me into Kenny Loggins, so it earns points for that. There's just so much that I really enjoy about that movie. I love the homoeroticism. I love the
There's plenty of
companionship.
homoeroticism in Commando.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so they both have something in common. But yeah, there is something about a Top Gun that I find really endearing, and I don't know if it's just because Val Kilmer passed away recently, but like I've loved Val Kilmer, and this is one of his like great roles, obviously, and stuff like that. But I don't know what it is. Like it just there's a combination of just like aesthetic and just being able to feel the weight of everything that's going on. Top Gun is definitely the easy pick for me. However, I will say, and I don't know how many other people are in this same camp. I do think Maverick is the better movie, though.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Right. How about you, Kat?
So I recently saw Top Gun for the first time ever a few weeks ago. I've been familiar with it forever. Never got around to watching it. And I greatly upset Ben with my 2-star out of 5 review.
I was like, what the fuck?
Oh god, it was awful.
It's just so of its time, Kat. It's
Well,
so
that
of
is
its
of its time. The action scenes aren't shot very well. I was expecting a lot more from Iceman because I've been familiar with that character forever. He's barely in it. Kind of a cheesy script. It's like, admittedly, Commando's really cheesy as well. I mean, the opening sequence of Commando is hysterical, and they're going around feeding all the deer and that type of ridiculous stuff. But Commando's got good action and great one-liners. And come on, Bill Duke versus Schwarzenegger. Come on, I got to give it to Commando because I'd definitely watch that again before I'd watch Top Gun again. But I agree that Maverick surpassed the original in every way.
Yeah, I agree with that.
See, Lemon Pie was right. Kat says you should upload a second video of Kat watching Commando, as in you, and that'll be the second video on my YouTube channel.
I actually thought of that, Scotty. When you said there was a video of Kat watching Commando, that was the image in my head.
So, Bobak, this, if you don't remember, this is the movie you and I used to quote all the time.
There's something going on in this island next to Santa Barbara. That must be where they're keeping Jenny.
Right on this island.
And we just love how he stumbles out. He's like, "Oh, it must be this island."
Just going to a random. Yeah, he's like, it's all happening here. We have to go there. Like, how do you, Arnold? Sorry, you have to call him Arnold. Arnold. Hey, by the way, you guys are awesome. I'm sorry that I'm getting so pixelated.
It's all good, man. Hey, cheers, cheers.
Okay,
cheers.
Cheers, guys. Cheers. Here, let me get rid of my background. Maybe my background is the problem. I don't know. But I'm gonna give this one 100% Top Gun. I mean, Commando's a great film, but you just can't go against Top Gun. It's got everything for me. When I was a kid, first thing I wanted to do was to be a F-14 fighter pilot. That was my first thing I wanted. And I hadn't even seen
I thought you were going to say you wanted to be a volleyball
Never heard
player.
of it, but that's what I wanted to do. And so, yeah, seeing the movie come out, is just yes, absolutely. I just wanted to be shirtless, basically. I want to be shirtless and oiled up on the beach. That's what life was like growing up. But Top Gun, I didn't realize, Ben. I'm glad that you said something about there being miniatures. I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at it.
Yeah,
because I thought that basically what they did was it was just basically the Navy making a massive commercial.
No, they did.
Where they're like,
They
yeah,
did.
sure, you can bring cameras on deck of an aircraft carrier, put them up in the
all that
the
stuff is
cockpit,
real.
and just make it look super badass to be a fighter pilot, which it is.
All that stuff is real.
But they
Bobak.
also and what I'm saying is that they did so well. Yeah, no, all that stuff is real, but the miniatures were done so well. I always thought the miniatures. I mean, I just thought it was the actual planes the whole time. So
No,
it's
well,
like,
actually,
wow,
these days they call them.
that makes it even better for me.
These days they call them bigatures.
But yeah, I mean, definitely
yeah.
Tom Cruise, Top Gun.
I thought
gonna
the
have to do
miniatures
it
were named
hands down.
Tom Cruise, and they solved that by putting platforms in his shoes.
No, but Bobak, these days they call them bigatures. They're more like models that are about, I don't know, 2 feet by 3 feet. They're not miniatures. They're not like Star Wars size. They're bigger, but they did puppeteer those. So yeah.
Well, Star Wars is
No, yeah, I think you're right. Star Wars used bigger models too, but I don't know if the term was coined at that point. But anyway, Bobak, you were cutting out a little bit, right, guys?
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay,
I don't know if
but we
Bobak-
got your point. We got your
I don't
point.
know if turning off your camera might solve anything.
Yeah,
like,
no,
still
I get what you're saying, like 1/4 scale or something like that.
Yeah, if you want to just use your avatar, go for it. If that helps,
as long as your audio works, it's good.
Yeah, because we're all so small here anyway on screen.
Right.
Anyway,
Hey, didn't the term bigatures
shit,
come
did
up
he just
because
leave?
during Lord of the Rings?
Possibly.
The
That sounds
production?
right.
wait, he just left.
He'll be back.
Earlier, but came back. So
With the wrong button.
All right,
Yeah, he
Joanne.
hit the wrong button.
Commando versus Top Gun.
yeah, it's too bad. I was hoping that Bobak was going to go to Commando, and then I was going to do Commando 2, and it was going to be a tie. And then we were going to have to go, but no, it didn't happen. I do think Top Gun is a better made movie, but you know I just have to go with my heart, and my heart says Arnold.
Well, it wouldn't have been a tie because looking at the poll, 70% voted for Top Gun and 30% voted for Commando out of 10 votes. So that would have been the tiebreaker anyway. So.
Okay, all right. A little bit of consolation there.
Dude, I love Arnold too. I mean, goddamn, I read his book. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, he is amazing.
Nice.
But yeah,
one.
all right. Let's go to the next one.
All right. Moving on. I love this one. Right, John? Boom.
Sorry, yes, I was taking a second to look, not to spoil anything, but I made my own version of how this poll is going to shake out just on my own. And so far, I am completely on target with my choices of what I made a version of what I thought the everybody else would pick. And I thought Gone in 60 Seconds was going to win. And so I'm off by one on that one. But anyway, just interesting. Okay, we are on, what is this? Sequels. Beverly Hills Cop 2 by Bruckheimer and Predator 2 by Joel Silver.
All right. Take it away, Ben.
I'm taking it away. Sorry, I'm writing the poll while I'm doing this. This is 100%. I love them both. Love them both. Me, John, and Scotty just did a whole Predator breakdown. I love Predator 2 almost as much as Predator 1. But I think Beverly Hills Cop 2 after Empire Strikes Back is the best sequel ever made.
Oh,
I think it makes the first one better. It builds on the relationships. It never forgets who was in that, despite Jenny Summers never being mentioned again. But that's okay. Maybe she moved to France or something. We don't know.
So it does forget.
Making Taggart and Rosewood such a bigger part of the story and having them build this friendship where they all hang out with each other's families and go camping. And like John, you were saying when we did our Lethal Weapon thing, and you're talking about Shane Black bringing in, you brought up Beverly Hills Cop, like it's not a buddy cop comedy movie. The first one's not. Second one is, and that's what I love so much about it. It's directed by Tony Scott, so the action is kinetic and fast and very, very high stakes. As opposed to the first one. I think the first movie is very funny, but it's kind of a mess as far as its direction goes. And I've always said that, so come at me. I don't care. I love it. It's very funny, but I think the second one has the same amount of humor, but it's just such a better directed movie. And you obviously, John, you get the sun shots of Tony Scott and the blind.
You were talking about how Bruckheimer's movies have a certain look and feel. It's really translated off of Tony Scott's look.
It is. Michael Bay's copied that.
Yeah,
sort of
all
thing.
of them have. All of the directors for hire were told, make a movie that looks just like Tony Scott's movies.
Yeah. So for me, I love both these movies. I think Predator 2 is fucking so much fun. But yeah, Beverly Hills Cop 2, I think is one of my favorite movies. So
nice.
Right on.
Got it.
This is a tough one because
It is.
I also love both of these movies. And some people poo-poo Beverly Hills Cop 2. I do not poo-poo Beverly Hills Cop 2. I think everything that you just said, Ben, about Beverly Hills Cop 2 is accurate. I think it's iconic for its era. And I think that, Tony Scott absolutely raises the bar on what Beverly Hills Cop 1, because it was all resting on the shoulders of Eddie Murphy. However, my unrealistic ideals of having sex with a Latina in an apartment building makes it so that Predator 2, I think Predator 2 expands the world of Predator. I like the juxtaposition of Now it's in a concrete jungle. I like everything about it. The expansion of having the xenomorph on the wall, even though it spawned questionable spin-offs. I love Predator 2 just a little bit more than I love Beverly Hills Cop 2. Because when I watch Beverly Hills Cop 1, it's a comedy. When I watch Beverly Hills Cop 2, it's an action movie. When I watch
it's
Predator
an action
1,
comedy. It's an action comedy.
It's an action comedy, but it's more, I think it's heavier on the action than it is on the comedy. Although, like, even Eddie Murphy himself says, I don't know how we fooled everybody into thinking that Beverly Hills Cop 2 was good. And the reviews were mixed at the time. Again, it was a box office hit, and Predator 2, not so much. But I love Danny Glover stepping into the role. I'm glad that it's not just a rote sequel. I like the transplant from the humid jungles to the scorching city of Summer in the City. And I love the cast of both, but like my heart stays with Predator 2, even though, you know, if you ask me next year, if we do another anniversary show.
Or tomorrow.
Scotty's forever
Or
changing.
tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be like, you know what? I should really, I'll type something in the comments.
But in reality, Scotty, you were actually just consistent, because this is the pick I thought you would make. It was the pick you made back when we talked about Predator movies, and you're sticking with it. That's consistency. I'm very proud.
Thanks, man.
Because usually, I honestly thought it when you started this. I'm like, wait a minute, he is going to go the other way. I thought I could.
Well, to be fair, John, we hadn't talked about Beverly Hills Cop 2.
No, I know. So I was surprised, but his love for Predator 2 seemed like this is a category.
I think we all, dude, the three of us all love Predator 2.
Well, I think all three of us feel very similar with this category. I'm right there. Like, I love both movies. I think they're both really strong sequels. But I'm going to lean in with what Scotty said of, like, I like the way that Predator 2 expands that universe, and like being an Alien, fan of the Alien series, and Predator being a brother to it, not just because they connected them. Even if they had never connected, I would always kind of look at the Predators as like, a brother series to some degree, but probably always like the Aliens better or whatever. But just such a huge fan of the Predator series, and Predator 2 is a really strong entry in that series and does a lot to expand that world and give us a great sequel that went in directions that seemed interesting at the time. And gave us that Easter egg, one of the greatest of all time. I agree with you, Scotty. It's like, I wish we could have got something better out of that. I think we are I am avoiding trailers, but apparently coming up, Badlands kind of leans back into that with a trophy case, I heard. So we'll have to see, what we get there. But Predator 2. I will admit, I think Predator 2, it does have some issues on the filmmaking side compared to what I think we get out of Beverly Hills Cop 2. I think Tony Scott is a very strong filmmaker, and he brings all of his talent to that movie. And I imagine if I was really comparing them on which one I think is the better made film, I might lean into Beverly Hills Cop 2. But for like more rewatchable and just the fun and expansion of either's universe and being a good sequel to a great original, I'm going with Predator 2.
All right, cool. Moving to Spider-Man.
Jill's still sitting this one out? How many is Jill out on?
Jill doesn't have a television.
Yeah,
I think I had a childhood where I didn't watch so many movies, so I'm catching up. I'll watch.
It's a lot to catch up
Jill
on.
Jill has a rotary phone.
I decided to focus on science fiction first, and I'm still getting through those, so I haven't moved on to this yet.
I'm going to be skipping a few too, so you're not alone.
It's all good. We're just happy everyone's here.
No, it's all good. I was surprised that we were
them.
still skipping Jill. I thought at some point she was jumping back.
She'll
in.
join again.
I get it. If these aren't your kinds of movies, then a lot of these you probably just haven't seen.
And I probably will love them. I'll get back to you on all of them one day.
Well, let's see who the winners are. Then you'll know the best ones to watch, the ones that win the categories.
That's right.
Who's next? Brandon?
Spider-Man.
No, it's me right here, and this is, excellent choice. I mean, Predator 2, the idea of him getting loose in the city, that was, and Danny Glover is one of my favorite actors, but I don't recall seeing. I don't think Arnold Schwarzenegger was in Predator 2 very much at all, which was a disappointment.
No, he wasn't in it at all.
Yeah, see that. So,
Yeah, but Jenny Summers
so it's
wasn't
not
in Beverly Hills Cop 2. So
I love it. I love it that you're saying I like Predator 2 more, even though Arnold Schwarzenegger wasn't in much of it.
Well, I didn't say that I like it more. I said that I like it because it's set in the city. I'm fascinated with that concept, but I don't even consider it a sequel because Arnie's not in it.
Right.
So because it's not a sequel, by default, Beverly Hills Cop 2, and I think I liked Beverly Hills Cop 2 maybe even more than the original. It is one of the best sequels of all time. And the three of them going together, I mean, holy shit. The three of them are a dynamic team, a great trio for buddy cop movies. And just with, the cast, the three of those actors together, fantastic. So I'm going to go with Beverly Hills Cop 2. Just alone because of the amount of firepower that the three officers have.
Very good. All right. How about Brandon?
Man, Predator 2 is a pretty bad movie. I think I'm going to go with Predator 2 for my pick.
You mean a pretty bad as in good movie?
No, it's a bad movie, but I'm gonna pick it over the other.
Okay.
I have a feeling that Brandon has not seen Beverly Hills Cop 2. I don't know why.
I've seen it. I just don't have a lot of strong memories of it. While Predator 2, I watched in high school one really late night on the Sci-Fi Channel where I couldn't sleep. And I was just introduced to this intro scene of like a gang war over drugs and like people snorting coke. And then all of a sudden there's a predator. I'm like, God damn, I need to stay up all night and watch this. There is something pretty fun about the Predator too. Like we said, like I love like the urban setting set like during like, I think it's like a heat wave that they have going on. Everyone's just like sweaty and miserable. I think it's like a prime setting for sure. Gary Busey's there. That's always interesting, I guess. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a messy movie, and I don't think it works as well as the first one. But I do respect it for kind of like expanding upon the idea, taking it a new direction. And it's kind of like what the series has been kind of trying to do with like Prey and stuff, like take the Predator, put them in a new situation like that. And like we said earlier, Badlands looks to be kind of doing the same thing. Really excited for that. And I guess you can even give it some points for it kind of being reflective of like the war on drugs and like the Reagan administration. That's not for nothing, I guess. Still stupid, but it's a lot of fun. I do have
drugs are our friends.
Yes, I do have fond memories of watching this very, very late at night. So I'm gonna go with Predator 2.
Yay! Oh, and by the way, Jill, I'm sorry about saying you don't own a television.
So by the way, I just made my third Vespa. These are wonderful.
I might forgive you later.
Oh man,
Brandon, I want to thank you so much for this wonderful recipe.
Absolutely.
You're gonna be wasted, Ben.
Yeah,
Free
These
Vespa.
are fucking good, man.
Damn.
These are fucking good.
It's an
They're really good.
anniversary party. You're
It's
supposed to
the
get
best
a little
martini you can drink.
Let's
really
get
is.
along.
All right.
Cat.
This one's no contest for me. It's Predator 2.
Yeah.
I went back and watched that again recently, and I thought I was gonna hate it because it had been a long time since I've seen it. I'm like, this is probably a bad movie. And yeah, the script is messy and stuff, but you know what? The cast is great. It's the first time I'd seen Ruben Blades. I remember watching that as a kid. And so the last 45 minutes is in particular really good. It's like that one continuous pursuit from the train sequence all the way through with the freezer scene. It's great. Gary Busey has one of my favorite line deliveries ever when Danny Glover's just not getting it and he just rolls his eyes and he's like, a fucking alien. And he actually does reference the first movie, even though Schwarzenegger's not in it. So it does connect the continuity there. I like how they connected it a bit with the first movie at the end with the Alien franchise, the skull in there. I like they're upping the sportsmanship. Like, he kills the back. Like, Danny Glover wins, but the other Predators don't hold that against him. They respect that. That was really cool. I love the lore of giving him the pistol. I didn't need that explained in the Prey movie. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. And Bill Paxton, one of his really fun characters, who's like starts out as a real dope, but turns out to be like a real heroic character. At
Hey,
the end.
John, what do you have to say about that?
Worst Bill Paxton performance ever.
Oh yeah, it's not a great performance by any means compared to his other movies.
Worst character of any movie.
He's trying to be Hudson and the used car salesman from True Lies in one movie.
The Predator franchise is one of my all-time favorites. I absolutely love it. I can't wait till we get around to reviewing them on Phantasmagorium. And Beverly Hills Cop 2. I admit I liked it more than the first one because I didn't think the first one was very funny because we know it wasn't meant to be a comedy originally and they didn't rewrite the script as such. But yeah, it's just Predator 2 all the way.
So the consensus here on Beverly Hills Cop 2 is that it's better than Beverly Hills Cop 1. That's what I've heard so far, and I agree with that. It may not be winning this argument or this bracket. Anyway, sorry.
We'll see what happens. All right, Bobak showed up in time.
Bring it home, Bobak. Bring it home.
Bobak appears to be frozen.
I'll speak for him. Dude. No, he doesn't talk that way.
No, he wasn't. That was a horrible impression.
Yeah, I can't. He's too well spoken for me. Bobak, are you there?
Bobak, hold up 2 fingers if it's Predator 2 or 2 fingers.
I don't see my image moving. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you look like you're getting devoured by fucking.
You look like a predator.
Okay, so you guys cannot hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, brother. We can hear you. I'm assuming you can't hear us. Can you hear us? God damn it, Bobak.
Yeah, it just looks at times like there's a plastic bag over your head.
I'm here, but I don't think...
Type it into the chat. Can you type it?
Bobak, if you can hear us in the private chat, tell us
it is
better.
Oh, he picked Fletch too, it looks like. Oh, that was Lemon Pie.
Oh, wait, you can?
Yeah, we can totally fucking hear you, man. We're fucking talking to you. Yeah, Fletch too.
Well,
Yeah.
so long as you can hear me. I've got my active camo turned on here. I hope you guys can't see me.
Nice.
Okay. If you can hear me, that's all.
A weird version of you. But...
as a kid, Predator was just. But you can hear me though, right?
He sent his vote in the chat. He did send his vote in the chat.
Oh, did he? Did he?
Yeah, I'll type it.
Yes. I love you, Bobak. So Beverly Hills Cop 2 gets another one.
Yes.
All right. So Joanne, take us home.
Yes. I am also
I'll put
going
it in
with
the
Beverly
private
Hills Cop
chat.
2. Bobak, was he still trying to?
He's like the guy that got his throat slit that you think is dead, and then he just keeps breathing.
Sorry, Bobak. Well, we got your vote in, and I actually have the same vote. Beverly Hills Cop 2. That is a childhood favorite for me. I'm really attached to the characters. I love Foley, and with Predator 2, like since Arnold isn't in it, there's no character that came. The main character I cared about didn't come through. So Beverly Hills Cop 2 is so funny to me, and I'm going with that.
Man, I love you, Joe. And what are we at now? What's the count?
John?
Sorry, I went on mute. 4-4. We
count's
have
already
a
gone.
tie.
Joanne, what's the count? Who won?
4-4. Can you hear me? 4-4.
Yeah.
We have a tie.
We have a tie.
Okay, we have a tie, but we have a poll in the chat with 9 votes. Beverly Hills Cop 2 wins 78-22.
Huh.
Yeah, with 10 votes. Yeah. Damn.
Well, there we go.
Awesome.
Oh, I love it. I finally got a win for the home team there.
Yeah, it was a tiebreaker. Don't dance like you just did a grand slam or something.
Well, was I dancing, Scotty?
But
yeah, you were.
I can't celebrate by speaking. All right, guys.
On my guesses, on my personal guesses, my personal guesses are my personal take. So I still went with what I would pick, which was Predator 2. But I guessed that the gang would end up with Beverly Hills Cop 2, and that worked out with help from the chat. And with that win right now, we are also tied on our producer count. Each have 3 wins.
Wow.
All right,
Very
so
cool.
we are moving on to the next category.
John, I knew this was going to be a good idea. I mean,
yeah, it's fun. Okay, moving on to the next category. We are going to try to move this along because we got a lot to get through, and there's still more rounds. I think when we get to rounds 2, 3, and 4, we just give quick answers. Don't spend a lot of time talking about each movie. But
right.
But anyway, 3-quels. Moving on to that. Pirates of the Caribbean 3, At World's End, and Matrix Revolutions.
Okay, this one fucking sucks for me because I hate both these movies. I guess I have to go with Pirates 3 because it's a little more entertaining and less annoying. I do kind of like the ending quite a bit. I think Matrix Revolution is a diabolical scheme to get everybody all the goodwill from the original Matrix movie and like tell everyone to shove it up their ass with a fucking razor blade. I don't know. I hate that movie. Pirates of the Caribbean 3 is at least entertaining. It's swashbuckling. I remember seeing it with my wife at the time. And, we drank some like fucking vodka lemonades before we saw it. And we had a good time with it. I was so disappointed in Matrix 3. I didn't even know what to say when it was over, except for open and insert alcohol because I hated it. So as much as I love the first Matrix movie, I think the third Pirates movie is just better. It's more fun. I think Matrix Revolutions is fucking terrible. So that's me.
So if I haven't seen both of the movies, I got to abstain. I can't just lie.
Yeah, you can't lie.
Yeah,
I got to abstain.
Well, you know what? If you didn't ask the question, you could have lied, and we wouldn't have known. But
I know, but this is
we
fair
would've
and
known 'cause
balanced.
We would have known because he previously told us he hadn't seen Pirates.
Yeah,
3.
exactly.
Yeah, you did tell us that. But Ben, I'll leave that up to you whether you want to count votes on people who have.
Oh, I've already said, like, if you haven't seen both movies, you just sit it out, and
I'll sit it out then.
Yeah, everyone's
Okay.
cool with that. Everyone's
He's
cool
sitting
with
it
that.
out. Okay, I guess that brings us to me. Matrix, I like Matrix Revolution. Like I had a lot of ideas, and whoever's watching, if they want to check out our longer thoughts on the Matrix movies, that's out there that Ben and I did with the Helmets. And I have a lot of ideas of where I thought 2 was setting us up. And so I was very disappointed in where 3 actually goes. But now that we know, what we got, the movie's made, years have gone by. It is what it is. I'm never going to get the version that was in my head between 2 and 3's release that I thought we were going to get. So when I look at what 3 became and what it is, I do kind of appreciate the look into Zion and the battle to protect and save Zion.
Really?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty different than,
Yeah, I like it too.
the living in the Matrix stuff that we thought we were going to be watching. So there's aspects of the movie that I like, but the cast in that movie is compared to the cast in the Pirates movie. It's just not that strong. Like the Pirates movie, you still got Johnny Depp doing the character that we all love, and he's still very entertaining in that role in the third film. Jeffrey Rush comes back, he was such a standout in the first film. That's still his best chance at that role, but he gets to do a lot of fun stuff in the third film. And there's so many other aspects of the cast that I think that's really the element that holds it above the Matrix movie. Even though I like some of the elements of what we got out of Matrix 3, it wasn't what I wanted, but I can still enjoy it. Pirates 3, I think the story is convoluted and doesn't make much sense. Same with Matrix 3. The big thing with these, part of why I put these specifically against each other was the first films if they had just ended with those films, they would go down in history as these great one-off movies. But they wanted to make sequels. They saw the potential, and both of these series made back-to-back sequels for their part 2 and part 3, and made messes with stories that don't even really make a whole lot of sense. It's like you had the time to do back-to-back sequels to hit movies that everybody was going to be salivating to come show up and watch 2 and 3 that will be released in a 2-year succession, so that everyone will just be right there ready to watch them back to back. And they put out trash both times, both series. Like, there's stuff I can enjoy in both series in parts 2 and 3, but compared to the originals, they just made messes of their series very quickly.
I think it tells you, John, that outside of Lord of the Rings, like, shooting back to back to back is very fucking hard to make it work, because both of these ones were movies. You had 99, you had 2003, and then both of them had 3 or 4 year hiatuses, and then they made those ones back to back. I think Matrix 2 and 3 were like 6 months apart. What
yeah,
the
they were
fuck?
the same year. Yeah.
Well, they weren't shot 6 months apart. They just released them that far apart because they were
know
planning
that,
it
but
as
they
far
were-
back as 1997.
No, they were shot at
They
the
were
same
shot
time.
as one big movie.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
they were
because the
shot at the same time.
Wachowskis also wrote it, all 3 of them, as one big thing.
I don't think
Well,
they
I
did.
don't buy that.
I don't buy that at all. I think
Why
they
the
wrote
fuck did they
it.
talk about
It's one of the
vampires
whole
and
story.
introducing? Yeah,
Werewolves.
bullshit. Anyway, I don't want to spend more
No.
time. I'll just give my answer, but I think I'm going to lean in with Pirates 3, just mainly because of the cast and some of the entertaining humor and writing that you still get in it. And it's still a very creative movie. I really do like the segment where they go into like the afterworld or whatever to get depth. That's actually a really great segment of the Pirates series overall. That's probably, other than the first film, that's one of my most memorable moments of the entire Pirates series, is that whole afterworld segment.
It's funny, these two movies have so much similarities, because at the beginning of the Matrix 3, you have them going to like the train station to get him out of this exile thing that he's in. And you have the same thing with the Afterlife with Jack Sparrow. Yeah. Anyway.
There you go.
Yeah. Jill.
And,
Oh, wait.
yeah,
Jill.
well, I have seen Matrix 3, and I could talk about that convoluted mess, but I haven't seen Pirate. I either haven't seen Pirates 3 or I saw it, but I wasn't paying attention, or it was on in the background, or my husband was watching it. And I was like, oh no. But Matrix 3, all I think about is the Agent Smith fight. That's the only thing that really stands out to me as something kind of fun. But I can't vote.
All right. So Canadian Spider-Man.
I mean, to follow on what you were saying about the cast being great in Pirates of the Caribbean, I really liked Chow Yun-fat. He's a favorite of mine, and I did like the to see the Asian influence in, and because there definitely were Asian pirates, so that was kind of cool to see that. And of course, Jeffrey Rush. The actors are better quality for sure in Pirates 3. And At World's End is even a cool title. I mean, that I was grabbed by that movie just from as soon as I heard the title, actually. As far as Matrix 3 goes, the only part I really liked about it was in Zion, where you had all of the enemy coming through that little hole in the roof up, and so there was like unlimited number of bugs coming through there, and everyone was using these really cool suits to shoot. I mean, that was cool. The suits were cool, the armament was cool, and I like any point where you have like a bottleneck and like unlimited enemy coming through, and the idea is just to defeat them until you run out of ammo. That kind of scenario I'm attracted to, so I liked that part. But other than that, the movie was pretty forgettable, other than that one scene. So yeah, I got to go. Absolutely, I've got to go. I can't go with Matrix. I got to go with Pirates 3.
Okay.
I think
Nice.
Pirates just no. It's still okay. Keep going.
Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to go through it anyway, right? Everyone gets their chance to vote.
Oh no. Sometimes I just like to say like, oh, this one's done. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Brandon. Let's see what Brandon says.
Well, it is done because I'm also going with Pirates 3. Yeah, just all three of them. Like both of them for the third movie in the series. Like I really don't have too much to say. I think like I do think Matrix Revolutions gets a little overhated, but at the same time, I don't think it's good at all. It's definitely the weakest out of the 4 films. And it kind of goes the same for At World's End. It at least has the caveat of like still kind of being that loud, bombastic blockbuster that like the first 2 films were, and that kind of carries it. And I mean, even the performances too, to an extent, even though like I think at least for me at this point, I was kind of getting a little tired of the Johnny Depp shtick. I was kind of like, all right, we've seen it and stuff like that. But it's still like it has its moments. It has a little bit of enjoyability, but yeah, that was kind of the downturn for the series after Dead Man's Chest. But I think between the two, I would probably still have to go with Pirates.
Makes
Can I
sense.
just say I like seeing Brandon like chilled out on a chair, just kind of lounging, because we've always seen you with the green screen background. Like now you're just kind of chilling. It's great.
If I move an inch, this chair will creak so loud. So I'm just trying to keep my core strength strong and just stay in this position for 3 hours.
And everybody, can I really quickly introduce a YouTube phenomenon? One of my YouTube idols, and we're gonna bring him up kind of small here, but Robert My Burnett just
hello,
showed up to the show.
YouTube phenomenon. Get at it.
I was not expecting you, brother.
That's very kind. That's very.
Well, thank you for being here, man, and I'm glad that you made it. Because I know you're a predator, just like I am, which is a producer editor. But you're much more successful.
Thank God.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but yes. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. I apologize.
And you probably dude. I'm just happy that you're here, and I appreciate you coming on, man. Like,
yeah, man, your big show tonight.
Yeah. Well, you're a big part of that back when we hit our 400. But do you know either one of these guys, Rob?
Well, I worked for Joel Silver in the early 90s, and then, of course, he was our executive producer on the movie The Hills Run Red that I produced back in 2008. Okay. And then I've only met Jerry Bruckheimer once when I interviewed him for Designing Hollywood before Top Gun Maverick came out.
Oh, nice.
So, I wouldn't say I know either gentleman. I've crossed paths with Joel, though, and it was interesting because when I worked on the Warner lot, Richard Donner, there was a suite of offices. It was a single-story suite of offices that was kind of like a donut or more like an oval. And Silver Pictures and Donner's company faced each other. And then on the other sides of the oval were offices where like the story departments were and the copy machines were. So it was kind of this enclave of Donner and Joel Silver. And it was a very interesting place to be because I had worked for Joel Silver. I was a story analyst for a while, and then I worked for Donner on Free Willy. I was a producer's assistant on Free Willy, so I was in that circle for a long time. And then also when I worked at when I was in feature production, I was there all the time too because they'd obviously made Lethal Weapon 3 and stuff when I was there.
I want to say I heard you talk about Don Simpson before too, right?
Yeah, but again, I didn't really know. I never met Don Simpson, but it was an interesting time. When Simpson Bruckheimer had their revolutionary deal and all that, they had their Paramount deal, and then you had what's his face going over to Columbia. But it was an interesting time when Simpson Bruckheimer. They owned the 80s basically. I mean, producing everything, Flashdance, Beverly Hills Cop.
That's why we wanted to do this.
Days of Thunder.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting time because both of those guys had big studio money behind them. you know, and they were making really incredible. I mean, Joel Silver was the associate producer of The Warriors back in '79.
wow.
I love The Warriors, but yeah, he was. So those guys, and like Jerry Bruckheimer produced Michael Mann's first feature film, Thief, with James Caan. And so,
Yeah, I was thinking of including some of those films as their early successes in these categories, but I felt like Top Gun and Commando seemed like more proper places to start their careers.
yeah,
More recognizable starts to their careers.
yes, that's yeah. I mean, and Commando was a Fox film, and you know, Top Gun was Paramount, and that's kind of where Simpson Bruckheimer. You had Joel Silver was over at Fox, and Simpson Bruckheimer was at Paramount. So that's an interesting. It was just a really interesting time.
Yeah, and I never knew if they knew each other well or if they were feuding, but we made them feud here.
Right.
You know?
I
Just
mean,
for
I think
fun.
everybody was competitive. You know,
Sure.
I don't necessarily. I think that it was a great time. I mean, it was a lot of fun. Like, I started working at Warner Brothers in '89, and it was it was a wild time because Hollywood was riding high on these big successful. They were still buying spec scripts from people, and they were both making. I mean, Joel Silver was making all different kinds of films, and you know, whether it was Ricochet or whether it was Die Hard. I remember there was a big deal because they were chasing snow for Die Hard 2, and the budget went up and up and up and up and up because there was no snow when they were trying to film in the snow, so they had a hard time. I mean, it was wild. That was back when Premiere Magazine was being printed, and they would do big exposés on all these guys.
I missed that magazine. I remember reading about the first X-Men movie coming out in Premiere Magazine. I was like, oh my God. And I was just like looking at the character photos and
It's too bad that we don't really have anything like that anymore. I mean, you've got the internet, but most of the people reporting on the internet are not insiders. You know, they're not covering the entertainment industry. They're covering it from a distance.
Well, and nobody cares about the websites anymore that have the first image, because the first thing they do is they put it on Twitter, you know?
Right.
So.
Yeah. No, it's,
well,
it's
Rob,
a different world.
Rob, I'm glad you're here. And now you can get into it with us because what do we have coming up next, John? What's the next?
Well, so we are currently on, we're still on threequels.
Right.
Pirates 3 against Matrix 3.
Wow.
Pirates 3 has 4 votes. Well, let's let Rob go next, and then there still are a few more people who could vote in this category.
Okay, so Rob, if you know the deal, this is just like an NCAA tournament. You know? So yeah, just pick your favorite of those two.
Well, I loved Pirates 3 and was very disappointed by Matrix Revolutions. So I'm going to go with Pirates 3.
All right, a sweep at
I
the
think
moment.
Pirates 3 might take this one.
Right.
Well, it's already won the category for sure.
Yeah, it
It has won. But I believe it's Kat's turn now.
Okay.
You know, Pirates 3 had a banger climax, but you got to get through the first 2 hours to get there, where they have spent so much time on a subplot that has literally no bearing on the climax of the movie. I really wanted more Chow Yun-Fat. They advertised the heck out of him, and they didn't use him at all for like maybe 5 minutes. Well, it was Matrix
same
Revolutions.
with Keith Richards.
Matrix Revolutions. I like that it continues the deconstruction of Morpheus as a prophet. I like that. I think it finishes the story they set up in the first movie. Admittedly, not as much stuff going on in the actual Matrix in that film, but I like the ideas of it, and I like that it finishes the story. So I'm going to pick Matrix 3.
You mean how they forgot about the Matrix altogether in that movie?
Well, no, because the second movie fills you in on everything else you need to really know about the Matrix. So
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking.
I still think the second two of those films are my favorites, but
that's interesting.
All right. Nice. How about
Love
Bobak?
Is Bob?
Let's see if you guys can hear me.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear.
I can. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Well, go.
I think he muted himself again.
Oh my god.
Am I muted again?
There we go.
I love you so much, Bob.
No, I'm here. No, I'm here, dude. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes. What do you like?
That's
Pirates?
Hear
enough.
you. It
can't
might
see-
help if you go to avatar mode so we can hear you better, and so you're not fighting with the bandwidth to show your.
Yeah, we don't need imagery. We just need to hear you.
Okay.
That's all.
I'll just turn off
Right
my
now,
camera
though,
for
you
right
do
now.
look like somebody from
Let's
Street
see.
Trash.
It's taking. Here. Is it off now? I push a button. It takes 3 minutes to execute.
There we go.
I don't know
There we
what's
go.
going on.
You're good,
I'm
brother.
gonna keep it short and sweet. I'm gonna stick.
All right.
You guys can hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm gonna go with Matrix 3. I like how it wraps up. Like we were just saying. I like how it wraps up the storyline that was in the beginning. It was my least favorite of the 3 Matrix movies. I thought that it was just really hard to look at Keanu Reeves with all that eye makeup and stuff when he like got his eyes burnt out, but I appreciate that they wrapped up the story and all that. Pirates of the Caribbean, I mean, Pirates 3 wasn't even the end, like it just kept going and I never got invested in the characters and anything like that. So I'm going to put my money behind Matrix 3.
All right.
All right.
Cool.
Well,
Nice.
fair
Giant.
enough.
You got
Fair
the
enough.
last-
Fair enough.
You got the last say. You can see
Okay.
if Matrix
Yeah.
gets one more vote or not.
Yeah, until just a few minutes ago, I thought I was going to be the only one for Matrix 3, but we got a couple of other votes.
Let's see.
Yeah, Pirates 3, I think, won. But yeah, I did enjoy Matrix 3, even though it was a little messy and definitely not what anyone was expecting. But I just enjoy the concept of the whole movie more. It just interests me more than the concepts of Pirates 3. So it's just a personal preference, and I was going to go with Matrix 3 as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Captain
we're-
Mifune.
So
beats
Joe,
Captain Jack
Joe, where are we at? Because I got the poll ready.
That's it. That's Pirates wins. 4 or 5
and
to 3.
Pirates also wins the poll in the chat. 69%, 30%. So yeah, baby. So another one for Bruckheimer, baby.
Yeah, another one for Bruckheimer. All right. Moving on to the next category, we have the Eddie Murphy starter. We have 48 Hours for Joel Silver and Beverly Hills Cop, the original, for Bruckheimer.
Okay, I'm going to start. Easy one for me. I've always been someone that said that the first Beverly Hills Cop movie is, aside from it being hilarious, is a mess as far as directing goes. 48 Hours is one of my favorite movies of all time. I think it's such a huge pioneer of buddy cop movies, even though like I've shown that I remember showing this movie to my friends in college that were much younger than me. I'm a Gen Xer. They were millennials and they were so offended by 48 Hours. Just for some of the shit that goes on in that movie and some of the stuff that Nick Nolte says. I think that this is the movie that created that genre. It may have happened before, but not like this. And 48 Hours is in my top 15 movies of all time. I love it. And I respect the hell out of Beverly Hills Cop 1. I think it's hilarious, but I do think it's inconsistent, and nobody wants to really admit that because it's kind of a stone cold classic. Me being a fan of part 2 more than part 1 can say that easily, but 48 Hours to me takes this one.
All right.
Well,
Scotty.
and John, you and I have had many conversations, and you have said many times that I am a person who prefers the lesser known sequel over the original. And this is the category that proves the rule, because I am a bigger fan of another 48 Hours than the first 48 Hours. And I'm a bigger fan of, and this is where it breaks the rule, I'm a bigger fan of the original Beverly Hills Cop than I am of the second Beverly Hills Cop. I do think that the second Beverly Hills Cop is a better movie, better crafted. but I do think the original Beverly Hills Cop is my iconography. So
I love Martin Brest, just not as much as Tony Scott. Just saying.
Well, no, and that's fair. That's fair. But I love the first. I celebrate the entire Beverly Hills Cop catalog. But in this particular pairing, putting Eddie's head to head, I like Axel Foley.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's the Beverly Hills Cop.
That's a Beverly Hills Cop from me.
Alrighty. Well, 48 Hours is one of the movies that I wasn't as familiar with, like leading into this. I had seen it before, but I didn't really remember details from it, or really what my thoughts were. So I did rewatch it, and it's freaking great. I mean, I remember it wasn't that I didn't like it the first time; it just didn't make much of an impact. But what really stood out to me on a rewatch was how action-packed it is. It's got a great James Horner score. But the other thing that stood out to me was it was more action based, and like the chemistry between the two characters is a bit more serious than I thought. Like I didn't find it very funny at all. There's humor to be had there, but I found it to be a pretty serious approach to the buddy comedy. It didn't have as much comedy for living up to being one of the original movies called the buddy comedy. And I think Beverly Hills Cop, the original, is very funny, very entertaining. I kind of agree with you, Scotty, of like when I think of there are moments from the first film that kind of stand out more as like my memories of Beverly Hills Cop more. There's definitely stuff in part two that I think of as, you know, my memories of childhood with Beverly Hills Cop. But the first film is the one that I think stands out more, has more moments that I remember on the humor side for sure. And I really like the writing in the original. I think there's Eddie Murphy actually shows some really great moments of drama, even though, you know, he's there to make everyone laugh. He has a lot of moments where he's really connecting on a personal level to like the Jenny character, or even to the cops, you know, just like these new guys that he's trying to solve this case with. Like the way they connect on a personal level stands out more than in the sequel, where it's kind of it's a little just more flashy. I think that the first film has a grounded side that I just really appreciate, and I think the writing is really, really great. I think it even got an Oscar nomination for the writing in the original film.
Was that given to Sylvester Stallone?
It might have been Martin Brest. His credit, I can't remember. It should be Eddie Murphy, right? With all the ad libs, I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
So my vote, I think 48 Hours is great. My rewatch on it, you know, elevated into a movie that I'm going to remember now and watch more often. But I still got to go with Beverly Hills Cop 1.
Okay.
Well done. All right. Moving on.
All right. Moving to Spider-Man.
Are we on Jill or Spider-Man?
Yeah, we got to skip me because I love Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Jill.
And Joanne, maybe we just go in the new order we see in front of us, because it's a little bit different order now, right?
Yeah. Actually,
Jill, do you love the N-word? Because that's the 48 Hours. That's it.
I also really love Tarantino. I just don't want that word on my YouTube channel.
Well, dude, I didn't say it. That's why I said N-word.
I think the next person is Kat.
Yes.
Oh, I think she's muted.
Kat.
Did somebody vote?
I am
Did Jill
abstaining because I've not seen 48 Hours.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're a youngin.
Did
No,
Jill
I've
vote?
seen plenty of old movies. I just
No,
haven't seen that one.
I haven't seen 48 Hours either.
Oh, copy. Got it.
All right. So moving on to Brandon. Martini shot.
I unfortunately also have to abstain because I have not seen 48 Hours.
You guys are all so young. We just passed this whole group of youngsters.
I mean, I just watched Beverly Hills Cop for the first time like 2 years ago.
Same.
Wow.
Yeah,
But then
me
again,
too.
I was born in 1995, so like.
I know.
I'm afforded
you're a young
that kind
guy.
of.
You're a
yeah.
young guy. But okay, well, you know what?
Less of an excuse.
Rob, 48 Hours or the original Beverly Hills Cop?
I'm pointing to my choice. So Axel Foley all the way. No, I mean, I mean, I would say that. By the way, this is an Axel Foley from Beverly Hills Cop 2, but I like 48 Hours a lot, and I'm a huge Walter Hill fan.
Wait, can we see that? Oh my god! Yeah, that is from part 2 because he's wearing the Lions jacket.
Yeah, he's got the Lions jacket, but this figure, he's got his badge, he's got handcuffs.
That is
nice.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's got the
It's a
Mumford.
good likeness too. Sometimes they screw those up, but that's
Well,
a
I'll
good
tell
one.
you. You want to hear something funny? Since you brought this up, this is so funny. This was the head that it came with.
Yeah.
Oh no, that looks like Paul Rudd's
This is a custom head I got in Europe.
Oh wow,
for the figure.
That's
So,
way better likeness. Yeah,
way better.
I wouldn't even show that other one. I'd be embarrassed.
No, it's just funny because when I got
that's
that,
Arsenio Hall for sure. Yeah,
yeah, it's totally more.
That's the Temu version.
But yeah, and you've even got there you go. He's right down there in the corner.
Dude.
So yeah, no, I like 48 Hours a lot, but it's not so much a comedy like was already said before. It's more of an action.
It's
that's
got some dark themes. Yeah,
but it's great, and I think another 48 Hours is very cool too. The opening is very stylized, but I think Beverly Hills Cop it has great action, it has great comedy, it has great actors, and it's really entertaining, and it's got a great soundtrack. And it made
as an editor, Rob, though,
you
don't think as an editor it's a little sloppy, like pacing wise? Or
no, I don't, but you know what it is? I think maybe you're reacting to the tone, because the tone is wildly in the beginning when you meet James Russo and he's assassinated in Axel's apartment, and the whole the opening action sequence is a banger when the truck is smashing through. I mean, and it just has a bunch of different flavors. And, I think, and also I'm a little biased because Martin Brest was the first director I ever met, and I interviewed him for my high school newspaper.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. And he came to Seattle, and I'm a huge fan of the movie. And I've seen it 50 times, and I love it. But I mean, 48 Hours is a good movie, and but I just love Beverly Hills Cop so much.
Perfect.
And it made a lot more money.
That it did. Yeah. But you know what it didn't have though, is it didn't have that. Oh God, Rob, help me out. Who's the guy that does the score for the Walter Hill films?
Ry Cooder.
Yeah. Oh, the
slide guitar. But James Horner's score for 48 Hours is great.
And another 48 Hours.
The steel drums and stuff.
The steel drums, man. The steel drums. Yeah,
it's really cool. And the cinematography is really cool. But like somebody pointed out, it's I mean, you watch it now, it's Nick Nolte's a hardcore. It's really interesting how
he's really racist in this movie.
How infantilized people have actually become these days. They can't take anything.
But Ben, also, when I was telling my college buddies about 48 Hours, I was like, yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's hilarious. Great action from Walter Hill, but it's kind of a lot to take in. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, there's like N-words in it. And they're like, oh, no, I don't want to watch that. I'm like, oh, wait, why?
Really? No. I mean, that was, isn't that I'm your worst effing nightmare?
I know. I
mean, it's funny how people can't. We've been so infantilized. Everyone thinks the world is such a hunky dory place. I guess. True. Everyone's all up in arms about Star Wars. Hey, you murder children, you blow up billions of people on planets, but one single assault gets everybody crazy.
And that wasn't even really that was nothing. Too.
No, it wasn't.
So what wins? Beverly Hills Cop?
Well, no, we're still going.
We're still going.
We're still going.
We got Spider-Man, we got Bobak, and we got me.
Go for it.
All right.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack for Beverly Hills Cop is incredible. I mean, it's got a hell of a cast. Eddie Murphy just was Axel F. He's an iconic character. But for me, it's got to go to 48 Hours. I've got a soft spot, and I actually do think 48 Hours was a better. Another 48 Hours was a better movie. However, out of these two, 48 Hours, because I've got a soft spot for Nick Nolte and the dynamic between the two of them. I just couldn't take my eyes off the screen. And I mean, I was a younger kid when it came out, and just the racism that was it taught us that you can joke about it publicly and it's all right, and it just it made fun of how silly some of the racist stereotypes were, and it changed a lot in my mind growing up. So I got to go with 48 Hours. Nick Nolte, Eddie Murphy together. I mean, that you can't beat that combination as a duo.
What?
Yeah,
Did
man.
we just become best friends?
Yep. Not to support and it was fun to be racist, but it was also one of those movies where it was, you had polarized opposites, and one person was being wrong and the other person was sort of being like, you know what, you've got to stick up your ass, Jack. What is your fucking problem? And it was like, it wasn't a situation of, it wasn't, they call me Mr. Tibbs, but it was kind of like that for the 80s.
All right.
Is
Who's
Bobak
next?
out there? If Bobak can hear us,
I don't know if he's on. I think he's not on at this moment. So is that it for us?
So my vote is the only one left, and I am going with Beverly Hills Cop.
Hells yes, you are.
Yes, I just have just an emotional connection with that whole series and the character and everything. So yeah, I'm going with that one, and the music too. So they're both really good. They're both they both have good dynamics with the characters and everything. But I got to go with Beverly Hills Cop.
Okay, so Joanne, what is the count?
Well, I have the count, but I want to make sure. I stepped away for 1 second. Did Brandon vote?
Yes.
No, I abstained.
Or no, he hasn't seen them. Yeah.
Okay. So it's 4-2, I believe.
In favor of Beverly Hills
I have
Cop?
5-2.
Okay. Well, either way, it's Beverly Hills.
Either way, it's a winner.
Hopefully, I got
all right.
Beverly Hills Cop wins.
Beverly Hills Cop moving
and
on.
Bruckheimer is taking a big lead at the moment.
See, you know what? I love this because we have Beverly Hills Cop 2 against Beverly Hills Cop in the next.
Right.
Oh wow!
I didn't plan this out.
No, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
That is cool.
I wanted to make interesting matchups for what round 2 might be.
All right, John. Moving on.
Got it. Okay. What is this one? This is most rewatchable.
Yeah.
Demolition Man for Joel Silver and Con Air for Bruckheimer.
Easy for me. This is Con Air. Demolition Man's fun and stupid and goofy, but Con Air is it's like the definition of a rewatchable movie. Like from Nicolas Cage to Bubba Gump to Ving Rhames. Even the small roles like Dave Chappelle's in this movie. It's just having so much fun with this premise while also delivering like carnage and like horrific violence. Like, let's get the gas cans together. Like, we're gonna create what is he of lots and lots of dead people. I can't remember what he says. Like, I'm sure somebody knows. But I love Con Air. I could watch that movie any day of the week at any time and just have a Del Taco burrito while watching it. So Con Air for me, 100%.
All right.
Well, and this is something that I knee-jerk reaction because Ben, you and I did a like commentary essentially.
Yeah, we did a 25th anniversary of Con Air. Yeah.
And I obviously, so my bona fides of Con Air are well lamented tales of penal lore, but Most rewatchable? Yeah, I'm gonna go Demolition Man. Like I think it's more, and also that rests a lot on the shoulders of Sandra Bullock and Wesley Snipes, Dennis Leary. Like I think the cast, and they are comparable casts, like in terms of powerhouses. But I love Demolition Man, and especially because of the prescience that it was like, oh shit, this is a documentary. So I love Con Air, and I'll watch Con Air until the cows come home, but I'll get sick and tired of it after a certain amount of time. And I think that with Demolition Man, the tongue is a little bit more in the cheek, where
Fair
it's
enough.
like this is silly enough, and also I just like how fish out of water stories happen, and you have two fishes out of water, and they're both dealing with stuff, and it's like, how are we going to do this? And they're both breaking the law. So I guess I like the punk rock of Demolition Man a little bit more.
Totally fair. Yeah.
Scotty, we
John.
agree on all that. Because yeah, I'm going Demolition Man myself as well. I'm not a big fan of Con Air. I originally had Con Air listed as a guilty pleasure in this list. Ben talked me out of that, and we moved it over to rewatchable. He didn't see it as a guilty pleasure.
I did not.
Just saw it as guilty, not a pleasure. I'm not a fan of Con Air. I watched it a couple years back, just trying to revisit it because it's like it's weird. Certain big action movies from the late '90s that I'm like, why don't I own that? I have so many movies on my shelf. Why don't I own Con Air?
You should own it.
Do I really hate it that much? Yeah, I rewatched it. I don't like it. I don't plan to buy it. I don't need to own it.
But Monica Potter.
Yeah, she is nice to look at, but
It's
I just don't find
Rachel Ticotin. Rachel Ticotin.
I find it just a ridiculous movie, and I know that's what it is. That's how it was made, but not that entertaining, especially compared to something like Demolition Man. Has a great concept, great cast, just a top-notch Sylvester Stallone movie from that era, and the rest of the cast is great too. So I'm going with Demolition Man.
Nigel Hawthorne.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when it
I wish I could vote in this one because Demolition Man is fantastic. And my favorite book ever is Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. So I love a good futuristic dystopia, and this is still
Lolita Huxley.
This is still
You're not
the best,
confusing it with Repo Man, are you?
No.
Okay.
But you've never seen Con Air, Jill?
I'm ashamed to say I haven't. No.
Well, don't be ashamed. I'm just surprised that we're friends.
All right.
Okay,
Kat.
moving on.
I like the ideas and the concepts in Demolition Man. I didn't care for the execution as much. And Con Air, yes, it's completely ridiculous and absurd, but that partly works in its favor, or largely does work in its favor, is being really funny, really entertaining. I mean, Nicolas Cage is so bad in it, but it works. And come on, John Malkovich and Ving Rhames. Yeah, it's Con Air for me.
Put the bunny back in the ball.
Nice.
But yeah.
Really quickly, Scotty, you want to say hi to Jedi Master 2022 Lost in Space Classic.
Hello, Master.
It's a long name. Hey, buddy, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Jedi Master. It's good to see you. Jedi Master joins me and Jill on Twilight Zone reviews.
Oh, very cool. Well, thanks for being here, buddy. Moving on.
Who's next?
Brandon.
Martini shot.
I'm going to go with Con Air on this one. Con Air is, I do believe it could have fit into the guilty pleasure slot, but I have a lot of fun with this movie every time I watch it. I love when you can tell there's an obvious theater kid playing a big hardened criminal in John Malkovich. That's always fun. And I mean, yeah, like we said, Nicolas Cage is very silly in this. The accent is certainly a choice, but there's an essence to it that really works. And yeah, just like the whole concept of it is incredibly bizarre, but I think everyone's kind of aware of the bizarreness of it, and it just kind of works. Like a lot of people work to carry this film in a way where like it really shouldn't work as well as it does, and sometimes it really doesn't. Like I said, John Malkovich, theater kid, just kind of monologuing, and we're like, okay, you're supposed to be this big tough criminal, whatever. But it's a very fun movie if you can kind of look past the flaws, and there's quite a bit of flaws. But it's just a super fun time, and it ends in Vegas. It's a super cool little like set piece that they have going on there. Overall, just a good time. Way more memorable. I barely remember anything from the one time I watched Demolition Man. But for whatever reason, Con Air has just kind of ingrained itself in my brain for better or for worse.
All right. Cool. Moving on to Rob then.
Oh, this is an easy one for me. I found Demolition Man horribly disappointing when I saw it. I wanted to love it, but it did not get. I didn't buy it. I just didn't buy it. Whereas Con Air's a hoot. Con Air was just, it was.
I love
Con
you,
Air's
Rob.
Con Air's like Commando.
Yes.
You can't look at Commando. I've always said that you have to take movies at scale. And I think that Con Air has a much bigger budget than it should have had. And Demolition had way too much money. It should have been a low budget dystopian movie. And I think it would have been much better. But because of what it had to do, it just, I didn't think anything worked. It was too on the nose. It was too, it wasn't as clever as it should have been. Whereas Con Air knew exactly what it was.
Yes.
And leaned into it. And I mean, come on, John Malkovich, Cyrus the Virus.
Yeah. Cyrus the Virus.
I mean, that movie, and I'll tell you something. It's
Diamond Dog.
And Dave Chappelle is in Con Air, but the difference is that both Con Air and Demolition Man represent probably the worst impulses of both producers, if you look at it in a certain way. And neither one of the movies I would say are great examples of what Joel Silver and Jerry Bruckheimer are capable of. But they get them made. And they're totally, as a matter of fact, they're a perfect double feature. But I like Con Air better.
Which one goes first?
Con Air.
No, you watch Demolition Man first, because then you get elated by Con Air.
I guess you could do that. I guess you could do that. I mean, it's interesting to me because, look, if you look at things like, I like Judge Dredd, if you're going to look at a Stallone film, way better than I like Demolition Man.
Wow. Yeah, no, if I were to put Demolition Man and Judge Dredd side by side, I'm going Demolition Man. But I do enjoy Judge Dredd.
By the way, Rob, if you are interested in doing that and putting those types of movies against each other, we have planned a Schwarzenegger versus Stallone bracket coming up in August. So
that would be, I mean, that's a really interesting matchup. I mean,
it has
Raw Deal versus
it has every movie that each of them put out between 1982 and 1997, excluding Rocky films, Terminator films, and one comedy for each of them. Junior and Rhinestone are excluded, but every movie that they made in that period is included, except for their Terminator and
from which dates?
From 82 through 97.
Huh.
We'll send it to you. It's
that's a tough one because Conan and Rambo.
Yep.
First Blood Part 2. That's a tough matchup.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Right.
All right. So who we got left? We have Joanne.
Spider-Man is going.
Excellent matchup. I mean, Con Air has an incredible cast. Nicolas Cage, John Cusack are probably two of the finest actors that I can think of. John Malkovich, of course, him too. But I also like Cole Meany, Ving Rhames, Dave Chappelle. All three of them are sort of personal favorites of mine. And Steve Buscemi too.
Great. Cole Meany is great in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay. Going higher on my list now. Thank you.
Yeah,
Steve Buscemi. Right. I mean, Dave Chappelle. I mean, he doesn't. The supporting cast in this just makes it a fun movie. But I've got to go with No, I've got to go with oh shit, what was the other one? I forgot.
Demolition Man.
Sorry, Demolition Man. Yeah, I got excited about Cole Meany. Because I was thinking about TNG, Star Trek: The Next Generation, because of Cole Meany. No, Demolition Man because it's rewatchability. I'm sorry that just the dynamic between Stallone and I like Stallone. He's one of my favorite actors. Sandra Bullock, she, and man, does her butt ever look good in that uniform?
Right?
And the futuristic concepts. I mean, the when the car goes off and crashes and it fills with the safety.
It fills with the foam.
Right, and the 3 seashells. I've watched so many YouTube videos about what the 3 seashells could be. I've went so far down that rabbit hole.
Nobody knows. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it's so ridiculous.
No, the cat, they're just fantastic. So I've got to go with Demolition Man. It's just a fun movie,
All right, cool.
Right, cool.
Who we got left, Joe?
Is Bobak gone?
Yeah, he's been texting me. He actually has a statement. Not a statement, but
a manifesto.
No, he has a manifesto. No, but he did do his vote, if that's okay. He just can't get back on for some reason. But
okay. What did he vote for?
For this one, he voted for Demolition Man.
All right.
Hey,
That is
that
4-4.
Joanne, you haven't gone yet, so we have 4-4, I believe.
Yeah, it's 4-4.
And we also
and
have the poll too. Yeah.
Yeah, so go to the poll. You have to use the poll.
The poll right now.
Is
Well, do we
also
still
a
have
tie.
another person?
Wait, what about you, Joanne?
Yeah, you go.
One out because I haven't seen both movies.
What?
Okay, well, we'll go to the poll. The poll has.
What movie didn't you see? Con Air?
Yeah.
I feel like we've watched some of this stuff.
Did we?
Maybe.
Maybe I just don't remember.
That's a possibility.
So out of 11 votes, Joanne, Demolition Man wins 55-45 over Con Air.
Wow.
Man.
Boo. Demolition Man got it.
That gives it the win. Yeah.
Con Air is one of the funnest movies you'll ever watch in your entire life.
But I don't think no matter who wins, everybody wins.
That's
like
true.
They're both amazing. I think they're
you know
both
who
great.
wins? Nicolas Cage wins.
Nicolas Cage wins. And that's why Bobbick's Wi-Fi doesn't work.
And it's kind of good that Demolition Man, Silver needed a win. Bruckheimer was starting to run away with this a little bit. Silver got himself a win there. So.
That's true. That's true, man. Okay, so Demolition Man, as much as I hate it, there we go. Moves on.
Rob Schneider's
But
in
there's
it.
nothing more dystopian than Taco Bell being the last restaurant.
That's true.
And Arnold as president.
Could have been Arby's.
All right, John.
Oh, that would be dystopian.
Good choice.
John, let's move on. And I think we're going in your favorite category, brother. I think we are.
Yeah, this is the one I'm excited for because I don't even know which way to go with this one.
Rob, I think you might like this one, Rob.
Crimson Tide by Bruckheimer and Ricochet. What? That's the German poster for Ricochet.
You're off porn.
I'm sorry. What do you want me to do, man?
No, I thought it's funny. I love it. You know me. I'm always putting Ghanaian posters.
I grabbed whatever I got off YouTube that was of a because sometimes you can't get the right size, you know. But anyway.
Okay. I am excited to go through this one because I know everyone is going to be a part of this. Everyone made sure to go out and watch Ricochet before this battle, correct?
That's why I'm abstaining and going to have a cigarette now. Please expound, my friend.
So John, for me, I love Ricochet, but Crimson Tide is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a Tony Scott masterpiece of tension and dialogue and two men going against each other for what they think is right. There's so many things you can list about this, like just like watching Denzel Washington almost not run circles, but like sit on the teeter totter with Gene Hackman. It's like it's so fucking brilliant. And only somebody like Tony Scott, who has at this point in this movie taken a detour of like, no flashy action. It's just tension. This movie is tension. That's all it is. Like it's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's my second favorite Tony Scott movie of all time. So for me, this is not even close. It's Crimson Tide.
Right.
Nice. That's what I
Then John,
expected.
it's your turn.
Is Scotty really not? Scotty was out on this one?
Yes,
Because
said
he
so.
hadn't seen what?
Ricochet.
Oh man! All right. Well, I gotta admit,
I saw
this is a
Ricochet
hard
a
one.
million times, but
This is a hard one. I
He's
really,
Canadian.
really love Ricochet. The reason I put this as a category of Denzel Battle of Wits, Ricochet, if for those who haven't taken the opportunity to see it, is a battle of wits with John Lithgow, and he plays an amazing villain in this movie. So
That he
menacing,
does.
so badass. There is wonderful cat and mouse games all throughout Ricochet. Ricochet is a linchpin movie to the Verdeverse, connecting many of our favorite movies. Many of those movies listed here, like Commando and Predator, are all part of the same universe of movies. It includes Aliens as well and Die Hard, all largely because of Ricochet and one small character connection. So Ricochet's got a lot for me to love. If I'm remembering correctly, it's got an Alan Silvestri score as well. That's freaking kick-ass. Yes, it's stolen from Predator, but it's pretty awesome because it's awesome when it's played in Predator as well. But being honest with myself, Crimson Tide is the better movie. It's better made. It's better writing, although Ricochet has really great writing, in my opinion. It's a really great, like I said, cat and mouse. Like, you don't get that kind of cat and mouse cop villain story, I think, in most movies. People say that about movies. Oh, it was great cat and mouse. No, this really is an example of that. But to Ben's point, like, Crimson Tide is a back and forth with two of the best actors ever to do it. Tension all throughout that movie. It's got that Tony Scott direction and look. It's a movie that always makes me, even though it takes place, I think, technically in like November or October, it just makes me think of summer. It's a movie I love to watch in the summer. It's one of the best submarine movies. Yeah, it's just all the heat and the sweat of everybody in that movie. It just, and anything by
When
Tony
are people not sweating in Tony Scott movies?
Yeah, anything by Tony Scott gives me that kind of feeling of hot, sweaty summer.
Hey, I
yeah.
don't mean to interrupt, but somebody who actually worked for Joel Silver, who I know, who I respect, he's a great guy, is watching this right now.
Nice.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and he wrote to me and he said, I love Jerry Bruckheimer, but none of his movies beat Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, or The Matrix. And honestly, most don't even beat Predator, because when Joel hit, he hit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, dude, I hope to God he stays on, because we're doing the entire Lethal Weapon franchise. Like, oh man,
I think we're gonna get there. We're gonna go through this quick. So I'll move on because I'm taking a long time. But this is my favorite category. I've been anticipating this category. I've just talked up Crimson Tide and say that's what I'm gonna pick. But I think I want to give Ricochet an opportunity. So I'm going to be one of the solo ones, I think, to go with Ricochet. Let's see how this pans out. I think they're neck and neck. Normally I can make a decision. And if I really had to come down to it, like picking Best Picture, you know me, Ben, putting this movie on top of my shelf as a winner, I would go with Crimson Tide. But I'm going to pick Ricochet because there is something about the battle of wits that goes on in that movie specifically that I think it also goes on in Crimson Tide. It very much does. But there's something about the cat and mouse element of Ricochet that I'm going to go with.
That's good. You're going with your heart.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
John, it's okay to be wrong. Sometimes it's fine.
Hey, I got more chances for Tony Scott in the next round.
I do the same thing later on when I do have something that I go with my heart over my brain. Well, when you'll see.
Yeah.
Well, Jill, are we skipping you on this one?
Yeah, because
Cat.
I haven't seen Ricochet either.
As you know, Ben, I couldn't.
Oh
it was the only
shit, we didn't
movie-
have time to see Ricochet.
Ricochet
God
was
damn
the
it.
only movie on this list that was not available.
Yeah,
for, like,
we-
I
streaming
lent you
or
my
I didn't see it.
DVD and everything.
I know you did. I know you
disappointed.
did, but that was
I know
my fault.
I
I had
should
to
have it,
work.
but
I
I
had to
don't.
work. I didn't have time to show her the movie. Brandon, Martini shot. What you got, brother?
I'm so sorry. I have to abstain.
And this is why I started the category by jokingly saying, "You all watched Ricochet, right?" Because nobody went and saw it.
No, I'm
Brandon's like 27 years old, man. Like,
I'm turning 30 this year. Hold on now.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
No, if Book of Eli was in here, I probably would have had something to say because that is a Joel Silver.
We
movie.
considered it. We
but
did.
Yeah, these two have been off my radar, unfortunately. So
No worries, because now we got Rob. Because I know Rob knows exactly what he wants out of these two.
Well, it's interesting because Ricochet is kind of a forgotten movie.
It is.
It was made in the early '90s, and it's kind of a forgotten film, but it has a great Lithgow performance. Actually, the performance
Valverde's movie, you know.
But I would say, you know, what Eric was saying about working at Silver. I think that Joel Silver's films had more. They're more connected to, if this makes any sense, they're more connected to the real world, whereas Bruckheimer makes movies, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, with the exception of The Matrix, I guess. But yeah.
Well, I mean, but even The Matrix, the human characters in Joel Silver movies, they have sex. Whereas the characters in Jerry Bruckheimer movies are pretty chaste, and if they're not chaste, you don't see much of it. Whereas
Ben Affleck and what's her name in the Animal Crackers, whatever that fucking scene was.
Yeah, no, I know, but but I'm gonna go with. I remember when I saw Ricochet, I was a little disappointed in it for a Joel Silver movie. I didn't think it hit as hard as it should have. Whereas I think Crimson Tide is one of the very best Jerry Bruckheimer films he ever made, even though everything that goes on the submarine is a little ridiculous. If you talk to submariners about Crimson Tide, but they like it despite its flaws. And I would say watching Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington and all of, I mean, everybody from Matt Craven, you know, the supporting cast,
Viggo Mortensen. Yeah.
George Zunda. There's and Angela Bassett's husband. It was Paganini. I mean, and Quentin Tarantino doing some dialogue polishes. I mean, come on, there's Silver Surfer jokes in that movie.
Yeah. Star Trek jokes too.
Well, that was him, right? Rob, that was him, right? The Kirby Silver Surfer dialogue. That was okay. Yeah.
And also, it's one of the great Hans Zimmer scores of all time.
It is.
And the when you have Tony Soprano eventually realizing that Denzel Washington's right and they have to take Gene Hackman, they have to take him. And the end of the movie with Jason Robards, when Denzel and Gene Hackman are standing, sorry, spoiler alert, but when they're standing up there and Gene Hackman has recommends Denzel Washington, he knows at the end of the movie that he was wrong. And Denzel was doing the right thing. And
there's a lot of people that hate that ending. There's a lot of people that don't like. Yeah.
Oh, I think the ending is great. And then, of course, Gene Hackman talks about the lip is on her stallions. I mean, I can quote that movie from beginning to end. So I'm going.
Oh, same here, man. Same here.
I mean, I love Crimson Tide. I love me some Crimson Tide. I love everything about it. And it's peak Tony Scott. You know, there's some people that would say it could be Tony Scott's best movie. I don't know about that. But I love Crimson Tide, so I'm going to go with Crimson Tide.
Nice.
All
right.
For Crimson Tide. Spider-Man's turn.
Well, before we get to Spidey, which I am on the edge of my seat, but Brandon from Martini Shot, he's got to duck out.
I was going to say,
yeah, he's got a jet because we've been on for a bit. And I appreciate your time. And hang on, Brandon. I'm going to bring you up. Boom. So give us your finals.
Okay, so the last couple ones I wanted to throw out were Enemy of the State, The Nice Guys, love that movie, The Rock, very fun movie, Predator, obviously classic, and Lethal Weapon.
Yes.
Good
Write
pick.
those down, Joe. Write those down, Joe. Those are his votes.
I got it. I wrote
They're
it
also
down.
in our
They're
private
in the
chat.
chat, yeah.
Do you not have a vote for Days of Thunder versus Last Boy Scout?
No, I was going to have to abstain from that one. I have not seen either of those.
Go check both of them out.
He's so young. He's such
We're
a
gonna
young
make you a
pup.
Tony Scott fan. If
Please do. Yeah, these have been out of my radar, so unfortunately, I haven't been able to catch them.
I'll tell you, Brandon, you'll make a hell of a drink out of The Last Boy Scout.
Okay,
You know,
that's good to hear.
Watch that movie. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Okay,
I'm not saying
You'll
it's
have to-
good. It's just crazy.
You'll have to call it an Irish jig.
An Irish jig.
Yeah.
Good to know. I'll marinate on that one.
Well, we love you, man, and thank you for being here. And everybody, check out the Martini Shot. I love his channel. It's doing really well. He mixes drinks for the films that he watches and reviews, and he's a mixologist, so all the drinks are superb. And that's how I got myself with this nice Vesper Martini tonight, is by asking him what to do with it. Like, so, you're the man, brother. Thank you for being here, man.
Thank you for having me on again. Everyone, go see Sinners, please.
Go see Sinners.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
Excellent.
100%.
Probably going tomorrow. So
Seen it twice already. Excellent.
Hell yeah.
wow.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
All right,
Good night,
Brandon. Good night, buddy.
Good night.
See you next time. See you next time.
All right, John, where are we?
We're at
Spider-Man's turn.
Basically, you're talking Denzel Washington with John Lithgow versus Denzel Washington co-starring with Gene Hackman. And wow, what a choice. I mean, holy shit. Those doesn't get any better than those actors. And you know, Lindsay Wagner in Ricochet. But to be honest, I barely remember Ricochet, so that tells you something right there. And Crimson Tide, the tension is when they're down, anything in a submarine, that ratchets the tension right up there, several levels. So it's good, and I don't want to rehash what the past couple of people have said. It's got to be Crimson Tide, Denzel Washington, Gene Hackman, and you're in a submarine. Come on.
I love
Right.
it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Ben, what did Bob X send in for this one? Did he send one in?
Bobek said The Nice Guys.
great, Joanne, what's your vote?
So John, I'll apologize in advance. I have to sit out for the next like 5 categories because I'm missing like one.
I don't
So-
believe this. You know how many movies you've sat through
in
with
my
me?
world.
You have
Yeah, I
sat through some
know.
of these movies with me. I
I've
guarantee it.
seen a lot of movies, but yeah, some of them are I've only seen one or the other, and then they got matched up together, so it just kind of worked
Got
out
it.
that way.
Got
Okay.
this list too later. I would have gone on a binge watch.
These are great
but-
movies, Jill.
But guys, I think we can say that Crimson Tide won,
Yes.
right?
3 to
Okay,
1.
thank
Yeah, 3-1. Okay. And technically, the only movie that's been shut out at this point was Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl. But
Yes.
Ricochet would have been shut out if I didn't give it my vote.
I'm glad you voted for it because it sounded like that was what you
John,
enjoyed.
I like that movie. I'm sure Rob
You
even
have
likes
to
that
stand up
movie.
for
I'm
the
sure
Verde
Scotty
verse.
likes that
It's
movie,
all about
buddy.
the Verde verse.
Yeah, the Verde verse. Yeah. But yeah.
All right. So we are moving on to political thrillers.
Okay.
Conspiracy Theory versus Enemy of the State.
Boom. And since I am going first, I like both these movies quite a bit. I really like Mel Gibson's performance in Conspiracy Theory. I like the way I love the jazz music that's playing throughout his taxi cab. But Enemy of the State for me is just another fantastic Tony Scott film. And it's such an interesting movie because you have like Jack Black, what's Scott Kahn, Jamie Kennedy. You have like all these like new actors that are gonna be characters later on in life in other movies, all showing up in this film. And I don't know, man. I'm not a huge Will Smith guy, but this is my favorite Will Smith performance. And you don't even really get Gene Hackman until about an hour into the movie. So it's really carried by Will Smith. And I love these these espionage thrillers that are like anxiety driven, and he doesn't know what's going on. Why is he being, and I love that they give him character with like, I blend things, and they use that in the story. And then you have your, what's his name? Fucking Tom Sizemore, who like is like playing this big fat, like, mafia guy who's just like eating pasta and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, okay. That's what that's what Tom Sizemore's doing. But I love the movie, and I love that you even get a little scene with James LaGrosse, who I love. James LaGrosse just plays like his partner, his rowing partner, and he just has like one scene, but it's so good because James LaGrosse is awesome. And if you don't know who he is, he's in
Phantasm 2.
I want to say Die Hard.
Point Break.
No,
Nice
he's in
Phantasm
fucking.
2
He's in fucking.
Point Break.
Point Break. Thank you, Kat. But yeah, so that's my pick.
Well, you know what?
I think Scotty's turn. I think
in the throes of my like being knee deep in Star Trek: The Next Generation, seeing Patrick Stewart as a villain in Conspiracy Theory tickled my toes. But I think that movie kind of it goes in circles a lot. And also, I don't think that Mel Gibson was very well cast in the film. Enemy of the State, on the other hand, as you mentioned, is an incredible cast. It's Gene Hackman. Some have called it a spiritual sequel to The Conversation. What would happen if in the same vein as like, oh yeah, no, The Rock is a James Bond movie. Enemy of the State is a The Conversation film. And yeah, no, I'm not I was a Will Smith guy until he fucked it all up. But yeah, no, I'm Enemy of the State. Gene Hackman is amazing. John Voight is menacing. It is an interesting techno thriller that sort of did something new. In terms of the zooming in with the Google Maps and shit. No, I really like Enemy of the State. So I think that's the only thing that I voted for Will Smith for.
Right.
Nice. All right. My turn. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of either of these movies. I remember rewatching. I do remember thinking the scene in Conspiracy Theory where Patrick Stewart is going to torture Mel Gibson because Mel Gibson loves to be tortured in his movies. That was like for a good 10, 15 years of his career, he had to make sure he was tortured in every movie. So that was a good moment in that movie, but the whole movie didn't connect with me when I rewatched it, to the point where I don't remember the reasoning behind this, but I never really take movies off my DVD shelf and say, I'm going to remove this from my collection. But I made that decision about Conspiracy Theory. It was so boring and just rubbed me the wrong way that I'm like, I'm making room on the shelf. I moved it to a shelf that's in the garage, but it was one of the ones that I'm like, I don't need this on my shelf. I will never watch this movie again. So based on that alone, I'm going to go with Enemy of the State. I'm not a big fan of that film either, but it's at least a movie I could sit through where I kind of consciously made the decision. I don't think I want to watch Conspiracy Theory again. It was really boring. So Enemy of the State.
Moved it to the garage like the the stapler guy in Office Space.
Exactly. It's in the basement now. I will not throw a DVD away, but I'm moving it away from the main collection.
Don't touch it.
Burn down the building.
All right. I think we're moving to Cat. This one.
Abstain. I have not seen Conspiracy Theory.
Okay.
Oh, but it's
And
not
it was a great movie.
I'll send you my DVD. I don't need it back.
Moving to Rob.
Okay.
I know Rob's seen
That
both
works.
these bad boys.
Yeah, and I gotta say that there's a clear winner here for me. Conspiracy Theory, a Richard Donner movie I was excited about that I found to be disappointing. And you've got the producer and the star of Lethal Weapon and the director of Lethal Weapon coming back to do something, and I wanted more from it. Enemy of the State to me is wildly entertaining. It's peak Tony Scott.
Totally.
And it's so much fun throughout that I have to say that Enemy of the State wins. And I do think Harry Caul is the character, from Coppola's The Conversation. I like to believe that. I thought that was clever. And I loved it. I loved Enemy of the State. I mean, I loved it for what it is. It's peak Tony Scott popcorn entertainment. It's not real deep, but for what it is, I mean, that was the thing to me. Again, Simpson, Bruckheimer, they had a gloss and a sheen to their productions that I think Joel Silver went a little deeper. Different kinds of things happening, but Enemy of the State is peak Bruckheimer. It's peak Tony Scott.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
One.
Spider-Man.
I was really, man, I was going through a romantic phase in my life when I saw Mel Gibson and Julia Roberts together. And I really, but I'll keep it short. Conspiracy Theory was, I liked the premise. It was a good movie. Mel Gibson, I mean, he is one of my very favorite actors, and Julia Roberts as far as female actors goes as well. But for reasons people have already mentioned, Enemy of the State. And it was mentioned, Will Smith did carry that movie for the first solid hour. And
He really did.
I really stood up and took notice of Will Smith because I didn't realize that he had that range until seeing that movie. And then Gene Hackman is, again, as I've mentioned before, one of my very favorite actors. So it's got to be Enemy of the State. And it was believable. A lot of at that age anyway, I think I was in my early 20s or very early 20s. And yeah, everything's like I was looking over my shoulder. I invested in tinfoil. No shit. And I live in Canada, and a lot of that shit is real, and it's happening right now. So yeah, it's got to be Enemy of the State.
But how great is I think it's a promotion for Utz chips in that movie where he pours the chips out on Will Smith.
Yeah. And uses the bag for
Yeah. I love Utz.
We don't have them up here because we're communists.
Did Bobak send in a vote for this one? Even though I think
let's see. Did Bobak send in a vote for this one? I'm pretty sure he did. Enemy of the State.
All right, so it wins.
And
Joanne,
Brandon also
are
said
you voting
Enemy
or
of the
no?
State.
Let's see where
No,
the
like I
chat
said, I gotta
was.
sit out until we get to.
And then Brandon voted on that as well. So we're at 7 for Enemy of the State. It wins, and Conspiracy Theory got 0. Second film.
Look, you know what? Conspiracy Theory is good, and I really think Mel Gibson's great, and I think the jazz music in that film is fantastic. But it's just like Enemy of the State was just like one of those, okay, Bruckheimer movies are moving on to Michael Bay, so we're gonna give Tony Scott a couple more movies to really like fuck shit up, and this was one of them, you know. So, yeah,
Excellent. Well, talking about Tony Scott, that takes us to our next category, which is the Tony Scott spot. Days of Thunder versus The Last Boy Scout. Days of Thunder is Bruckheimer. Last Boy Scout is silver.
Right here. There it is.
Now, I'll be honest, this is the one category where, yes, it's a Tony Scott matchup, but I don't think the films, their tones or whatever, they're one's kind of a sports movie, one's definitely a buddy cop action movie. But let's see how it shakes out.
And one has Taylor Negron and one doesn't.
That is a deciding factor to some degree.
This one's tough for me because like they're probably my two weakest Tony Scott movies. Not to say that they're bad. I mean, he's my favorite director of all time, but like I got to go with Days of Thunder because I think that Last Boy Scout is kind of an amateur level. I know it was Shane Black, right? It was.
Yes, it was a huge script sale, $1.75 million.
Yeah, they sold it for so much money, and it's just such an amateur level, like at least from a dialogue standpoint.
The script was actually better than the final film.
I've heard that. Yeah. So Days of Thunder is just a fucking blast from beginning to end. So I like Damon Wayans. I like his chemistry with Bruce Willis, and Bruce Willis is just basically playing like the John McClane that he'll play in Die Hard 3, you know, where he's just kind of drunk and whatever. But I don't know, Days of Thunder it hits harder. It hits a little harder for me because it doesn't rely on the dialogue. It just relies on the spectacle, and it works in the spectacle that it's going for. So I do, dude, when I was in boot camp and we graduated, they're like, what do you want to watch? Do you want to watch Full Metal Jacket or do you want to watch The Last Boy Scout? And everybody picked The Last Boy Scout. So I love the movie. I just,
by the way, that's not a good thing. Let me just stand on ceremony and say that ain't a good thing.
Thank you, Rob.
I ain't saying he should have killed her, but I understand.
Nicely done.
Well,
so I'm going with Days of Thunder, which I can't believe I'm doing, but yeah, I'm doing it.
All right. How about you, Scotty?
Well, I wish the sky wasn't blue. I wish water wasn't wet, and I wish I wasn't in love with The Last Boy Scout. But I love that movie, and again, it comes down to supporting cast. It does come down to the direction of the movie. I know that there was a troubled production in terms of the chemistry between, or at least the working relationship between Bruce Willis and Damon Wayans. But everybody in that movie is absolutely perfectly cast. I think it moves at a decent clip. It holds on to a level of cynicism that I appreciate, but it's desperate cynicism. It's like using cynicism against all of the things that you actually believe in. Because Damon Wayans' character is like, you know what? I wish I didn't get addicted to drugs, but unfortunately, I have a very physical job. And I got addicted to drugs. And then Bruce Willis's character is like, yeah, I don't know why I got so disillusioned with the entire world, but I did. And there was a weight to that. And when I watched Days of Thunder, it's like cars. So the storytelling is more impactful for me with The Last Boy Scout, Halle Berry being there. Oh, who's the guy who plays the Texan? I love him. He was in an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Well, can we give a moment of silence to the guy that played Milo?
Milo was
that's
rad.
Taylor Negron.
Yeah, he died, right? He's like he was like a comedian or something.
Yep.
Oh, he was a very he was
he was fucking
he was like I don't want to put him in a tier, but like he was that guy when he showed up. He was like a serious man's Jim J. Bullock.
He's like, I want to hear you scream. I want to hear you scream, and then you know,
what about Kim Coates?
Kim Coates. Kim Coates gets his nose broken and died.
To death.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Anyway, so Last Boy Scouts on and Billy Blanks.
I might have to change my vote to Last Boy Scouts.
You can do whatever you want. It's your show.
I think I'm gonna change it. I think I'm
Really?
changing it. I'm changing it. I'm changing it because I forget. No, John, because I forget how many funny fucking moments and how many memorable moments there were in The Last Boy Scout. So I'm changing it. There's no rules that say I can't. So
well, we're going back to round one and change. No, let's keep moving. Okay. So that's now got 2 votes. Days of Thunder has nothing. I'm just gonna go quick because I don't got a ton to say about either movie. Not because I don't like them. I mean, I like them both fine, but I definitely would lean into Last Boy Scout just being more of that action film. It's from that heyday of films like Ricochet. I think they might be the same year. It's just like that was a good time period. That was early on and me getting to go to the R-rated movies on my own and just have some good memories of seeing all these movies. And I'll always be a fan of Last Boy Scout. Days of Thunder doesn't get a lot of rewatches. So that's my pick.
Okay.
right.
Cat's turn.
I have not seen The Last Boy Scout, but I do have this nice 4K of Days of Thunder.
All right.
And cars. I'm a car person. I'm partial to NASCAR, so I like this movie. Admittedly, not great, but I like it, so I have to abstain.
All right. Cool. Glad you have that one. I like it.
Noble Willingham plays the bad guy in Last Boy Scout.
Who's next?
Rob is next.
I'm going to say something that's going to be fairly controversial. There are 2 movies that Tony Scott was absolutely the wrong director to direct. 2 scripts, 2 screenplays that he was absolutely the wrong director to direct. One of them was True Romance, and the other was The Last Boy Scout. One of those movies ended up working out quite well, and that was True Romance. The other movie didn't work at all for me, which was The Last Boy Scout. I wanted to love this movie, and when little history for all of you out there, Shane Black's script for The Last Boy Scout was at the time the largest spec sale in Hollywood ever at $1.75 million. After that, Joe Esterhaus sold the script for Basic Instinct for $3 million, and then Shane Black topped himself by selling The Long Kiss Goodnight for $4 million. And these were huge, big script spec sales. But obviously, True Romance was a Tarantino script. Shane Black wrote this. And unfortunately, I thought every directorial choice made in The Last Boy Scout was wrong. I hated the way it looked. I hated the way it was shot. I hated the way Bruce Willis played Joe Hallenbeck. I didn't like anything about this movie, and I was totally excited to see it. Totally excited to see it. I didn't think anything in it worked. None of it. Zero. And I know people love it. And I even thought like all the chase sequences needed master shots in them. So I got to go with Days of Thunder, which was a movie that was supposed to be a total disaster because it was the movie that Simpson Bruckheimer, that was their brand new alliance, and they were going to I mean, when you have Don Simpson playing one of the race car drivers in the movie, even though he slimmed down and he laid off the coke, he looked fabulous in a suit, in his driving suit. I thought that Days of Thunder was a far more satisfying movie than it had any right to be, even though it's a Top Gun riff, because you got Robert Duvall anchoring the movie. You had Michael Rooker in there. You had Tom Cruise is playing a character named Cole Trickle. I mean, come on.
Oh, come on, dude. You have Russ Wheeler in there, man. Russ Wheeler.
I love me some Days of Thunder. And the Last Boy Scout was, to me, a crushing disappointment.
I love the cynicism in it. And it's almost like when you compare the two between Days of Thunder and The Last Boy Scout, it is how drive and ambition can overcome all odds. But when in The Last Boy Scout, it's like, you know what? If you're a big enough dick, you might win.
The thing is, you know what, though? I even thought like the Joe Hallenbeck character hiring, I never believed Bruce Willis. Like the scene in the beginning with what's her face, his wife, the woman who plays
the chick from He-Man.
Chelsea,
she was from He-Man, right?
Chelsea Field.
Yeah, she's from He-Man. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Chelsea Field's his daughter, isn't it?
No, Danielle Harris.
Danielle Harris.
There's that great scene at the beginning, when she's cheating on him, and there's the scene, who's in the closet. And first of all, Tony Scott went. The lighting in that movie it might be the most Tony Scott movie Tony Scott ever made. And all of it there's too much Tony Scott. It's way too Tony Scott for me.
Why is it always sunset in this town?
Well, I'm glad we have it in the Tony Scott spot.
Yes.
It's where it belongs.
And yet, I feel the same way about True Romance, but every choice in True Romance, all the choices in True Romance work. It carries the film through.
Yeah, because the movie starts out with a blue hint and moves on to the yellow orange.
Yeah, but also the casting and all that is terrific. And I think all the choices in Last Boy Scout were wrong. Every single choice made. Every single shot choice, every single casting choices. Bruce Willis is wrong. Everything is wrong. But that's okay.
So Rob, you think the script was good, but the choices were bad? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think that the script I thought was terrific. Even the scene in the beginning, the thing about, if you read the scene with the football scene when Billy Blanks pulls out
Billy
the gun,
Cole,
right?
Billy Cole.
When you're reading that in the script, it's so shocking. And when it was so Tony Scottified that
it's pretty shocking in the movie, though, dude.
I know. I'm just saying the whole movie was just like, come on, man, just dial it back. And if they had made it more naturalistic, I think it would have been better.
When he pulls that gun out on the field and starts shooting people and then shoots himself, I was like, what the fuck?
But the thing about it is, it could have been directed. You know who I think would have made that movie better if he directed it? Would have been John McTiernan, director of Die Hard. If they had given that script to John McTiernan, I think it would have been a better movie. But then again, John McTiernan was waning. You need the John McTiernan of Die Hard with a Vengeance, who was still John McTiernan. Actually, the Thomas Crown Affair, John McTiernan could have made The Last Boy Scout, but remember in the early 90s?
No, that's a good call.
All right, guys, let's move on. John, where are we?
Was there anybody else to vote? I think there's still people to vote on this round.
Yes, Spider-Man hasn't gone yet.
Apologize. Sorry. I've had 3 of these fucking Vesper martinis, so I'm kind of.
I'll just point out real quick, not to cut anybody off, giving them an opportunity to talk about the movies, but any movie that does move on, there's an opportunity to talk about it again. Not that I think as we move on, we want to do them pretty quickly and just make some quick decisions to move to the next category. But if you've really got a lot to say about any particular movie and it's winning the category, there's going to be another chance to kind of talk about it. So,
well, let me go back and talk
because
about
I know it's
Predator
very late
2.
on the East Coast for any of our East Coasters here.
Yes. So, Spider-Man, go ahead. Right now it's 3-1.
By the way, I just want to point out the Last Boy Scout didn't even make $60 million worldwide.
Wow.
You know why? Because it wasn't good.
I thought you were going to say Damon Wayans.
Yeah.
No, it just
the Chinese market.
It should have been a $300 million movie.
Oh well.
Yeah.
So what is Canadian Spider-Man?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't buy Damon Wayans as this superstar athlete, frankly. No, Bruce Willis. Normally, I would choose the Bruce Willis movie. He's one of my absolute heroes. I would normally choose whatever movie Bruce Willis was in as the winner. Even despite Damon Wayans' lack of believability as a superstar athlete, but I've got a soft spot for the Last Boy Scout. However, I've got to go with Days of Thunder. I mean, come on, John C. Reilly, Robert Duvall, the acting. I mean, Tom Cruise gives some really, especially when he's injured there, he gives some really incredible performances in that movie. So does Robert Duvall. John C. Reilly, I like that guy. I could watch him do anything. And Randy Quaid as well. I mean, shit, Randy Quaid's another guy that I could watch him just about do anything.
And can we talk about Nicole?
I was going to
Nicole Kidman.
Nicole
Of course.
Kidman?
Nicole Kidman is in that movie. That's right. She is too. But the acting.
Carrie Elways as well.
The acting. The acting carries Days of Thunder. You're on your seat when they're racing. You're on your seat, edge of your seat with the action. When they're in the hospital, there's drama that keeps you captivated. I'm gonna go with Days of Thunder. I mean, it had Burger King. I remember the Burger King big Gulp glasses, the plastic cups that you could get. The Last Boy Scout didn't have Burger King plastic cups.
No, they did. They had Satan claws.
Satan claws. Yeah, but Days of Thunder had one of the best wheelchair races in cinematic history.
Yeah, well, you know what? You've never seen Mac and Me.
You're right. I have not.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? I think Joanne, are you?
So I can't vote on this one. I don't know if Bobak sent a vote on this one. Ben?
I didn't see a vote from Babek.
So Babek on that one says Days of Thunder.
Okay, that creates a tie. So we have to go to the chat.
Yes, go to the chat.
And speaking of the chat, I wanted to say hello to Tom Jr. Jackson. Hello, Putz. It's a thing we do. It's a thing we do. We're friends.
I do,
Hi,
but
Tom.
let's see what the poll says.
What does the poll say?
For this one, I did not have a poll. I haven't.
No poll.
You have one job. One job.
No, I have more than one job. I just I forgot to put that one up, but I'll do it right
The
now.
only one we needed it for.
Exactly.
See, Tom gets it. Tom
Come
understands
on, John, give me a break. Oh, okay, so
can I vote twice and then we just solve this?
Ask Tom to vote.
Tom, what do you prefer, Tom Jr. Jackson, friend from the chat? What do you prefer, Days of Thunder or The Last Boy Scout?
oh, I think we got White Chicks. We got to vote for
White Chicks is the answer. That wins.
How about Josh? Josh, you got to vote if you're on there. Write
Come
in
on.
real quick. We need someone to make a decision here.
This is
got
what
a
happens
Days
when
of
you
Thunder
don't
vote from Tom
make
Jackson.
rehearsal.
Days of Thunder got a vote from Tom Jackson.
Yeah, Days of Thunder from Tom Jr. Jackson. So there you go. Days of Thunder.
Bingo.
That's the
Okay.
tiebreaker. So
Did anybody else write in for that in the chat?
what?
Did anybody else write in for that in the chat? Any of the other
I don't
viewers?
think so. I don't think so.
So
what? You're dismissing
wow,
Tom's opinion?
No, I
Wow,
just
there's-
read if somebody wrote in.
You know what? I want to say there's 20 people watching right now. Thank you so much for watching. Holy shit.
Let's keep it moving so they can see the results because we are way
Yeah,
behind.
we got a lot. We got a long
Oh,
way
I
to go.
just,
and
I
time
just
to
want to
get
bring
there.
up the fact that there's 20 people watching.
No,
Holy
it's
shit.
awesome. I'm very happy that we have all these people on. Let's give them a show.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep going there.
Okay. Next category is going to be crime comedy. Another category I know most of the group here is going to be like, I didn't watch The Ref, but The Ref versus The Nice Guys.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Yep.
This was very fucking hard for me. Being the person that has to do it first, holy shit. This is rough. This is rough, man. I have to go with The Ref. I love it so much. Like, there's so much about The Ref that like is just, I think there is a lot of nostalgia to it, but I love The Ref. I like everything from like we had sex 3 times, Bob. 3 times. and like there's so much funny fucking dialogue in The Ref. Like I can't. I'm just too new. I'm just too new on The Nice Guys. So for me, The Ref.
All right.
Well, and I share your enthusiasm with The Ref because I do enjoy The Ref a lot. But The Nice Guys is a redefinition of the buddy cop genre in the 21st century. Although it is a set in the 1970s, I love the dynamic. I love it is a movie that I place in high regard, just because of the witty back and forth and the perfect casting. And not to say that The Ref isn't perfectly cast, because I think it is as well. But The Ref, when I say that Die Hard is perennial as an action movie, and yet it is also stapled as being a Christmas movie, The Ref is undoubtedly a Christmas movie. It's a family conflict film. The Nice Guys, sunshines and lollipops, rainbows everywhere in terms of the commitment from the stars and how sharp I find the script. I think it's like what, and this is high praise. This may sound as a pejorative, but watching The Nice Guys is like going back to my favorite episode of the Rockford Files. Like it is a 70s television show pumped up to 17. I love The Nice Guys so very, very much. I broke my pen.
I noticed that the bracket needs to be updated for our last 2 categories.
Scotty, did you say you actually picked The Nice Guys?
I picked The Nice Guys.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody go, because I've got people vacuuming here at my office. So I'll wait till they're done, then I'll talk.
Well, and the police are going to be there in a second saying you're trespassing.
I think Jill is next.
Jill
is abstaining.
She is? Okay. I saw The Ref probably when it first came to video in 1995. I think it's really funny, really good. That was even when I was like 7 years old. But I got to give it to The Nice Guys. I agree with Scott. The dynamic's great. I like the period setting. Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling, I like both their characters. And I really wish that movie, that more people saw it so we could have gotten another one. So I'm sticking with the Nice Guys.
But the Angry Birds movie won that weekend because everyone loves Angry Birds.
I saw that movie. It wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be.
It's also got Patrick Stewart. No, that's the Emoji movie.
No, yeah, well, the Angry Birds is better than the Emoji Movie.
That's what I've heard.
Rob, how about you?
Well, first of all, these movies are over 20 years apart from one another. They're they're like
22
totally
years
different
apart.
eras of Hollywood, totally different generations. But I have to go look, I love The Ref. And one of the screenwriters was Richard Legranovisi. I can't pronounce his name. But I have to echo what Scotty said, his astute observation that this is like a Rockford Files 70s film. It's the perfect, to me, The Nice Guys is the perfect melding of what Joel Silver does best. And you have an auteurist writer-director in Shane Black who wrote The Long Kiss Goodnight, and he wrote The Last Boy Scout. This is Shane Black coming on off the heels of, well, you could say Predators, or
Kiss,
The
Kiss, Bang,
Predator.
Bang.
Pardon me, he's coming. Although he made The Predator later, right? He Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and The Nice Guys are like the perfect synthesis of filmmaker and producer, and I think that I love this film. I love seeing Joel and Shane Black team up. I think there's gold that in their heels. So I'm going with The Nice Guys.
Perfect. How about Spider-Man?
Yeah, I have seen both of these movies, but it has been so long since I've seen either one of them. I can't comment. Yeah, I can't. I mean, Dennis Leary, I'd just give anything to Dennis
I'll take
Leary.
that as a vote.
You said an actor's name. I'm taking it.
Russell Crowe, it was good in The Nice Guys. I remember
I don't know who that is.
Russell Crowe was good in that role, but I mean, Dennis Leary, he's just every movie he's been in, he's been perfect for the role. I love his comedy, everything about Dennis Leary. And I just get his brand of humor. But it's been so long since I've seen either one of those movies. I just have vague details of them.
You said Dennis Leary 3 times. I'll take that as a vote.
You're the boss.
Can you vote now,
tell,
Tom?
that's where my vote's landing as well.
Yeah.
I love The Ref.
Oh.
Yeah.
Spider-Man, I won't count your vote. You wanted to abstain. I won't actually count it, but I'm going to take your vote. I'm going with The Ref. I love Dennis Leary in that movie. I could watch this movie, I watch it every Christmas when I can. I don't really actually commit to watching anything yearly, but it's certainly one of the first grabs when I want a great Christmas comedy. I love it. Yeah. And so, yeah, I'll keep it short. The Ref, that's my pick.
I just beat up Santa Claus.
Is that cat piss?
One original idea for this category was stand-up comic starters, and it was going to be The Ref against Ford Fairlane, but we went in a different direction with it.
Ooh, and you know what? I would have had to abstain because I've never seen The Adventures of Ford Fairlane, but I want to.
It's deeply compromised, but they need to release the director's cut of it.
Huh.
Ooh, I'd be interested. I'm a big fan of Ford Fairlane.
Did Bobak send a vote for this one, Ben?
Let's see. Hang on. I'm still working on
if there are
Last
no
Boy
follow-up
Scout.
questions,
Last Boy Scout. Yeah.
That was Days of
for the
Thunder,
nice
wasn't it?
guys.
I think Days of Thunder.
Bobak did write. He did write. He has The Nice Guys. Yeah, is that the one
Days
with
of Thunder win?
I thought Days of Thunder won that category.
Yeah,
didn't it?
Days of
It
Thunder.
did. Well, I think the Martinis won, but yeah, Days of Thunder won.
Yeah,
that broke the tie.
Right,
All
because
right.
it says.
So who won The Ref?
Okay.
Well, I don't think we're done, but Ben, we're pointing out
We're
that
not
Days
done
of
with that.
Thunder. Days of
No.
Thunder won the Tony Scott spot.
You have it down as the last Boy Scout, but it was Days of Thunder.
Adjustment needs to be made.
Okay, whoops.
It was a close one. but
Joanne,
yeah.
do we have anybody else to vote on Ref and Nice Guys?
Okay, so did Bobak? I need to know if Bobak sent in a vote for that.
For what?
not.
For what?
For Ref versus the Nice Guys.
I doubt he's
Yes, the Nice Guys.
There
Oh,
we
he
go.
voted Nice Guys. Wow.
He did. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice
So
Guys was
Nice-
leading anyway, but yeah. Oh, are you voting,
No,
Joanne?
Yeah, I was gonna vote for the Ref, but doesn't matter.
Oh, well, I still want to count your vote, especially if it's for the Ref.
Yes, my
Makes
vote
sense.
was for the Ref. It's gonna have to be my last vote for the evening because it's almost 1 o'clock here. But yeah, I'd like to throw in my vote for the Ref. And
Do you want to give us your vote, what you would be voting for in the other categories?
yes, if I could. So I have to abstain from the next one, but on the last two, I would like to please go for the Predator and Lethal Weapon.
In which
And also-
categories?
so
Got
in
it,
the
got
sci-fi
it.
classics, sci-fi
Don't worry about it,
classics,
Ben. I got it.
Okay.
and also
Okay,
just wanted to throw my overall prediction just to see if it ends up happening. It was.
Oh yeah, let's make her big.
We'll see. I put Die Hard and Lethal Weapon with Die Hard winning the whole thing. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see how it turns out.
We'll see how it turns
Stick
out.
with us, Joanne, until you have to go. Stick with us, but
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing the winner tomorrow. Then, so it's 1 o'clock, and then I gotta work tomorrow. So, but I really enjoyed this, and thank you so much for including me, even though I had to sit out, of some of them. But I actually got to vote for more than I expected, which is great. So
No, I think you did a spectacular job of continuing the chat and making sure everybody you paid attention to the count, and that's something I was not going to be able to do. So
no, and John helped as well, and yeah, it's so good to see everybody. Rob, it was great to meet you, and
Good to meet you.
yeah, thank you. You guys have fun with the rest of it, and John and Ben, thanks for setting up this bracket. It's amazing that you did that. It's really cool.
we're almost done. We're almost done.
Arnold and Sylvester Stallone is for your birthday. That's the plan.
Perfect. I can't wait. All right, guys, have a great night.
Good evening, Elvirus.
Thank you.
All right, darling.
So I think that takes us to our next category: Die Hard ripoffs. We got Executive Decision versus The Rock.
Hang on. Let me bring it. There we go. Yeah, Executive Decision versus The Rock. Great.
Give
one.
us your thoughts, Ben.
Well, let me hang on.
We gotta add the.
Where is it?
Poll is wanted by the chat
there it is.
also.
Yes.
This is super fucking easy for
Thank
me.
you for
I
putting
love-
that up, Ben, so people can remember what Executive Decision is.
I know, right. For me, this is super simple. I fucking love The Rock. Executive Decision's just like a whatever movie. Like it's fine, but I mean, I don't hate it, but it's just like okay. The Rock is so fucking good. Like it's such an energetic, like adventurous action film. I love everything about it. Even if it gets ridiculous at the end with the like all the explosions and like the pierce in the heart and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. It's so much fun. The Rock is fucking, to me, that was the first time I looked at Michael Bay and I was like, okay, this guy, like, because to me, like, Bad Boys was not really directed. It was more like, hey, this is Lawrence and Will Smith doing their thing. When it comes to like The Rock, it's like, holy shit, this movie's fun and violent and action packed. So for me, it's got to be The Rock. It's not even close, but okay.
Got it. Got your vote.
Who's next?
Well, you know, and with executive decision, I do like it is executive decision is the sort of definition of the Die Hard ripoff. I kind of get executive decision as being a smash up of, you know, Passenger 57 and Air Force One. Like, I don't know what I'm doing in that movie, but with The Rock, like, I love The Rock, and also shout out to Claire Forlani. Love Claire Forlani. Like I think that everybody, all the moving parts that are happening, and because it's all over San Francisco, and I love Ed Harris in that movie. I think it's the last big movie that like Michael Biehn was like prominent in. There are so many people in that, and it's like, oh, I know them. I know that guy. I know that guy. Like everybody in that movie is just a heavy hitter. They are driving it home. And then as fans embraced it, myself being one of them, I don't know if it's a James Bond movie if he had been disavowed, but sure. Like, I love that idea, and it's in my head. I don't know if I believe it, but it's like there's so many things going on. And yes, there are so many Michael Bayisms. I have Baygasms. Tony Todd. You're
Tony
him.
Todd.
You're the
man.
Rocket Man.
I'm gonna fucking slit you, man. And like he
I don't
just
listen
died.
to that pussy shit. I love it. I think it's great, and I think it's very quotable. And if no one, you know what, I'm gonna make a request right now, Rob.
Yes,
I'm gonna do my best.
You're gonna do your best to what?
Well, no, to entice you to say Sean Connery's line from The Rock. I'll do my best.
Your best. You know, okay.
Come on, give it a go. Give it a go.
Wait, hang on a second. Hang on, because
Sure.
I have to like look it up.
The prom
because I want to get it. This line is so it's so iconic.
It is, isn't it? I remember it.
It's one of the greatest Sean Connery lines of all time.
Yes.
And it's
Better than Bond, James Bond.
Yes.
Oh,
no, it is.
Yeah,
Your
okay,
best
okay.
one.
Here it is. I gotta,
So shall I cue you up? Shall I cue you up?
Cue me up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do my best.
Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. So there you go.
Very nice.
Thank you.
So yeah, no, I'm going with The Rock. My vote is for The Rock.
I mean, and by the way, that's one of the great sentiments. I think America today needs this idea because everybody is content to rest on their laurels. And I did my best. Your best isn't good enough ever.
Yeah.
You know, you got to make it happen. You know, and I don't even think people even think going home and fucking the prom queen is a good thing anymore.
Well, they don't
No,
want to
not
fuck.
yeah. I don't even think
No.
that. Yeah, these days it's like, what does that even mean? Yeah.
And before that, you should use your practice touch of your tongue and make sure she comes 3 or 4 times before you. I'm just saying, that's what I would say now. I mean, you got to bring your finesse game.
The kids
I'm
today
just
think
saying.
that coitus is quest for fire.
Oh man, where's that movie on 4K?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, Radon Chong's main that was a good one. but in all honesty, that the thing is, The Rock. Look again, it's peak Michael Bay, early Michael Bay.
Mm-hmm.
But and he hadn't figured out master shots yet, and everything was close up. But look at that cast. Ed Harris is so good.
Yeah.
You know, Sean Connery is so good. Nicolas Cage. I mean, it's a great movie.
And the guy, God, I always say he's Michael Shannon's little brother. Who the fuck is that guy? The guy at the end who like takes the fucking shot to the mouth with the toxin or whatever. God.
Yeah. Let's see.
He looks like Michael Shannon's little brother. He's not, but he looks like it. But you know,
I don't know. Not
Anyway.
David Morris, but
Rob, did we get
David
an
Morris,
official vote for The Rock from you, Rob? Is that
Oh
what-
yeah. I don't even remember what the other movie is.
The Steven Seagal masterpiece.
No, I know.
It is
The one thing about executive, what's interesting about so Stuart Baird directed Executive Decision, and he's only directed 2 feature films. The other movie was Star Trek Nemesis, and Stuart Baird is one of the great He's one of the great editors working in Hollywood. Really fantastic, but he wanted to parlay his editorial skill into a directorial career. And Executive Decision is, I think, a really solid movie. And Steven Seagal's death in that film is glorious.
That was a good piece of marketing right there.
Yeah, it was, and I think Executive Decision is a strong film, but it's a studio programmer. I mean, it's good. It's good. You watch it, it's fulfilling, but it doesn't make you want to get up on your feet and go, fuck yeah, the way The Rock does.
No, it does not. Yeah. Well, to me, it does.
Well, it does for me because I'm going with Executive Decision.
That's all I was gonna say. I know
find it
John loves.
tension-filled. If you see my picks along the way when it comes to Bruckheimer and like Michael Bay in that period, well, not necessarily Michael Bay because I don't even think we've talked about his films yet, but like Con Air and Gone in 60 Seconds and some of that other Nicolas Cage stuff going on in that period, I'm not a big fan of that. And The Rock really fits the same description for me. It's the best of the bunch. Coming off of Bad Boys, I remember I actually thought Bad Boys really stood out as nowhere near the level of James Cameron, but there was like a way that Bay shot Bad Boys that I was like, oh, this guy's a pretty good action director. Not Cameron, but like there's similarities to some of the stuff he's able to do. So I was very excited going into The Rock of like, wow, there's a new director that makes action movies that kind of have a feel like Cameron movies. No, they don't. And he proved that. Every film after, it's just choppy editing. And like I honestly think Bad Boys is probably one of his better movies, in my opinion.
Well, the thing about, I think you're absolutely right. The thing about Michael Bay, even his website was shoot for the edit. And the thing about Michael Bay is he doesn't have a directorial point of view. He shoots everything with 8 cameras and then cuts it all together. There's no, whereas David Fincher is like meticulous for every setup.
Yeah.
Michael Bay is like, we're going to shoot it. We're going to make a huge explosion. I'll have 10 cameras going and I'll figure it out later.
And his movies make great trailers. That's why you get excited to want to see him. Be like, that's going to be awesome. But they're not great movies. And The Rock is still one of his better movies. I'm not going to.
Well, it's because you got the actors. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, I'm not going to completely shit on The Rock. It's got good performances, it's got good actors, and it's filled with a lot of energy and it's a lot of fun. But I just don't. I like the tension of Executive Decision. It's a little bit more serious filmmaking, in my opinion.
Well, Executive Decision's like quote unquote a real movie.
Exactly. Yeah, and that was your point earlier. Like Silver makes those more like real movies. And Bruckheimers are more like movies. The characters in them are part of movie worlds, not real worlds.
That's exactly right. That's exactly.
Hey, John. Right. So have we moved past The Rock and Executive?
No. I just cast my vote. So is anybody else?
Did we get past the ref yet?
Yes, we did, Ben. It's Nice Guys won that one.
Nice Guys. Gotcha.
Does anybody else need to vote?
I do.
Spider-Man.
I need to vote. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen, so you win.
There you go. I get what vote you're picking.
Just make her come first by going down on her expertly.
They're bad.
Seriously, men forget that these days. They're just
winners always complain.
I recommend that.
Spider-Man, did you have a vote?
Yeah, stay away from women. They're bad news. But yeah,
millennial.
No, both of these movies I had great expectations for and great hopes for because of the actors in them. But one of them really let me down, and that was Executive Decision. I was so looking forward to seeing one of the smartest actors in Hollywood because he keeps his mouth shut. Kurt Russell. He knows his place in Hollywood. Kurt Russell and Steven Seagal. I was so looking forward to seeing them together throughout the movie. And then Steven Seagal dies within what, like 5 minutes? No,
Thank God.
I was big into Steven Seagal back then. I was taking Aikido and the whole works.
You had a ponytail?
I didn't know that. I
Okay.
did not.
No, sorry.
So, and The Rock for
If you want to be into him now, just eat hamburgers.
Well, and I don't want to rehash what you've all said about the Rock for reasons mentioned. By and far, the Rock, Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage together. I even think I saw Alec Baldwin a little bit in that movie. But
in The Rock,
yeah, I think he shot someone in that movie.
He was behind a gun.
Yeah.
Well, you do have Tony Todd in that movie, who is the dumbest person in the world. The way he gets killed, it's so dumb. But
Executive Decision does have John Leguizamo, DB Wong, one of the guys from Top Gun who looks like Rick
Halle
Rossovic.
Berry, yeah,
Halle Berry. But I thought it was Rick Rossovic's like younger brother, and then I looked it up, and he's another. I forget which pilot he is, but it's another guy from Top Gun. Who are the pilots in the first flight?
Hollywood, Wolfman.
And I think it's Hollywood. I think he's listed as Hollywood.
Yeah.
And so he's one of the guys. So there's some guys in Executive Decision that fill out the cast as well.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah,
JT Walsh. JT Walsh shows up
Oh,
there.
God rest.
Rest in peace. One of the greatest characters.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
I fucking love JT Walsh, man.
But The Rock wins. The Rock wins. Unless anyone else has votes, Rock wins with 5.
All right. We're moving on.
Let's
keep
land The
going,
Rock
guys.
and get to our last 2 categories. Pull this off quickly. These should
Hey,
be.
Jill gets to be back for this one.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, finally.
Hey, Jill.
Okay, so the final categories are sci-fi classics. We've got Armageddon versus Predator.
Hang on, John. I'm getting there. Let's get there. Come on.
Boom. How is Star Wars?
Wait,
Why
no,
is
that's
Star
wrong
Wars?
one. The wrong one.
The wrong slide.
Shit.
Same again.
Oh,
No.
Here it is.
There we go. There it is.
Sorry, guys.
Looking glorious.
I only get a tiny thumbnail. I can't tell what's what.
All right.
All right, Ben, what's your vote?
Oh my God. As much as I love Ben Affleck's commentary on Armageddon, which is glorious and just endlessly exciting and fun. Predator's one of the best action sci-fi action movies ever made. I do fucking love Armageddon. I saw it when I was 20 years old, and me and John, me and Devin and Bobak and all of us, we went and saw it, and we kind of worshipped it. We loved it, but it's not Predator. So for me, Predator's just perfect action movie. So we've already talked about Predator so many times. I don't need to explain it, but Predator for me.
Excellent. Scotty, what's your pick?
Well, I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep. And I miss you, baby. But get to the chopper. I am definitely I agreed. This is another one. Ben, you and I, we did a commentary on Con Air, and you and I did a commentary on Armageddon.
Yes, we did.
And for both of these, I love them both, but Predator is the one that I think I can watch the most. Predator is tighter. It is, I think there's been some things that I've seen recently where it's like, if you didn't see the spaceship at the beginning, it would be a better movie because you didn't know what you were going up against.
Well, because they did not want to shoot that. right, Rob? Like they did not want to shoot that. I think
Yeah.
that's true, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Predator is a tense, action-packed question as to who's going to win, and Armageddon is when are they going to win? And so just for suspense reasons, I think like Predator is better. And so yeah, no, but I can't go on any further because we don't have time to bleed.
I don't know. The asteroid could have won.
Nice.
Coulda.
All right, I got your vote for Predator. Just to let you guys know, I did include Joanne's vote and Brandon's vote, so we're at 4 for Predator. I will vote, and that makes 5 for Predator.
There we are.
And Bobak's vote for Predator is Predator.
Got it. Okay. Anybody? Kat
Rob
or Jill? Who's next? Jill.
Jill's next.
I'm next. I know the right answer is Predator because technically, philosophically, what it did to expand science fiction for the times and the special effects and everything. I know that I realize it's a better movie, but I think Armageddon is more fun. It was one of my childhood movies that if I saw it on TV, I would stop and watch it wherever it was within the movie. And I was drawn to the idea of what would we do? That asteroid could come and get us, and that's still a thing. That's still a thing that could happen. The asteroids are out there, and so and when I grew up, I realized how implausible a lot of it is, especially with how we could figure out how could we even blow up an asteroid without all the fragments causing.
Or did you
some
listen
kind of
to Ben
damage?
Affleck's commentary?
I should have. Yeah, maybe I did. I do like this movie, and or all that stuff. How implausible the drilling is, or why don't you train astronauts instead of? You're right. I think I just listened to the commentary, but by the time I discovered all these things, it was too late. I was already in love, so it's Armageddon for me.
That's the way it is with love. It's always too late.
You know, I asked Jerry, or I asked Michael, why would it be easier to train oil drillers to be astronauts than to train astronauts to be oil drillers? And he told me to shut the fuck up.
Great.
All right.
Oil drillers a harder job.
I'm good.
Guaranteed.
Go
That's
Cat.
it.
Go
Cat,
Cat.
you're
God,
up
it
next.
had to be probably 33 years ago, and I was 4 years old, and Predator was on TV, and I watched it, and I loved it. And anytime that was on TV, all our friends we would just stop and be glued to the TV. Our parents didn't care. As an R-rated movie on TV, but as a 5-year-old, it was like the coolest thing ever. It's the most quotable movie probably ever made.
Yeah.
It is absolutely badass. It has to be Predator. If it bleeds, we can definitely kill it.
Yeah.
Well, right now,
bleeds,
Armageddon's
you can
bleeding
bleed.
pretty bad. Anybody else going to vote for Armageddon? Rob, you're next.
Look, Armageddon's a guilty pleasure, but I'm a Deep Impact fan. I'm a Deep Impact fan. I mean, give it a 2. I'm a huge fan of. Look,
fair.
Armageddon's a lot of fun. A shot doesn't even last. Every shot in Armageddon's less than a second long. It seems it's the most. It's great actors, great performances. It's a lot of fun to watch. It's gobbledygook, total gobbledygook. But Predator is iconic.
Yes.
First of all, the design of the Predator in the film is one of the great alien designs ever to appear in all of cinematic history. You got to give it up for the Predator. And the in '87 when it came out, the design of all of it, the Predator vision, the idea of putting all those great. I mean, come on, Jesse the Body Ventura is in Predator. Shane Black is in Predator. You know, who went on to write and direct The Nice Guys. I mean, it is, to me, Predator, it shows what Joel Silver, when he's cooking on all cylinders, cooking with gas, what he's able to deliver. And while, you know, I think perhaps the climax of Predator, you know, it doesn't end on the rousing 10 out of 10 finale you might want. I think for what it is a great example of a director, a screenwriter, a producer, actors, the effects team. It all comes together and delivers. I mean, is it as highbrow as Alien? No. But a movie called Predator probably could not be more fully realized than it is with Predator. So come on, you got to go with Predator.
I love the ending. I think it's perfect. I love
No,
it.
I think the ending is great too. Yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to be bigger,
Yeah, I think they didn't.
Of course, how do you make it bigger? It's only
Working on a 1987 budget.
Well,
Right.
John, you and I have talked about this. I don't think they knew what to do exactly with that last final ending, so they kind of just, made the explosion. But I love it.
Well, what they did with the ending is that they cast Kevin Peter Hall to dwarf Arnold Schwarzenegger. Is what they did with the ending.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the fight. Like the fight was obviously Kevin Peter Hall towering over Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm talking about the last final seconds where the aliens, where Predator's like, okay, fuck it, I lost, and he's like, blah 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 blah, whatever.
But I no.
Well,
but
he's
like
trying to
that
flip
last-
the tables and get him. He doesn't want to admit to complete defeat, so he's like, "I'm not
Well,
going to let
that's
you
the
roll
thing.
this."
Well, that's a lot of debate that people have about this movie, because as we've made our way through more Predator movies, like what are they after? John, John, Scotty, we did a whole thing about how we thought the Predator and Predator 2 was kind of like a teenager, like a high school quarterback type of Predator. And it's like, he doesn't want to kill himself. He wants to fucking fight till the end, even though he gets outsmarted and outbeaten by geriatric Danny Glover. And that's fine. Yeah.
But also at the end of that Predator movie, and I think, I don't know, yeah, I'm influenced by Klingon culture, and let's be fair. But like that whole
The Hirogen also in Voyager.
today is a good day to die. Like you beat me, but that doesn't mean I lost.
Yes.
And I love that laugh at the end when he's got the countdown and then Dutch he's like, what? I gotta
Well,
go.
that's the Billy laugh. That's from Billy.
Recording
Yeah,
of Billy's laugh.
Yeah,
And so I find it all to be very fascinating. Like to like the Predator in the first Predator is like he's not afraid of death. In fact, if I've been bested, that's fine, but don't think you're going to get away with it. Like there's something about it. Like, and I think that's part of the mystique of that species, that the alien race. It's like, I don't know where they're coming from. They just want to hunt things. And even if they lose, they're like, yeah, but still, I got to sleep. And there's an ace in it.
So are we done with John? Are we done with
Spider-Man? Do you got a vote on this one?
Yeah, you're damn right I do. Absolutely. I know the popular choice would be Predator. That would be the obvious choice just because of, the cast. You want to talk about action stars. And Predator, you just come out of that movie feeling like you want to go do steroids and go to the gym. But,
Armageddon does have Peter Stormare.
Well, that's okay. That's exactly. And he's got the best line in the whole movie when Ben Affleck asks him, "You ever hear of Evel Knievel?" He said, "No, I never saw Star Wars." That's the best line in the whole movie. But you've got Bruce Willis, Billy Bob Thornton, Steve Buscemi, William Fichtner. I like that guy. Michael Duncan Clark, huge fan. Peter Stormare. Yeah, however you pronounce his last name, but that movie it's got Bruce Willis, and I said before, if it's got Bruce Willis, I've got to vote for that movie, and that's true. It's a fun movie. If cut out the scenes with Liv Tyler in it, and it is a very awesome, fun movie. The cast is phenomenal. It's just, of course, it's not realistic, but I've got to go with Armageddon. My man, Bruce Willis.
You know what?
That gives Armageddon.
I love it. That
Gives Armageddon 2 votes, but not enough to beat Predator. Predator got 8 votes.
Yeah, but I love it that Armageddon got some love though, because it's fucking fun as fuck.
So our last category before we can move on and quickly get through the rest of this if we can. I don't know, buddy. It's late.
Hey, John, were you thinking that Armageddon was going to beat Predator?
No, not. Okay, so last category, buddy cop series, the entire Lethal Weapon series versus the entire Bad Boys series, 4 movies of each.
Entire.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, at this point, let's just talk about them quickly and make some decisions. We'll spend time breaking down the whole series.
Okay, so this is also the last image I have because I don't know what anybody's going to do from this point on. Lethal Weapon for me, 100%. I like 3 out of the 4 movies very much. I love Lethal Weapon. There's no question. I mean, I think the Bad Boy movies are a blast, but they're nowhere near the Lethal Weapon movies. So for me, Lethal Weapon, buddy cop series, hands down. 4 movies, fuck you.
Nice. Scotty, you're up.
Well, I find this to be a rather offensive way to close it out because we have a buddy cop movie where it's no, actually, you know what? I'm not going to make that joke because Danny Glover, and I respect him. No, I am a Lethal Weapon fan. I don't like. My favorite part about the first Bad Boys is Téa Leoni, and I never really watched the rest of them. Lethal Weapon is a movie series that started off strong and then turned into like a reunion movie. Like Lethal Weapon 4 is a television reunion movie. But I always had a stronger connection to Lethal Weapon. I like Martin Lawrence. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say I like Lethal Weapon better, but that's only because of spite.
All right, we'll take that vote. I guess I'm third. Yeah, I'm going with Lethal Weapon. Ben and I just recorded a review series on all 4 movies, so I've rewatched them all very recently. I did try to rewatch a little bit of the Bad Boys movies to compare. And it just reminded me it's an inferior series. The comedy doesn't work for me as well. Like some of the first Bad Boys I find pretty funny, but I don't really think the comedy works in the sequels all that well. There's still some pretty good action throughout the series, but the Lethal Weapon movies, all of them work. Even the issues I have with 3 and 4, they're still pretty good movies and they work. So I'm just going with the Lethal Weapon series.
It would have been better if it had been Tracy Morgan.
All right, Jill.
Well, I'm a little disappointed that it's the whole series. I've only seen the first one of each of them.
That's fine. You can vote on that.
Okay, as long as I can vote on that, I got to go with Lethal Weapon. It's just wonderful because I think they really use the Christmas setting and the music and all of that clashing with the themes of death and murder and suicide. It is, and then there's Bugs Bunny in the background.
And 3 Stooges.
Mr. Joshua.
And it's also very lovely to see a fantastic father figure like Roger, because that's kind of a thing. That's kind of a thing that we need more of. I'm tired of seeing goofy, incompetent fathers and stuff. It's played out, and so I'm happy with that too. And I just laughed my whole way through watching Lethal Weapon. It's brilliantly written. The dialogue is so witty, and the friendship is obviously they weren't friends at first, and I think that's why it's better than Bad Boys. They were already best friends, and this one they had to grow and they learned to enjoy each other. And Mel Gibson just kills it. He breaks my heart with his misery.
His walking in the moonlight with his butt. That shot.
Yes.
Oh, I missed that part. But I know. I like Will Smith because when I was a kid, I liked Fresh Prince, but this Lethal Weapon is so much better.
All right, we got that vote for Lethal Weapon. Kat, what is your vote?
So I've only seen the first Lethal Weapon from that series, but I've seen all the Bad Boys movies. Lethal Weapon is a definitely a miles superior film to the first Bad Boys. I mean, I thought the Bad Boys sequels were fun popcorn movies, but I can't speak to the Lethal Weapon series. But if I could go off just the first movie, it's Lethal Weapon all the way.
Yes.
You should check out the rest of the series. It's
All right.
it's worth a watch.
Yeah, and 4 is a special feature.
Yeah. It's a TV movie. I agree with
I
you.
remember the previews for 4 when it came out. They were airing them like crazy. And I was like,
They needed their money.
The fourth one's better than the third one, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Well, watch our review series coming up, and you'll hear all of our thoughts about that. Rob, what is your
Rob Stern? Rob Stern. Yeah.
Well, I think that the first Lethal Weapon is peak Joel Silver.
Yes.
I think that everything that Joel Silver represents is distilled into what Lethal Weapon is. You've got a Shane Black script. Remember, Shane Black was in Predator the same year. Predator and Lethal Weapon both came out in 1987. And to me, people forget Lethal Weapon is a really, really dark film. I mean, you literally have Mel Gibson swallowing a gun on the verge of killing himself. Yeah, because he's so depressed over the death of his wife and everything that's happened. Lethal Weapon is what Joel Silver does best. He takes real dark human emotion and pathos and connects it with wildly entertaining action adventure. And he does something that Jerry Bruckheimer would never touch the emotional depths that Silver's Lethal Weapon goes to.
That's very true. That's
never, and that is the difference. No one's debating about whether or not one of Jerry Bruckheimer's movies is a Christmas movie or not. Almost 40 years after it came out. And the thing about Joel Silver, what he understood is Joel Silver is not afraid to. He's hard hitting. He's in your face, and he was not. Here's my overall. Like, I haven't loved every Joel Silver movie that he made, but Joel Silver was not afraid to go after the real humanity. And Lethal Weapon, I mean, unlike Lethal Weapon 2, which is a cartoon, but it's a glorious cartoon, and it announces it's a cartoon over the Warner Brothers logo.
Yeah.
People forget Lethal Weapon 2 begins with dun, 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 dun.
Oh no, we did not forget that, Rob.
Well, I'm just saying that to me, Lethal Weapon is the perfect distillation. When I think Joel Silver, I think Lethal Weapon. I also think Die Hard, but there were other people involved. Whereas Lethal Weapon was produced by two men, Richard Donner, and he got that because Donner, and he directed. But it's a Joel Silver movie through and through. The music, that Michael Kamen, the David Sanborn or whatever, was it David Sanborn?
Yeah, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
I mean,
and Eric
everyone remembers, the saxophone playing and the score. The Murtaugh, whenever he was getting dissed by his wife or kids. Yeah.
I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah, I'm too old. Everyone remembers that. And it was, again, all Shane Black movies take place at Christmas. Lethal Weapon is the pinnacle, not the pinnacle, but maybe the beginning. It was Joel Silver going to the moon and planting that Frank Lloyd Wright logo on Utopia Planitia or whatever. That's Star Trek. But it's fine. It's that Silver Pictures. There's nothing better. Lethal Weapon is the shit. It's also the first movie I ever saw on THX sound at the Village in Westwood when I was visiting my friend Taylor. So Lethal Weapon to me was a very big moment in my life. It was the first movie I saw at the Village Theater, and boy, I'll never forget it. And remember, only a year later, Die Hard came out.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about a lot about that with the Michael Kamen scores, like that came out a year later, and it was similar, but without the saxophone, the guitar, but like
Well, yeah,
the
you didn't
action
have
beats were kind of there,
you didn't have Eric Clapton and David Sanborn.
And that's true. That's true.
All right, so we can wrap this one up with Spider-Man. I think has the last vote, and then we're good to wrap up round one and move on.
Okay, tell me.
Yeah, as much as I liked Will Smith and everything he's done, Lethal Weapon, it has to be the ultimate buddy cop combination. Danny Glover and Mel Gibson. I mean, they set the part. And again, Mel Gibson, kudos to the acting in that one. He played a suicidal crazy guy really well, just unhinged, completely unhinged. And it's got to be Lethal Weapon. As far as buddy cop movies go.
I love the way he saves the other suicidal crazy guy who's just a side.
Yeah, like you ain't crazy. I know crazy. You ain't it. And
John and I just finished a retrospective of the first Lethal Weapon movie. And one of the things we talked about was like how they show you Riggs as this hard ass, like I'm naked, butt naked, feeding my dog, drinking a beer. And then next scene with him, he's like at the Christmas tree lot, which, was, like an action scene. And next time you see him, he's like, he's wanting to kill himself. And like, me and John were talking about like, God, that scene is just, it's so rich and dark. There's so much going on in that scene. And when he can't do it and he hits himself with the gun and he's like, God damn it. I was like, dude, that's one of the best performances I've ever seen in like any kind of action movie, like ever,
But Ben, I was reminded of something. I think I misspoke when I was saying, man, we really never saw action heroes of that era have a moment like that and be human.
Yeah.
Now I know it's a year later when you get that with John McClane in the bathroom pulling glass out of his feet. It's a very similar.
Oh yeah, that's good
moment,
too.
but it's a year later. It's a year later, but there is kind of a moment with a very prominent action hero of the 80s that happened earlier than Lethal Weapon that I was.
That's a very different scene though. Like
no, Ben, listen. First
Blood.
The end of First Blood does have a very dramatic, emotional scene with similar emotions coming out of Stallone, dealing with PTS and stuff like that. So,
but wait! I just want to point out that was based on a novel.
But my point was I was misremembering that we've had action heroes that go through that kind of real humanizing moment.
Sure.
You didn't really get that with any of the action heroes in the 80s until Lethal Weapon, but I was wrong. Rambo really did already kind of have that moment.
Rambo. Well, Rambo was based on that.
But I think you guys are forgetting one of the greatest contributions that Lethal Weapon made. Mary Ellen Trainor, who played the LAPD psychiatrist, Stephanie Wolf, who later appeared in Die Hard.
Yeah.
She was Robert Zemeckis' ex-wife.
Yep,
she was. She became, and just like their captain became a staple. All good. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
she was amazing.
She was a mother. She was
in Ricochet. She became a staple of Joel
right?
Silver movies.
Yeah, she plays the same reporter in Die Hard that she plays in Ricochet.
Yes.
And that is the linchpin to create the Verde verse and connect a bunch of movies.
That's why
her little role connects a big chunk of that.
It's so awesome to have you, Rob, because we've been talking about the Verdes or the
Verde
verse
forever.
Okay,
but I cut off Canadian Spider-Man. Did he have anything to add?
No, that was pretty much it. Just how unbelievably good Mel Gibson was at portraying those scenes.
That fucking scene where he's in his trailer with the gun. It's you don't get that in like regular like.
No.
I mean, because this movie was an 80s movie, so it was kind of like filtering off that film noir aspect of stuff, but like, you know, before buddy cop comedies, and it was, dude, Lethal Weapon 1 was not a comedy, not at all.
They didn't like
No.
each other. They someone else mentioned it. They did not like each other at all.
No, they didn't. They didn't. They didn't.
Halfway
It
through
was
that
funny
movie.
to me. I mean, it had dark themes, but it had its humor.
Very
too.
dark themes, and like the way that Mel Gibson portrays Martin Riggs with just that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that scene just drives me
It's-
nuts, man. It
It's
drives
the
me nuts.
dark sarcasm that I like.
Ben, do you think we're gonna be able to get through this? It's 10:30.
Yeah, no, we're good because now all we have to do, we've already discussed
Here's
all
my
the movies.
suggestion. Yes, here's my suggestion. There are some easy categories. Like obviously everyone pick what you want to, you know, the movie you
Yeah.
feel strongly about, but some of these categories should be pretty easy to make a quick winner and move
Yeah,
on.
we don't need to
Let's
talk
try
about it anymore. So
yeah, let's try to get through this. I mean, I don't want to rush this to where we're not having a good time, but it's so late and we still have a lot of people on the panel when we go through each one. So let's just try to move it along quickly.
I'm just, oh my God, we got 18 people watching. Man,
Excellent.
thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You want to know who's gonna win?
No, because I don't think I've ever had that many people watching. So that's amazing. So thank you guys.
So, all right,
but
let's
yeah.
do flashcards.
Okay, so so I guess
round.
round 2 we have the first matchup in round 2 will be Die Hard versus National Treasure. Ben, you're up.
Die Hard. I'm done.
Yep. Yeah. I think that's as quick as we need to make it because
Die
there's
Hard.
no real reason to talk through our thoughts when it's that kind
Well,
of matchup.
no, I mean we've already done that. We've seen all these movies.
Well, you
Like how he just
Anyway,
moves it over.
That's fine. That's fine. We're moving at a pace
We're
here.
just-
Scotty,
we
go.
don't even need to talk about it. It's Die Hard, guys.
Scotty.
Well,
Okay,
that's
how
the
about
time
this?
I saw
How about this?
National Treasure.
I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
Is
think
anybody
Die Hard.
picking
Die
National
Hard.
Treasure? Is anybody picking National Treasure?
Die Hard.
I don't know.
No, I'm picking
Die
Die
Hard.
Hard.
Wait, I'm sorry. I dipped out. Is it
I was
National
just about
Treasure
to say
versus Die Hard?
R&B.
Correct.
Yeah.
Come on, you guys. Why is this a thing?
I know.
Oh,
So,
oh,
okay,
no,
we-
they were
It's not anymore.
They're not. They were in
Sure.
separate categories, and they each won their separate category, which is why they're together now. So now it's
Yeah.
Die Hard
Yeah.
versus Treasure.
Okay, so move.
Yeah, that's how the
we'll-
bracket works.
We'll move it
Yeah, Die
along
Hard
quickly.
wins.
Jumping across, we got Matrix versus Roadhouse. Anybody picking Roadhouse? Otherwise,
No one is.
No, guys, no.
No.
no. Okay, so Matrix moves on.
That was fast.
Well, that's how it should be.
This
for
is
some
how
of
it
these.
needs to go.
This is where it gets maybe a little more competitive, but we'll see.
Sure.
Top Gun versus Pirates 3 at World's End.
Top
Please.
Gun.
Come on.
Top Gun.
Come on.
Is
At
anybody
World's
picking
End.
Pirates?
Pirates at World. Yeah, Top Gun. I didn't like it. I thought it was a bad movie. I gave it
Okay,
2
so
out of
Pirates
5.
has one vote. Any more?
Give me a break. Come
Nope.
on.
Okay, Top Gun wins. Okay, this one's a real one. Let's take a vote.
Sure.
Let's go around the table.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills Cop 2 versus Beverly Hills Cop 1. Ben, you're first.
Ooh.
Beverly
Ooh,
Hills
this is
Cop
tough.
2.
Okay. Scotty, you're next.
Come on, man. You know you want part 2. You're just
I
being a
do want part 2. I'm going part 2.
Okay.
Yes.
I am next. I'm going with part 1. Next is Jill.
Skip me. I haven't seen part 2, but it's going to my list.
Okay, Kat.
Come on, Rob. Come on, Rob.
Oh,
you know part
Cat's
2 is
next.
a better movie.
I'll pick part. I'll pick part 2.
Part 2. Okay, Rob, you're next.
Okay, first of all, you can't pick the second part of something because it wouldn't have existed if the
I
first
understand
part.
that.
isn't
You
it?
understand that I can do
And I
anything
would
that I
have to say this,
want.
all of you people are being bamboozled by Tony Scott's direction. The fact that they even changed the aspect ratio in Beverly Hills Cop 2. There is
To make
no
it
way.
to make it better, yes.
There,
yes.
no, it's. I get it. You guys are young. You don't know the difference between something that is
Okay with
genuinely
these, huh?
great. You've been bamboozled by. No, you can't say Beverly
All
Hills.
right, fine.
Cop
I
2
switch
is
my
better than
vote.
1.
Beverly Hills Cop.
Beverly
1.
Hills Cop is superior to Beverly Hills Cop 2 in every way because nothing in Beverly Hills Cop 2 could exist without Beverly Hills Cop
This
1.
sounds like the argument to why Star Trek, the original series, is better than others.
Well, then by that argument, wouldn't Star Wars
Well,
be
Star
better
Trek
than
the
Empire
original
Strikes
series is
Back, Rob?
better.
Rob.
It's true. No, I agree.
Rob,
Oh, dude,
Rob,
I love you so
I gotta
much.
say, Rob, I am very, very. I did not expect that. I thought you were gonna
But
say
by-
No, I'm in. He's
Fucking
persuaded
badass.
me.
First of all, you have to understand something.
Rob.
Beverly Hills Cop 2 is fine. It's all great.
It's
all
fucking
of it is a
awesome.
derivation on what happened in Beverly Hills Cop 1.
Breakdown.
That's not true.
You
That's not
busted.
true.
It is true. And by the way, Beverly Hills Cop is a revelatory. It's a revelatory film.
But
Yes.
if the idea is that it can't qualify because it wouldn't exist without the success of the first movie, then wouldn't that mean Star Wars is better than Empire Strikes Back?
It is better than Empire Strikes Back.
I thought you said Empire was your favorite.
No,
Or the
it is
best.
okay. Star Trek: The Motion Picture is my favorite Star Trek movie.
John.
Yeah.
But Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is a better. I will argue it is a better film.
Yes,
it's just not my favorite. But
Right.
Beverly Hills Cop
So,
1.
what do I have
Yeah.
to change here?
Was I mean, it's Beverly Hills Cop 1
Nothing
is
yet.
an incredible film. It's
Nothing
an incredible
yet?
film.
Nothing
Okay.
yet.
And Star
Okay.
Trek, or sorry, not Star Trek. Beverly Hills Cop 2 is shinier, but yeah, no, I'm switching over.
By the way,
Are you honestly
let's go back to Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, I'm honestly switching. He
Well, we'll
makes a
get there. We'll
compelling
get back to
argument.
Lethal Weapon in a second,
But
Rob.
let me just say, Lethal Weapon 1 is a very different film than Lethal Weapon 2.
Yes, it is. Yes,
It is a very dark film, and you're dealing with really remember, a girl jumps to her death in that film, and you have a father grieving over his dead daughter, and you have Vietnam, and you have Lethal Weapon 1 is a really dark film. Now, I would say that Lethal Weapon 2, you could make the argument that it's much more buoyant and fun and bouncy and hilarious.
And Pesci-like.
And you've got Joe Pesci. I mean, the whole
Patsy Kensit,
okay. They fuck you at the drive-thru. They know you're going to be miles away before you know you got fucked. And I'm Leo gets. I mean, there's all kinds of funny stuff in Lethal Weapon 2, but none of it would be there without Lethal Weapon 1. And I think if you're arguing the better film, you have to deal with the creation of the characters, and you have to deal with. I mean, Beverly Hills Cop obviously was a Stallone vehicle, and it changed, and then Daniel Petrie came on board and rewrote it and all that. But the thing about Beverly Hills Cop 1 was it set a tone. It forged a way to go, and I think that you have to take that into consideration. The first film in any franchise, the first film, the act of creation always needs to be taken into consideration, because the second film didn't have to do that. The second film already had all these characters and all these situations laid out for you, and it's the creation that's the difficult part of anything. Following it up is easy because you've already had the characters laid out for you.
And that's why I changed my vote.
Are you officially changing, Scotty?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Spider-Man. I think you might be the only one left, right?
Yeah, I've got to go with Beverly Hills Cop 2. The characters were really developed.
Hold
for
on,
me.
Spider-Man, real quick. Ben, put a poll out if you haven't, because we're tied and we might need people to chime in on this.
We need an adult.
Beverly Hills Cop 1 versus 2.
Where's Joanne when we need her?
Oh, yeah. No. Okay, go ahead, Spider-Man.
Yeah, the soundtrack for number 2 was better. The action scenes were better in the second one, and the characters were.
The soundtrack is better in Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Oh, come
You're
on.
out of
Takedown,
your
breakdown,
mind.
you're busted. It's great.
Absolutely.
It's not as good as
By the way,
Neutron
someone in
Dance.
the chat, it looks like it's Greek. I don't know. It says Star Wars Episode 4 existed without episodes 1, 2, and 3 for decades. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
He's actually
just
from
1
Greece.
can't be the best because there's part 1, 2, and 4 can't be
Wow.
the best because there's 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I don't buy that.
Wow, sorry. When Star Wars came out, it was not called Star Wars Episode 4. It was
True.
called Star Wars, and that
Yeah.
was all that existed. None of this other bullshit had come out yet. I'm sorry.
True.
No,
but
don't apologize.
I don't even
sir.
understand what that means. Star Wars Episode 4 existed without episodes 1, 2, and 3 for decades. No, Star Wars Episodes 1, 2, and 3 exist because Star Wars was a hit.
Yes. Yes, 100%.
True. He's
Right.
from Greece.
didn't say Grease, but I do like what he says about Lethal Weapon as a horror movie with some action scenes.
No, I'm saying he's
absolutely
from
right.
Greece. I know
Ben,
he's.
do we have any votes?
Well, I'm a huge
to
fan.
break
I'm
our
a huge
tie?
fan of his. I don't know what his name.
Did Bobek write anything in?
Greek letters Larson,
wait,
if you could do me a favor and tell me which is your
Ben, are you
favorite
there?
between Beverly Hills Cop 1 or Beverly Hills Cop 2, you would really stop an argument and we can keep going.
Look, man, if you guys want to pick Beverly Hills Cop 2, who am I to say? Don't listen to me.
Taggart and Rose.
No,
Taggart
I'm
and Rosewood.
screaming at clouds.
Ben, are you there?
Taggart and Rosewood weren't really developed in the first film. In the second film, they really came along.
Yes,
Are you
they were.
kidding
They were.
me?
They were.
Yeah.
Ben, are you
Not
there?
developed in the first film.
That's right.
Okay, guys.
We're
We're so close to the finish line. So
Yeah,
that's-
Ben, are you there? Do you
Yeah,
have
we
a
need-
poll up? Either a poll up to solve this, or let's get someone to pick in the chat. I see Beverly Hills Cop 1 being voted on.
Tom
See,
has to be
Rob?
watching.
The cloud that you yelled at decided to grace you with a sunbeam.
Well, he also was right with Lethal Weapon 1. He got that.
So we're taking that vote as Beverly Hills Cop 1, which gives it the win.
As
Four
it
to
should.
4-3.
Okay. And
Beverly Hills
after
Cop 1.
this,
What's next?
Okay,
What
then
is-
we've
what
got
are next?
Demolition Man versus Enemy of the State. Ben, you're up.
okay.
No explanations, just a good reasoning. Just pick a movie.
Which one? Which one, John?
Demolition Man versus Enemy of the State.
Enemy of the State for me. I love it. Tony
Scott
it's a
fan.
Tony Scott classic. I love it. Done.
Excellent. Scotty, your pick.
Demolition Man.
Right on. I'm right there with you. That's 2 for Demolition Man.
All right.
Okay, Jill.
I don't think she.
I said in the
No.
private chat, I'm sitting out for the rest of it, but
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
happy
she's
to
not-
hear
she doesn't
your
have these on.
results. I'm here to celebrate 9 years on YouTube, 900 subscribers. I helped get the last 10.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Thank
did,
you for
baby.
getting us across the finish line there.
Yes, you did, baby, and I love you for it. I love you.
I am picking Enemy of the State.
All right.
Yes.
2-2. Rob, break this tie we're currently in.
Demolition Man, George. It's Joel Silver Light. I'm going with Enemy of the State. I really like that film. It's a much better
on.
movie than Demolition Man is.
So
All
Enemy of
right.
the State is a fucking blast, man. It's great.
Spider-Man.
Hey, man. It's got Brody from Mallrats.
Wow, this is a really hard choice, but I just really like Wesley Snipes in Demolition Man.
All right. So now we're tied. Ben, I don't know if you happen to. I guess the thing you would need to stay on top of, Ben, is putting a poll up for these.
No, we got Greek letters in the chat saying Enemy of the State.
Okay.
Yeah. Last tie. Why not we break them with it?
All righty.
That's not it.
Sandra Bullock's bottom.
Enemy of the
4-3.
State.
Enemy of the State moves on.
You know what? I got to be honest. I love Enemy of the State beating Demolition Man. I love Demolition Man, but Enemy of the State is more fun.
All right, jumping across. This is going to be, well, no, I don't know if this will be a tough one, but it is fun that we got Tony Scott versus Tony Scott. You got Crimson Tide versus Days of Thunder.
Yes, this is a great category here. Hey, great
Ben, your pick.
For me, I'm always going to go with Crimson Tide. I mean, if this was up against True Romance, fine, but it's not. So for me, Crimson Tide. Just
excellent. All right, Scotty.
Crimson Tide. Ben, don't forget to put the names in the brackets.
Okay, so for me, Crimson Tide as well. For Kat,
Crimson Tide. And yeah, the Beverly Hills Cop has to be moved into the bracket.
Rob.
Crimson Tide, dude.
Yeah, I think everyone's going that route. Spider-Man.
Yeah, the tension of a submarine. Crimson Tide.
Yeah, okay. So that's a 0 for Days of Thunder. Crimson Tide comes on in that one. That's kind of to be expected. Okay, our final one on the left-hand side, the Nice Guys versus the Predator. Oh, man, the Predator has no shot at winning this.
Ben, move Beverly Hills Cop into the bracket.
Okay, I'm doing it. Jesus Christ.
Not
Actually,
the Predator, but Predator.
the Predator, it would be Shane Black versus Shane Black.
Right. but it's Predator. Arnold
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger gets
It's
to
a
the
good
chopper.
movie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I drank the Vesper martinis, and
Did you have 007 of those?
no, I had 4 of those, and they hit me kind of hard. So anyway,
Yeah, that's like a half liter
continuing.
of vodka, yo.
That's
Nice.
insane. Okay, well, we just need a quick vote. Or is this the kind of one where we just say anybody voting for Nice Guys? Otherwise, we move on.
No. We'll keep it real. We'll keep it real.
Well, real is who's going to vote for Nice Guys over the Predator.
I love the Nice Guys, but I'm going Predator.
Predator.
Yeah, they're nice guys, but they ain't the Predator.
Okay, Predator for me.
Predator
I'm pretty
wins.
sure if I'd seen the Nice Guys, I'd pick the Predator.
Yeah.
Predator. Okay, move it on, Ben. All right, last one on the right hand
I love
side.
how Rob has disdain. He's like, I'm not even answering this.
I don't.
I think he's
Well, I
waiting.
threw
till
out
the
there
end.
if anyone's
I
going
think
to
he's
pick
waiting
Nice
till
Guys,
the
speak
end.
now. If not, Predator is winning. So I'm pretty sure Rob's going with Predator, right?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing is The Rock versus. Technically, it's The Rock versus all of the Lethal Weapon movies. It's a little unfair, but that's the way we're doing this because I want the Lethal Weapon series to have a chance to go up against another big winner down the road. So let's see.
Oh, this one's rough, man. This one's rough for me. Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, I got to go with Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon.
The Rock is too much fun.
We got one Rock.
I love The Rock, but Lethal Weapon.
Anybody else picking The Rock?
You can't pick Michael Bay over Richard Donner.
I agree with that.
That's the right answer.
If
sir.
it was just The Rock versus the first Lethal Weapon movie, would that change anyone's opinion?
No,
No.
I would still be Lethal Weapon.
I agree with that
Same.
too.
Same.
Okay, then Lethal Weapon moves on there. All right, that does get us to the third round.
Okay, we're almost done here. So we
Okay,
have
these will be a little more interesting, but I still think there's some clear winners in these categories. Let's see how everyone picks.
Hey
First one.
guys, so we have Die Hard versus Top Gun, Matrix versus Beverly Hills Cop, Enemy of the State, which I can't believe made it this far, versus Predator, and then we have Lethal Weapon versus Crimson Tide. Holy shit.
There's some good ones in there.
Yeah.
All right. Die
Yeah.
Hard versus Top Gun. Ben?
Die Hard. Done.
Got it. Scotty?
Die Hard.
Got it. Myself? Die Hard. All right. Jill, are you in on this?
Yeah, Die Hard. I didn't realize I could jump in now at this
You
point.
can do whatever
Okay.
you want, lady.
Kat?
Die Hard.
Rob?
100% Die Hard. No
and
contest.
Spider-Man.
Absolute Die Hard.
All right, Top Gun gets shut out. 7 votes for Die Hard. Ben, you can move it on.
Hey guys, really quickly, you want to know how many people voted for Die Hard?
Perfect. Well, I think we might see the same thing happen here, but let's give it a try. The Matrix
let's give it a
versus
try,
the
brother.
original Beverly Hills Cop.
Okay,
Ben?
so I'm gonna start. Oh shit!
You don't even like the original Beverly Hills Cop. Ben?
Matrix. Well, no, Matrix for me, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You don't even like Beverly Hills Cop, so I'm not sure why it took you that long.
Well, I didn't need your help. I was just waiting to look it up. But yeah.
His options.
Got it.
He
Scotty?
was trying to be dramatic.
Yeah.
Scotty, what's your pick?
The Matrix.
I will also pick The Matrix. Jill?
Matrix.
Kat?
The Matrix.
Rob?
There's no contest. It's the Matrix.
I agree.
I mean,
Spider-Man.
and by
Yeah,
the way,
no
isn't
contest.
it
Beverly
interesting?
Hills Cop.
We're
The
seeing
Matrix.
a clear difference between the producers here. We're saying
Yeah.
that ultimately that Joel Silver was more interested in delving into the real human condition
Mhm.
than Bruckheimer was.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
very interesting. I think it's interesting that you say that because I didn't really perceive it in that regard. But I think that Joel
That's why you had me here.
Well, another thing
Joel
I
Silver
will say,
had a more grounded idea as to what stories he was interested in. And you're right. The Bruckheimer was just like heightened reality movie world.
Yes.
Well, here's another thing you could look at. I was going to point this out towards the end, but more of Joel Silver's movies are R-rated, and Bruckheimer's are PG-13.
That's
so
true.
For
Oh,
us, you know,
point,
for us kids who grew up in the 80s and fell in love with movies like Die Hard and Aliens and Terminators and things like that, we love our R-rated movies. All this PG-13 popcorn that we have from the 90s on, it's entertaining, but it's not the movies we fell in love with that made us love
exactly right.
Because you know what? The movies of the 80s go down on the women.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fucking
like a
malbox.
reanimated head.
That's right. And they know how to do it. Kids from the 90s on don't know what they're doing. There's no finesse game. They bring no skill.
Rob, do you have
they
your
don't
own
even know how to
channel?
kiss.
Do you have a special channel just to talk about cunnilingus?
No, I don't.
Sounds like
Just watch
I'm
Free
very
Enterprise.
knowledgeable.
There's a scene.
Yeah, I don't.
no
I
kidding.
don't. But you know what? I do think there needs to be more erotic thrillers made because
for sure.
You know,
It is
I want to be the first person to produce the non-binary Basic Instinct.
Oh,
yeah. Because who do you fuck? Because if you fuck somebody, then you're no longer non-binary. So that's the big dilemma.
This sounds like a movie.
Kyle
for
Trammell
Brandon Cronenberg to make or something.
Branding, dude, I'm a huge fan. Antiviral, you know.
All right, let's Ben, you need to move Die Hard,
Vesper.
and then we will move on with this. Move Die Hard into the winning position for this round. Die Hard.
Doing it now, brother.
Jumping down to Enemy of the State. Versus
Look at that. Look at that.
I
All
wouldn't
right.
think that this would be a competitive one, but let's see what people think. Predator versus Enemy of the State.
Okay, so it's my turn. This is super hard.
No, it's not.
Really?
No,
It's
it
really
really for me it is, brother.
All right.
Great Tony Scott movie.
Some people like
Predator.
Lisa Bonet, I guess.
Nah, Predator. I gotta go Predator.
Hey,
All right, Scott.
Yeah, no, she still is Predator.
Predator, Scott. Okay, I'm going Predator as well. Jill.
Haven't seen Enemy of the State, but I'm a sci-fi girl.
Yeah,
Predator.
you're gonna like Predator more.
Predator.
Kat said Predator. Rob.
Predator.
There's no contest.
Yeah, everybody's picking Predator, right? A
That's
0
Predator.
for Enemy of the State. All right.
Yeah, but Enemy of the State made it so far.
No,
Like,
it's a very fun movie, and I'm happy that it made it so far, but it's not going to beat Predator. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
now we have Predator versus Die Hard.
Yeah,
here.
we'll see how that goes. Let's get this last one done.
Yeah.
Crimson Tide versus the entire Lethal Weapon series.
Well, look at here. We have Matrix, and we still have other categories on this side. So, or
Which we're
do
doing
we
right
still?
now, Ben. We're doing them right now. Crimson Tide versus Lethal Weapon.
Oh boy, for me, shit.
This one is hard for you, Ben, I imagine.
Oh, this is rough, man. Oh fuck, I don't know. There's so many great themes.
You know we're going to
and-
decide the answer on this category right here.
There's so many great themes going on in fucking Crimson Tide, but like, I'm going Crimson Tide. I'm going Crimson Tide.
There we go. It's got a vote. Scotty.
I'm going to have a hot take, and I'm also going to say Lethal Weapon, but I'm also going to say that Crimson Tide is the GoBot of Hunt for Red October. So if we're talking submarine movies, Hunt for Red October is better than Lethal
So it was
Weapon.
directed by the man who directed Die Hard and Predator.
Bingo bango, sugar in the gas tank. Your ex-husband strikes again.
Fuck me, Tiernan, man.
What?
All right. Well, I am
No,
also
it's a quote from a Simpsons movie.
I'm also going to go with Lethal Weapon. I love Crimson Tide, but when you're taking the whole Lethal Weapon series and specifically 1 and 2, it overpowers Crimson Tide for sure. So there's my pick.
Yeah, that was rough for me, man. I had to do it.
No, I enjoy contrary.
Jill, what would be your pick?
I can't vote because this is too tough of a one, and I need to see Crimson Tide. It's a submarine movie. I love Star Trek, and therefore I
You
must
should
watch all
definitely check out
submarine
Crimson
Crimson
Tide.
Tide, Jill, is very Star Trek.
Check
Yeah.
out Crimson
Very Star
Tide
Trek. Very Star
before May 14th because we are planning to do a show for the 30th anniversary to talk all about Crimson Tide and Gene Hackman.
If that's an invitation, I'll watch it. Yeah, I'll make a book report.
Well, I gotta
like
consult with
Master
Ben
and
on his
Commander.
schedule, but either Wednesday or Thursday of that week we will do a.
I love Master and Commander.
Okay.
That
I
is
would say
literally
that
Star
Master
Trek.
and Commander and Crimson Tide are two of the greatest non-Star Trek movies that are really Star Trek movies.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
boy,
I agree.
do I think
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
that's worked on Star Trek since 2009 should watch Master and Commander and Crimson Tide instead of serving up the god-awful swill that we've been getting.
No kidding.
I mean, oh my God. If ever a franchise has, you know what? Oh my God, talk about Stockholm Syndrome, which they talk about in Die Hard.
John, if you want to get through this bracket, don't let Rob start talking about Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Well,
Okay,
that was my
let's
fault.
go. Let's go
But
warp
yes, I
speed to the
agree.
next round. Ben,
I
you
love it, dude. I would.
Okay, so I pick Crimson Tide all the way.
Okay, so here's the end. Here.
Wait.
Wait, we're
You-
not done yet.
No one
You
asked
picked
me.
Crimson Tide. Rob, what did you pick? Lethal Weapon?
Gotta go Lethal Weapon. As much as I love Crimson Tide, as much as it's a Star Trek film, in terms of its importance and in terms of the fact is, Lethal Weapon and Lethal Weapon 2, you gotta go Lethal Weapon.
Hey, Rob, did you know
Spider-Man,
that
you got anything to add? Because
Lethal Weapon.
you're picking Lethal Weapon. All right.
No, I just want to ask Rob if he knows that Lethal Weapon was offered to Leonard Nimoy to direct.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He turned it down. He wanted to do 3 Men and a Little Baby. And he said, I don't do action movies. But he was their first choice.
Yeah, they wanted
agree
him
with
to
them.
direct Lethal Weapon.
I agree. I agree with Leonard Nimoy's decision.
So, Ben, you can move Lethal Weapon into the winning spot for this round. And this brings us up to the second to last round.
I think I have it in there. Okay, yeah, oh wait. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Okay. So
wow, look at this, guys.
These are the tough matchups, and obviously, people may want to
Oh.
explain their thoughts on this because these aren't the easy ones just to pick. But let's make some tough calls here. Die Hard
my
versus
God.
Predator.
Wow, we have Die Hard versus Predator, Matrix versus Lethal Weapon.
Come on, man.
I have
By the
to
way, that's
go,
exactly how I expected this to pan out.
I have to go with Die Hard over Predator for
Yes.
me.
Yes. Same
Uh,
director, better movie. There's no
Yeah,
choice.
same director. Yeah. I mean, I love both of them, but man,
Die Hard's
yeah.
a better movie on
It
every
is.
level.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds
So
like
that's
Rob's
my
vote
choice,
goes
and
for
I
Die Hard.
feel like RMB, that's his choice too.
Yes.
And I'm going to give Die Hard my vote because I already called out that it's my 6th favorite movie of all time. So, well, hold on. Other people are voting, Ben. Jill? Die Hard versus Predator?
Oh, it's Die Hard for me too.
All right.
True. I mean,
Great. Fuck Alien versus Predator.
Jill, by the way,
Let's do Die
Jill
Hard
has great
versus
taste.
Predator.
She's always had great taste. She knows what's up. Jill knows what's up. Even though she's anti-derivative, she knows.
I was
what's up.
waiting for Scotty to say,
Not all the derivatives.
I like Alien
Some are
versus
okay.
Predator.
I'm listening, Kat.
Predator, no contest.
Predator. All right.
Oh my
Predator.
God.
I'm
Not
glad
even
Predator's
close.
got some kind of vote. It's painful to see Predator not get a vote. Okay, Scotty.
No contest.
Predator. Or sorry, no. Wait. I still want John McClane to fight
Blue,
the Predator.
no green.
I'm saying, yeah, exactly. No. Die Hard.
Die Hard. Okay.
Yes.
All right, and Spider-Man.
Yeah, like I
Will
said,
Predator get any more love?
I'm gonna choose Bruce Willis movies every time. Die Hard is my favorite movie.
Oh,
My favorite action movies, Die Hard.
There
Absolutely.
you go. All right. Well, Die Hard won 6-1.
Boo.
Okay, so Die Hard is in contention right now for the Cinema Gulp keg of beer.
Nice. What a
Man,
prize. Okay,
Lethal
now
Weapon
this
and
one,
Matrix. Oh,
specifically, what can make this challenging is you have the original Matrix versus the entire Lethal Weapon series.
that's true. That's true. And since I'm at the top, holy shit. Oh, I hate this one. I hate it. I don't know what to do. I do not
I'm going to
know
give
what-
everyone a quick fun fact while Ben is thinking about this.
Thank you. Thank you. Give me some time. Give me some time.
No problem. So just to let you guys know, in round 1, Silver won 7 categories and Bruckheimer won 9. I honestly thought that Silver was going to be the one leading, but Bruckheimer pulled out the lead with 9 categories won. But if you look at our final 4, there are 4 Silver films: The Matrix, Lethal Weapon, Predator, and Die Hard. So Bruckheimer kind of wins more of the one-on-one matchups, but look who's coming down.
Silver has the legacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I gotta go with The Matrix. I mean,
All right.
I love Lethal Weapon movies. I grew up on those movies. They made me laugh. They made me think, and they're so wonderful. But like, The Matrix, it's just like it just beats it. So
it's a one of a
Matrix for me. Matrix for me.
And for the same reason that I deride the Lethal Weapon movies, in saying that Lethal Weapon 4 is a Christmas special, like it's a reunion. That's why I choose Lethal Weapon, is because I got to know those guys over 4 films, and I got to know the crew of the Nebuchadnezzar over 4 films, and I would much rather hang out with Riggs and Murtaugh.
You're high.
Awesome. All right.
It would
Each
be
one has
more
one.
fun. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
aside from the fact.
I am next, and I'm going to go with The Matrix. Just revolutionary, amazing imagery. That Lethal Weapon movies are fun, but The Matrix is something special. So that got my vote. Jill, Matrix versus Lethal Weapon movies.
Gotta be the Matrix part of my soul. If something freaky's happening, I say there's a glitch in the Matrix. Oh, is that deja vu? It's great. It's one of my favorites.
Call me Cypher.
Right on. All right, Kat, which way you leaning?
I haven't seen the Lethal Weapon sequels. I've seen the first one.
If you were comparing the first film to the first Matrix,
The Matrix.
Matrix would get the vote. All right, Rob.
Okay, I'm not going to pontificate. I know, I'm surprised. But look, The Matrix, it was a groundbreaking film. It was the last movie that people were floored by something they'd never seen before. There was Jurassic Park in '93, where people saw photorealistic dinosaurs. They'd never seen that before. The Matrix with bullet time, and I have to say, that was the last time when I was in a movie theater full of jaded LA denizens. We all went into that because everyone thought it was going to be Johnny Mnemonic 2.
Yeah.
And we all went in that theater, and everybody was literally, I use this word liberally or not liberally, gobsmacked. One of my favorite words, other than verisimilitude, gobsmacked comes in second. And we were all gobsmacked seeing that film. I was in the Steve Ross Theater, one of my favorite movie theaters in all the world, on the Warner Brothers lot, seeing that film. And everybody, the jaded Hollywood, whatever, the YouTube crowd now, we were all gobsmacked, and we walked out of there. The excitement we felt seeing that film was unlike anything I've experienced. There has been nothing in 26 years. I will say this: Infinity War and Endgame came close, if you're a fantasy film fan, but nothing was like seeing The Matrix. When Neo wakes up and when he's the red pill, blue pill, that whole sequence, and when he wakes up and realizes he's a human battery, the reaction in the theater was palpable. And The Matrix is why Joel Silver will always have it over Jerry Bruckheimer because Joel Silver took a risk. He took a risk on something that no one believed in except him.
And then he milked it for all the money in the world.
No, but I think he's right, and yeah, I think he's right. I think
Not that there's anything
R&B
wrong.
is correct there. Like,
Actually, kind of, I don't know the story behind some of this, but to the point of, once you have a hit, you milk it until it's dry, right? Well, Bruckheimer definitely does that with his movies. But Joel Silver is not attached beyond Predator 2. He is not attached beyond Die Hard 2. And I'm not sure the story behind that, but there's many of the very popular series that he's involved in where he's not involved after a certain point.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
okay, well, I don't know about all of you guys, but we have
The Matrix.
a battle here.
We have a battle, and it is the
And if
exact
you guys
battle
can-
that I put on every version of this. My version and the one I thought the Cinema Gulp gang would come up with has Die Hard versus the
Did
Matrix.
Spider-Man get it?
And it has the final
Man.
four as Die Hard, Predator, Lethal Weapon, and the Matrix.
I know, John, you probably had this.
I ran it in my head and knew how.
I knew
Matrix.
Die Hard was going to
Yeah,
be there, but
Matrix.
I wasn't 100% sure that Matrix was going to be there, but I'm glad it is.
Yep. Die Hard,
So,
Matrix.
yeah. Let's get this final round going.
final vote.
For me, I'm going with the Matrix over Die Hard.
All right, Matrix has one vote. Scotty.
I don't make the decision lightly. But if I had a choice right now as to which movie I was going to watch,
and you do,
as a celebration of my vote, I'm watching Die Hard.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess-
Jill. Or
well,
Jill, are
technically,
you...
my vote is next.
Yeah.
technically.
Oh, sorry,
Oh.
John. My bad.
And I'm not gonna hold this up any longer. Die Hard gets my vote.
Yeah.
Jill, you're next.
The Matrix gets it for me.
All right, we're tied.
We're 2-2. Yeah.
Cat.
Die Hard.
Die Hard. Okay, we're going back and forth here. Rob.
Guys. Come on.
Whoopee.
I mean, the sheer imagination on display in the Matrix is miles, light years beyond. It was a whole world that needed to be created. They created new visual effects techniques. They did things. They made Keanu Reeves. He was a joke until he was in the Matrix. I mean, well, that's not Speed and the Matrix. You had the Wachowskis. I mean, they had taken all of their influences from philosophy and anime. The Matrix was a zeitgeist film. Die Hard was a movie that was incredibly well executed, but people were surprised because the guy from Moonlighting became a movie star.
Agreed.
But the Matrix changed culture.
Yeah.
We are still 26 years later when they're analyzing the Adolescence series out of the UK. They're talking about being red pilled. I mean, literally, the movie had it is a quarter century of the Matrix. And my God, the directors transitioned. I mean, if you ever wanted a film that meant more to culture, The Matrix might be the most important movie ever made.
I agree with that.
So you're picking Die Hard.
No.
Got it.
I'm
Okay.
picking The Matrix, which, by the way, was look. I love science fiction films, and since The Matrix, we've had some great stuff. Her, Aniara, Children of Men. There's been some great science fiction films, but The Matrix has to go up in the top 5, whether you're talking about 2001, you're talking about Blade Runner. The Matrix is in the top 5 science fiction films ever.
But But what you're referring to is technical aptitude, and
No, I'm
I
talking about the
agree.
movie's fucking badass. It is
No, I
not
know, but what I'm saying,
the movie is entertaining as fuck. You
and
love that
I'm
film.
not disagreeing with that, but I don't need to defend, but I just want to clarify is that the reason I choose Die Hard is if you put all of the characters, antagonists, protagonists, villains, and heroes shoulder to shoulder, I like hanging out with the people in Die Hard more than I like hanging out with Neo, Morpheus, Agent Smith, Trinity, yada yada yada. I like the feeling. I like the feeling of Die Hard more than I like the feeling of The Matrix.
Put up
That's
a poll. Do a poll, Ben.
yeah,
Oh,
poll's
man,
probably a good
I
idea.
don't know what to say to that.
We're gonna need a poll here, I think. Possibly.
All right.
I'll dance on
my
it.
God, if you're
So-
in the Matrix, you can have anything you want.
Yeah, it sounds like a
and
cipher
Die
thing
Hard,
to
I just want
say.
a Rolex and cocaine.
Die Hard is a great movie, but it's so much smaller than The Matrix.
I know the
I
Matrix is about the imagination and expanding the possibilities of humankind. And are you telling me you do not want to hang out with Morpheus? You do not want to hang out with Larry Fishburne, giving you the knowledge?
Only if he's
I'd rather
Cowboy
hang out with
Curtis.
Sergeant Powell.
And by the way,
Yeah, I'd rather
the
hang out with
Matrix
Sergeant
leads to Monica Bellucci, which is pretty much the one person I would like to hang out with for the rest of my life.
You know, Bonnie
In The Matrix,
Bedelia
they have to eat
circa the late
oatmeal
80s.
slop. They
Did you
eat
see
oatmeal slop
Presumed
in The
Innocent?
Matrix. I want to
After
eat.
I saw
Presumed
Needful
Innocent,
Things.
no more Bonnie Bedelia.
No more Bonnie Bedelia.
Okay,
You know what? That's just
so-
good advice, sir. I'm sorry. You're right.
So Rob took the blue pill and stayed in the Matrix.
yes.
Spider-Man, let's hear it because we are tied 3-3. You are the tiebreaker.
Oh wow!
You are
No,
the deciding vote on this entire poll to see who's going to win that keg and be the winner. I did not think it would come down to a tie-breaking
Wow.
vote.
wow!
With a
And to
final vote.
Spidey, with great power comes great
Wow!
responsibility.
It
There you
sure does. No, the
Wait,
Matrix.
one real quick
has-
question, Spider-Man, because I'm not as familiar with you. What is your age again?
53.
No,
I was
you're-
born in
you're-
72.
Oh, are you? Okay.
1972. Yeah, that was a good year.
Because I know we were talking about some guys being younger and stuff on this, so I was like, oh, if you're in your 30s, then I know which way you might be picking.
Well, I'm
No.
the oldest motherfucker here. Come on.
I'm 53 going on 15. Ask Jill.
Right on.
Pretty
All right.
much. Once,
Yeah, fair enough. Yes.
once the martini shot left, we left everybody from their 20s. Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead. You are the tie-breaking vote.
It is really hard to argue with what Robert was saying. The Matrix has added so much to it's literally changed our culture. On the other hand, you can buy Die Hard Christmas tree toppers with Hans Gruber falling from the Nakatomi Tower.
That's kind of culture changing, yeah.
And yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, will be said until the end of time. So I've got to go with Bruce Willis. I've got to go with Die Hard, as I said before. Bruce Willis.
Right
Die Hard.
on.
It's my favorite action movie of all time.
That is correct. Okay, well, based on that vote, Die Hard wins. I don't know if we had a poll out just to see what the audience was thinking as well. Ben, did you happen to get anything out there?
I don't think he did.
Okay.
I think the answer is no.
Okay.
Now,
well,
No. There's a poll out there. I just don't see. Okay, there it is.
You put a Q&A.
Oh yeah. Oh well, because I ran
understand
out
what
of.
that is.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I ran out
John.
of. I kept trying to post things, but they were like, "You can't do that anymore."
Do it now. The other one just posted.
okay.
do it now.
I'm gonna show my my pre-selected picks if it'll show up. I
Go
have picked-
full frame on this one.
We must. I have
Can we
to
go-
erase the
can you
If
go
you can
full
read it,
frame?
I had picked Matrix versus Die Hard with Die Hard circled as the winner, and I had Joel Silver as the winning producer. But technically, I think we kind of say Bruckheimer had more wins in the head-to-head matchup. So I don't know if I've got that wrong or not, but I did get the movies right. Matrix versus Die Hard with Die Hard winning.
Wow.
Well, and that's John. That's the same thing I did.
Yeah, no, that's what I was wondering how everyone else's turned out.
Well, hey, John, did you think The Matrix was going to be that close?
No, that is the surprising part. I thought Die Hard would walk away with it easily.
Matrix came close, dude.
There we go. Nice. Die Hard. I love it.
This is why America is on the descent.
I never thought of this in a million years, but I voted for Matrix at the end of the day, you know. So.
Why, Rob? Why? Why is America in the descent? Because of Die Hard?
Because the idea of looking at Die Hard and not looking at the Matrix as the thing that leads the way. Die Hard was the culmination of everything we talked about. Another 48 hours or 48 hours, Beverly Hills Cop, Lethal Weapon. All of those things led to Die Hard.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the Matrix is what led to the future. The Matrix was the thing that resonated the most. You know, people talk about Die Hard, whether or not it's a Christmas movie or not, whether there's Christmas ornaments or not. But philosophically, The Matrix is still permeating our culture in ways that Die Hard never could, because there was no philosophy there. People don't even remember what it was like to see the guy from Moonlighting. He'd been in Sunrise, the Blake film,
Sunset.
Blake
It was
Edwards movie.
Sunset.
The Sunset, you know, and
blind date.
Blind date. Yeah,
the fact that Die Hard is outvoted the Matrix is exactly why our culture is moribund, because people don't get it.
Can I make a point though?
Just saying.
Because one of the reasons people love Die Hard so passionately all these years later is it's very simple and effective premise that has been copied and ripped off multiple times since it was first brought to us in that screenplay. So that's a very important part of its success. The Matrix is a great screenplay and tells a very inventive story, but it is a repackaging of Terminator's story. And for someone who loves Terminator and Terminator 2, by the time we got there, I was like, I've seen this story. I've seen.
Wait, I'm going to call you on that. How is the Matrix a repackaging of the Terminator story? What about the Terminator?
Computers taking over the planet and deciding that humans are a threat and taking us out.
Well, then it might as well be a repackaging of Westworld.
I would say that is in the Matrix. The humanity, we give ourselves over to the technology that we created. Whereas in the Terminator, we didn't realize what was going on. And I think what's really interesting about the Matrix is, and we're seeing it played out in our real world today, we are perfectly willing to give ourselves over to the ease of the universe we want to live in. And we will give up our autonomy if our lives are made easier. And whereas in the Matrix, in the Terminator universe, the idea that when the singularity happens and sentience is achieved, that immediately the machines turn on mankind and want to exterminate us. They didn't want to exterminate us in the Matrix. They're like, these people are useful and they put us here, so why don't we put them to use?
Well, and that's one of the great concepts that exists in the Matrix that clearly is not part of Terminator, but just the basic building blocks of, AI and machines revolting against the human race. That basic building block is kind of what I'm pointing out. Matrix has a lot more interesting, and it goes in deep directions and has all of its philosophy that is different than Terminator. And I can totally see that. And I love the Matrix.
But by the way, I just want to point out that the idea that goes all the way back to Fritz Lang's 1927 Metropolis. Sure. So that's not a new idea. Whereas what the Matrix was providing to us cinematically was something we hadn't seen before.
Well, in 2001 as well, showing the AI revolting against the humans, and Cameron clearly is
we lied to it.
Yeah,
we didn't tell it the truth.
Yeah, and so no one's stories are all that original. Everyone's borrowing from somebody.
I value
Die Hard was a book. Die Hard was
yeah,
technically a sequel to some movie made with like
Yes,
Frank
the detective.
Sinatra.
The Detective,
Yeah,
I have that on
so it's
DVD.
like-
Nothing Lasts Forever was the name of the book that it was
yeah,
based on.
Yeah.
and so nothing is original.
But
No.
like the thing, and this is, and the only reason I take umbrage with your statement, Rob, is saying that like this is what's going askew with modern things, is that I admire the imagination and the world building and the creation and the expanding of storytelling that the Matrix provides. But part of the reason, and maybe I'm being, I don't know, simple when I say, oh yeah, I want to hang out with the Riverdale gang. But like John McClane, if I had taken a 6-week course and had a little bit more fortitude, I could be John McClane. And
because he is
that commonality of you can do it. There's no prophecy that I have to do it.
No. I agree with you. I think that's true, and I think that one of the great things about movies is, look,
The prophecy was just the Oracle manipulating Neo.
Yeah, it was all a lie anyway.
But I mean, if you think about like Jaws is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year.
Nice.
The great thing about Jaws is we're all Sheriff Brody. All of us, we're all, and I think all the great movies put the audience in the role of the protagonist in some way, shape, or form, where we're always asking ourselves, would we do what they're doing? Would we do that? And that's what makes great storytelling amazing, is that the great storytellers make their audience contemplate the plight of the main character.
Yes. And I love that moment where it's like, what the fuck are you doing, John? You're jumping off a building. And it's like,
well, and also,
he's trying to psych himself up.
Al Powell,
Yes.
starts talking about, and it's such a great look. The reason, and by the way, if I can just say this now, here's the reason why Die Hard is in fact a Christmas movie. Because what Christmas has always been is a time for families. It's a time for fellowship. And Die Hard is a movie about a man that is estranged from the wife that he loves and his children. And all he wants to do, like in Trains, Planes, and Automobiles or any other Christmas movie, is he wants to get home to his family and feel that Christmas spirit. And the entire movie is driven from the very beginning of the film, whether you're talking about fists on your toes or having a giant teddy bear. The whole movie is about one man, one ordinary man who just wants to get back together with his wife and his children. And that's why Die Hard will always be a Christmas movie. Because at the end of the day, all the action and all the Sturm und Drang and the Götterdämmerung is all about just getting together with your wife and your kids again and celebrate Christmas morning.
And The Matrix is an Easter movie because he dies at the end, but then he comes back.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and he's the embodiment of humanity in the film against people.
Anyway, I'm going to go smoke while you guys talk.
Yeah, Ben, I think, are we wrapping it up? I got.
We should probably wrap this up. I'm going to go smoke.
This
This has been really good.
Super long. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And just to throw out, definitely some ideas of stuff that we do have coming up. If you're interested, we'll see how this went. We might have to find a way to shorten the time period it takes to get through them. But I've got a bunch of other brackets that I've already started working on. The Arnold versus Sylvester Stallone. There's a movie spoofs one with all the great spoofs of the 80s and 90s. There's Nightmare on Elm Street versus Friday 13th versus Halloween movies. I got a bunch of them I'm already kind of starting to throw together. So we may do more of these.
I just want to say 9 years on YouTube, John, and thanks to a couple of our friends, we managed to hit 900 subs for the first time, which is awesome. And it means a lot to me to have all these people on this panel. And, we're just going to keep trucking. We've been doing this for a long time and we never gave up. And Rob's somebody that's, always said kind words about us. This first time we've ever had him on the stream because we haven't been doing streams for very long. So it's very nice to have you on here, dude. And I really appreciate you showing.
Thanks for, you talked about Scotty asked me, Scotty comes in, twists my arm. But I love what you guys did. This was really great. An anti-derivative Jill I'm a huge fan of. So,
It's the second time you've said that. It fills me up every time.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and I mean, we Star Trek people have to stick together. That's all I can say.
But we've been going,
and of course, Catherine and it's great. It's great.
Yeah,
I mean, and by the way, we're all part of the same sphere, and we're all like, YouTube is an ongoing science fiction convention. It's an ongoing, you're coming into a con, you're finding people that are part of your tribe, and you're sharing your love of all of these things. And in the world we live in today, where our leaders are increasingly erratic in terms of what they want to be doing and what they're saying. I mean, it's the one thing that always binds us together is our love of imagination and our love of storytelling. And what is storytelling, whether it's movies, whether it's books, whether it's comics, whether it's streaming shows, it's all a reflection of what it means to be human. And the great art. And when we talk about these action, I mean, it's silly to say, but Jerry Bruckheimer and Joel Silver have shaped our culture for 30 years plus. I mean, Joel Silver, executive producer of the Warriors, or associate producer of the Warriors in 1979. I mean, these are people that have influenced us from the late 20th century into the first 25% of the 21st century. So they have a voice, they matter, their work is important to culture. So why not examine it? And that's what all of this is about.
A lot of Walter Hill stuff right there you just talked about.
I mean, I'm a huge Walter Hill fan. Walter Hill and David Tyler are Alien. I mean, they are the guys that drove the Alien franchise. And it's very, very interesting. I mean, we're getting a new Predator movie. And we're getting 2 Predator movies, a live action film and an animated anthology. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ben, I've avoided watching the trailers, but I've heard a few people talk about what those movies are going to entail, and it's funny. It sounds like it's everything that was on our wish list when, the three of us, Scotty, Ben, and I did a whole show on the entire Predator series, and we talked about where we'd like to see it go or the things we wish it had done that it went in different directions. And it's like doing the different time periods clearly is something we've all wanted to see since they introduced that idea at the end of part 2. They're doing that with the anime show. Making the Predator a protagonist in a film and focusing on the Predator story more than the humans, that's what Badlands is doing. And these were all the ideas we threw out of like, this is where the series should go. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, I think the anime, John, we should be more excited about because it's kind of something that we wanted to see with like samurais and stuff. Badlands, we'll just have to see. The trailer looks pretty bad to me, but we'll see. So
well, it's the same guy who did Prey, so I'm gonna.
It is, but it looks very different than Prey. But it could be great. So who knows? Who the fuck?
Well, maybe it needs some Joel Silver producing,
or some Bruckheimer Silver interaction right there.
Yeah.
I
don't know, maybe Joel Silver didn't do enough coke for Bruckheimer to team up with him.
No, that was Don Simpson, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once Don Simpson was gone, he needed Joel Silver to do.
Was every interview I've ever heard about somebody that worked with Don Simpson was like his eyes were popping out of his head every single time.
Did he die of a heart attack? I mean, was it the coke that killed him? Or
I think it was. Well, R&B might know better than me, but I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the coke. Yeah.
Well,
He's
it's
got
Sorry,
a voice
7:30.
I can't ask. Oh, he's back.
I didn't
Rob,
hear what you guys said.
Rob, what was it that killed
Don
Don
Simpson.
Simpson.
Don Simpson? Do you know it was Coke, right? Or was
Well,
it?
yeah, I mean, I would say it was his hard life.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it was a. Here's the thing about the here's what I've learned in my, like, I've worked in this business, admittedly at a lower level, but my first job out of film school was working on Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
I love that one.
In the summer of '89, working
Vigo.
for Jeff Burr, rest in peace. Vigo was in that, yes. And I've had a great time. I've had a great time working in the entertainment business, but there's a lot of people that they didn't get to live a life that they wanted to live. And this is true of everybody. So when you get into the entertainment business, you think that the business itself provides you with things that you yourself don't have, whether it's power, whether it's control, whether it's fame, fortune, whatever. And what people don't realize is it really doesn't. I mean, it might be superficial. At the end of the day, you still have to be a good person. And I think every industry that has any kind of power and control, whether you work in finance, whether you work in entertainment, whether you work in tech, whatever, the people that have real success and can wield real economic power, they sort of lose their humanity, and they realize that their wealth and their power can bring them things they could never have. I mean, it's an old story. It's Mephistopheles. Yeah. It's funny because it goes back to, look, I'm not a religious person, but I think to understand Western civilization, you need to have scripture in your life. You need to have read, whether it's the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, whether you're reading the Quran. I mean, whatever these are the foundational principles of our civilization. And rightly or wrongly, we have to understand them. And I think movies like The Matrix are imbued with a lot of those kinds of philosophies. The Wachowskis had looked into that. A lot of great anime is full of great works. And I think that storytelling in all of its myriad forms are what informs, what allows us to reflect back on our own humanity. And it's important. Great movies are important, and I think this week, Sinners, a lot of people have come out after me because I really enjoyed Sinners, and people have said, well, it's not Pulp Fiction, or it's not Seven, or it's not. I'm like, is it supposed to be? I mean, Ryan Coogler has made a very heady concoction about America in 1932. I did not know that there was a Chinese contingent in Mississippi in 1932. I didn't know that there was a huge Chinese immigrant community. I saw this in Sinners, and I'm like, is that true? Well, yes, it is true. And what Ryan Coogler did, people are like, well, it's not a great horror movie. I'm like, well, it's not only a horror film. It's an American movie. It's a black film. It's a film.
He actually made Grace was my favorite character in the movie.
It's a film about music. There's so much going on. That movie, by the way, on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week, made over $23 million during the week. And people are trying, I'm thinking to myself, Ryan Coogler was a dude. Him and his dad, when his mother was sick, they watched the Rocky movies together to feel better. And he came up with an idea for a moribund franchise. And he went to Sylvester Stallone. What balls? What an American story. He's like, I have an idea. I want to make a movie called Creed where you are a supporting character, where Rocky's supporting, and I have a whole new son, and there's Apollo Creed. He convinced Stallone to do it. And Stallone said, okay. And Stallone got a Best Supporting Actor award.
Yeah. I mean, nomination.
No, pardon me. Yes, a nomination. I'm sorry. And this is. We should be supporting original visions and original, and Ryan Coogler's movie. You know, it didn't cost $200 million. No one had ever seen it before, and it's making money. It's doing incredible. I talked to an exhibitor friend of mine. It might only have a 15% drop over the weekend, which is unprecedented.
Yeah, yeah.
And
it's supposed to take number one, even with The Accountant coming out.
Yeah, and that's insane. And what we all want, we all love great movies. We want great stories, well told. And the only people that can do that are filmmakers that have a vision, that want to tell stories that it's not a corporation that said, "Oh, we liked what you did on this. You should make our a Fortnite movie. Would you do that for us?" We're never going to get great stuff.
Oh,
we're
but
gonna
you'll
get-
have kids throwing popcorn. But
Yeah,
but
and you know what? God bless them. They need that too. Great. But you know what? What we need is more Ryan Coogler's having unprecedented deals with a studio.
Yes,
that
we
he can make a
do.
movie for a price and it makes money, because that's all we want. That's
Hey,
all we want.
Spider-Man, I think you got a jet.
I do. Yeah, I've got my Thursday travel live stream is coming up.
Ooh.
I'm doing Amsterdam.
We're Amsterdam tonight.
Yeah, do you
Wow.
want to join me, Jill? I need a co-host.
I need.
Dude,
I need to go
I
to
told you I'll be
Amsterdam.
there
It's
when
one
it
of the
comes to
places-
Spain. I've been to a lot of places in Spain, so
Absolutely.
I've always.
Greatest film festival in the world in Spain, by the way.
Oh,
Spain.
God, Spain. Spain is the
Love
fucking
Spain.
best place
It's
in
the
the
best.
world.
Yep. Yeah. Barcelona.
Oh,
And yeah, dude, I know they call it Barcelona. To me, it's just like whatever. I don't give a fuck what you want to call it.
I
greatest-
love it.
oh.
Yep.
He
The Ramble.
adored Hawaiian punch.
Madrid.
I
To
hate
me, it was
Thank
just like one of the funnest places I've ever been to. Where like
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
once you speak an American accent, chicks are just like, "Hey, what are you doing tonight?"
Put
And you're
on a
like, "Well,
baseball cap, dude. Put on a baseball cap. Unbelievable.
I stopped purse snatching. Honest to God, I stopped a purse snatching in Spain, where La Alhambra is. I think that's in Granada.
Wait, how many times have you done that? It
Just
sounds
the
like you've
once.
done it multiple-
Just the once.
Okay.
Just the once.
Because in
But
my
yeah,
mind,
thanks.
you are Spider-Man.
Thanks for having me, Ben. This was a lot of fun.
no,
That was a battle royale, man.
It was,
Thanks for
man.
inviting
and-
me, man. Scotty, thank
No,
you.
I appreciate you being here, everybody. But yeah, man, this was a blast, and we're gonna keep doing these as long as people want to watch them. We have me and John have lots of ideas for more like brackets and stuff like that. But this one was one we wanted to put out for action producers, just for our celebrating 9 years on YouTube, and thanks to people like Jill and stuff, like getting us to 900 subs, which is not
But
a
you
lot,
did
but
it.
we're happy.
You got it up to 850.
We got to work on that
in...
for you. We got to work on that for you.
It's you know what, we're you know, it's so much fun. Just we've been working for so long on this channel, and it's just so much fun. It's like,
Yeah, but you should have more subs. We should get more
Agreed.
That's right,
Love
Rob. If I could get Ben 10 subscriptions in a day, think of what you could do. And
well, I was gonna say, Jill, why don't you just do what you did every day?
I might put her out at around 50. And then
Well-
people start saying, "Shut up about Ben."
No,
Well,
I'm just.
and I am so lucky and so happy and so proud to be sort of a late attender of the Cinema Gulp crew. I'm so glad that you let me play. Sometimes you give me the keys to the car, and it's so fun. I'm always terrified that John's going to be pissed at me, but we have such a blast talking about flicks, and it is all about imagination. And while I am, giving you a Dutch rudder, I also wanted to thank Rob. And while we're not sponsored, I did want to give a big shout out to True Noir.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
True Noir is amazing, man.
I appreciate that. I mean, it's funny because so for those of you who don't know, I did this audio drama. I'd never made an audio drama before. I had an opportunity to do it, and I'm really proud of it. You can get it at truenoir.co, and we're doing other things with it. But yeah, thank you. I mean, it's weird because I'm still having a postpartum depression about it.
Yeah,
like where so I did this audio drama that I recorded the first voice on May 27th of last year, and I've spent literally the last 11 months making this audio drama, and mostly sitting here like just editing it all, and it was a long it's a 4.5 hour. It was a lot of work. And I'm still working on it.
Michael Rosenbaum, though, right?
Yeah, Michael Rosenbaum. Still
Anthony LaPaglia.
Anthony LaPaglia is in it. William Sadler, Sloan from Deep Space Nine.
Hot damn.
Katie Sackhoff from Battlestar Galactica.
Nice.
Bill Smitrovich, who was in Crime Story, Michael Mann's Crime Story, but he was in the Deep Space Nine episode Past Tense, part 1 and 2, and then David Strathairn, who is in a million different things. I mean, yeah. So it was a lot of work, and I just sat here, right here, where I'm sitting here right now, editing the whole. It's my whole thing. I mean, it's the Rob Observatory. I don't just speak from it, but I also do all the work here.
You don't just play around with your Freddie Mercury.
No, I don't. No, and although I did change Prince, his clothes and stuff.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I did.
He's not just cataloging hot toys, man.
No, I'm not. And who knows if we'll ever get toys again with the tariffs?
Well, no, but Rob, I've been on a bit of a Jill knows where this is going. I've been on a mission. I want a Jennifer Walters. I want a Hot Toys She-Hulk. So if you can help,
well,
every little bit.
That figure is really, really good.
Yeah, that's that. You know what? I can't wait to see it in 3D.
It's a really great figure. I mean, and it's tough to get. I want to get one of those too. I mean, but it's so weird. I mean, America has become an embarrassment to the rest of the world on many levels. I mean,
I'm still a big fan.
But I don't understand what we're supposed to be doing. Like, I was, getting Star Trek figures from X06, and now maybe I'll never get them ever again.
Well,
Hopefully.
if you need, ship them to Canada, and then
but then they'll still have tariffs coming in from Canada. But
I'll be like, what do they call them? I'll be a coyote from the north.
There you go. I'll come up and visit you.
There we go.
I'll drive up there. But no, I mean, it's like what Cinema Gulp, what you guys are doing. What we have to do is we have to help everybody out, get everybody more. You guys need more than 900 subscribers. But
I think what we'd like is more views on the videos. I mean, having the subscribers is a starting point to get more views, but I think the struggle right now is seeing only 100 views on a video.
Okay, but here's what you have to do. You have to take clips from these videos, and you have to turn them into like 60-second things and put them on TikTok, put them on Instagram. You have to start really using the rest of social media to do that. And you will get, I mean, you could take one exchange from whatever, take 59 second exchange from this, make a little, video,
make a little love, get down tonight.
Just make a little video and ask the question. Find what's better, Die Hard or Predator. You put that up on Instagram, you'll get 1,000 subscribers immediately. You just have to do that. You have to use that because everybody will want to answer that question.
Well, we do shorts every week, and sometimes they get like 2,000
Do you have an
views.
Instagram?
Yeah, but where are you putting them?
Instagram, Twitter, and our YouTube. It's fine because they do
TikTok. You got to do TikTok.
Well, no, I've never been on TikTok, Rob.
Just get on TikTok. Just start a fake account, not a fake account, but
I'm not too old to get on there. I'm allowed to get on there.
Look, all you have to do is the key to TikTok is to ask a question.
Can I call it Dick Doc when I go on there?
No, you don't even if you're not on there, like take clips from this stream. And
Okay,
be like,
well, you know, I
and
never
put
even
some-
thought about it. But
Put some graphics and be like,
I gotta run, guys.
What's
I gotta
better?
run.
All right, man.
Hey,
Thank you everybody for being here,
Hey, John.
celebrating with us. One last real quick thing I want to say is Canadian Spider-Man. I thank you so much for being here and being the deciding vote to make sure that Die Hard won the competition.
There was 4 of us. There was 4
So
of us.
thank you for that. And
Were
everyone,
you
thank you
the
very much.
determining
I hope to
factor,
see everybody maybe in May when we talk about this in Spy.
Right.
You
Have a
son
good
of
night,
a
everybody.
bitch, Canadian Spider-Man. I was
Yeah.
hoping the Matrix was going to win that shit.
It should have.
I wanted Predator to win that shit.
That was never going to win. That was never.
I
gonna
wanted
win.
the last
Better
Boy
than that.
Scout to take it all.
You know, I thought Armageddon had a
To be
chance.
genuine.
Oh, get real.
Come on, Armageddon.
Oh, only my dreams.
This is such an amazing like game. This is great, and I can't wait to see more.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm so happy that you guys came on and thought it was fun. Like, I'm gonna keep it, like if anybody ever wants to come on and do another one, I'm gonna make sure that we can, you know, situate it where the panel works. And you know, I'm a big NCAA tournament guy, so like this made sense to me to just kind of put together. But now we just have to figure out what's next. Do we do directors? Do we do like a, I don't know, like a Tarantino versus who? Like who the fuck can compete with Tarantino?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that the key is to figure out like where you can have an actual competition that isn't one-sided.
Yeah.
And I thought Bruckheimer versus Joel Silver was interesting. I thought that was great, but I think at the end of the day, the problem that you run into is the
It was
fact
always going to be Die Hard.
yeah. Well, I think it should be The Matrix, but whatever. But yeah, it was always going to be Die Hard because Die Hard is older.
Yeah.
You know, but the real question is like if you did crime thrillers,
Yeah.
you know, and you talk about like LA Confidential versus Serpico versus, you know, Heat, even though that'll win. But you know, those if you have it weighted in terms of make sure you have a competition that's really interesting, like Bond films. What's the
I
best
don't know.
James
There's
Bond
a lot
movie?
of underrated crime thrillers. Like, have you ever seen The Score? That fucking movie's dope as fuck, dude.
I
Like,
own
that
the 4K of that movie.
That movie's fucking amazing, man. Like,
Well, yeah, but the problem is then you have to make sure you're giving the audience itself something that they know. And I think the Score, you know, Edward Norton and all that, they don't know those movies. Like, look, I think Thief, Michael Mann's Thief is one of my favorite movies of all time, but nobody knows it. You know, I wish they did. And the Criterion 4K is amazing, but no one knows it, so I can't.
But you know, sometimes that's the fun. Is like you introduce movies to people.
But when you're doing a show like this,
yes,
people don't know it.
you're right.
So
You're right.
people won't know that they can't vote on it. And unfortunately, you know what's funny? Somebody wrote to me the other day. They said, you know, fandom used to be the smartest people in the room, and they're not anymore. And I had to concede that they were right, because when I was growing up and I was going to conventions and things when I was like 8, 9, 10, my dad would take me and I'd find out what was going on. Fandom were all the people that knew things that I wanted to know as a kid. Like I needed to read these books and I needed to see these films and I needed to listen to this music. What was the Ring of the Nibelung? Who was Wagner? Like, you have to, if you know Lord of the Rings, why aren't you listening to Wagner? And it was all part of that continuum. And I had to concede when someone asked me this, that fans are not the smartest people anymore. Because we don't know
But that's
we're not following, we're not reading, we're not listening.
But
all
this
we
is
know, we're just watching TV and movies. And when I was a kid, there weren't good TV and movies. There was like 10 movies that people thought were good.
Yeah.
This is something that you've done with your channel, and this is a reason that I am a continued aficionado of your work. Is that,
dude? By the way, I'm going to give you a membership. You need to come back to the member call.
But like you said, like this is the post geek singularity. Like this is a situation where the nerds we won.
Yeah,
like,
we won.
It is mainstream now, and the problem with being mainstream is that everyone has a little bit of knowledge about stuff, and whereas before you had to hold it close and tight, and you had to have a passion for it and prove yourself.
Well, you had to seek it out.
Yeah, that's true
You had
too.
to do the work. But I have to tell you, I think that the problem with that is that science fiction, fantasy, and led the way to the future. You know, Star Trek. How many people talked about? I became an engineer because of Star Trek.
Yeah,
now it's
Mae Jameson, for the love of Pete.
Well, now it's all mainstream. The people writing Star Trek are fucking dumb.
Well, they grew up watching SpongeBob. Leave them alone.
I mean, oh my god, that video that dropped today. I wanted to fucking shoot myself in the fucking face.
I thought that I didn't realize that was put out by Paramount. I thought it was somebody playing with AI
No.
the second I saw it.
I didn't see it.
No, it's a look.
I laughed at that.
What it does is it's a SpongeBob SquarePants Star Trek video. And while the problem is, then what it does is not to denigrate SpongeBob SquarePants.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
But what it does is it denigrates Star Trek as a whole institution. I mean, the thing about Star Trek is it used to be the Tiffany standard. Now it's camp.
Yeah.
Star Trek is just camp. It will never, ever have any respectability at all. Because since 2009, they have completely destroyed Star Trek. Completely destroyed it. It has no credibility. Nobody will ever, ever, ever take Star Trek seriously again. Ever. They won't.
Oh, that sounds so final.
But until you have somebody that look, the people making Star Trek don't take it seriously.
Well, Terry Matalas did a pretty fucking good job.
But yes,
not really.
But he was saddled with an opportunity. Look, you know what he did? He gave all the next generation characters a great position to be in. He thought it was thoughtful. Everybody was like, okay, we'll buy into this. Sorry, I'm hiccuping. But the rest of it, he was still saddled with all the gobbledygook of Picard seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I mean, having Geordi being the head of the Fleet Museum, great idea. Having me great father of 2 great daughters, one's in Starfleet, one works with him, that was great. You know, having Riker lost his son, and then he goes off on a damn fool idealistic crusade, that was great too. One of the great moments in episode 4 when the wonder of the universe makes him realize what he'd lost. Great stuff. But
the jellyfish.
Well, yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, what the season 3 of Picard was missing was the Borg Queen. We needed an episode where the Changeling woman and the Borg Queen linked up, and you realize that the Federation horribly wronged these 2 people, and they had met, and they're like, they had a reason to want to destroy the Federation. Because the Federation gave up their values during the Dominion War, which was dealt with in Deep Space Nine. That could have been very well done. They did not do that. And it made it
That's exactly why I have a problem with it. They didn't deal with any of the aftermath of all that.
No, they should have absolutely dealt with How did those two bad bitches team up and start working together? Why would they do that? And then, of course, you have the Enterprise. I understand why they did what they did, but whatever. I mean, it wasn't terrible. I liked it. I enjoyed it. What I really enjoyed was seeing what they did with the Next Generation characters. I thought they did a great job with that, but they were still saddled with.
Well, and I think that's what it comes down to
Saddled
in
with
terms
putting
of the.
Kirk's bones in the museum.
Yeah, but that was from the novel.
What about the triple face hugger? That was rad. No.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was. Look, the fact of the matter is, Star Trek has become a goof. It should be the Tiffany. It should be the gold standard of thoughtful, interesting science fiction. And now,
because it first came out as the one of the first science fictions to take science fiction seriously, and it's gone backwards.
I mean, my God, they've turned the Guardian of Forever into Doctor Who.
His name is Carl.
I understand, but it's fucking that was terrible.
I know it was.
So bad. And
I
now
Paul
we're gonna
Guilfoyle.
now we're gonna get. I mean, I can't even. The trailer for Strange New Worlds is so bad.
Yeah,
and now
still gonna
Starfleet
watch
Academy?
it. I haven't seen. Has there been a trailer for Starfleet Academy?
No,
Okay.
but it's gonna be.
Yeah, but in Paul Giamatti, I trust.
What? Okay, you know who the villain should be at a Starfleet Academy show? The Professor. It should be Kingsfield in it should be John Houseman.
I disagree wholeheartedly because you are one who has advocated or at least denigrated the idea that why is Starfleet an evil organization all the time? Why are they always the bad guy?
They're not evil. You're talking about a school.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want a professor to be the bad guy.
No, the professor is actually the person we love. He's the bad guy to the students because he requires a lot from them. Yes.
Like Professor Snape. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
See, Jill, I learned.
First of all,
You did good it out.
First of all, if you know the paper chase, which no one knows anymore. It was a movie and it was a TV series.
John
Houseman plays. Just look up the paper chase Professor Kingsfield opening scene.
Yep.
And you'll watch the scene when he explains what he expects of Harvard law students. And imagine you could even make him an alien. And Paul Giamatti would be the perfect guy to be the new Professor Kingsfield. But you know what? The people that are making Starfleet Academy don't know what the fuck that is. They haven't seen. They didn't know that the paper.
They don't know what the paper chase
a movie is that jumped networks that went on to Showtime. They don't know. They don't know, and they don't know. Here's my lament for all of science fiction: no one reads. No one reads, and the science fiction is a literary genre, and you have people making it, and all they've done is watch fucking Firefly. Not that Firefly wasn't good,
no,
but they've watched Joss Whedon. It's like Buffy and Angel, and they just apply it to everything.
I heard an interview with Philip K. Dick a little while ago. Like, it's obviously a very old interview, and he said a lot of science fiction writers are engrossed, and I'm paraphrasing, but they're engrossed in science fiction. I read like 19th century French drama.
As you should. I mean,
that's what inspires.
But you should read everything. People should read everything. The problem is America is a deeply illiterate country. Over the last 30 years, we are stupid. When I read articles in the Atlantic about how Ivy League kids can't read a book when they're assigned a book.
Seriously?
Oh yes. There's a great Atlantic article that talks about the fact that Ivy League students they're like, oh, there's too much reading because we can't focus.
I don't think that's an American
no, it's a worldwide thing, but
and it's because of the extent of technology.
Well, we've also but the fact is we have the best technology in the world, but my God, read some fucking books, man. We have all and now everyone's like, no one under everything we live in a superficial world. By the way, can I take a break? I don't know if you guys are hanging out. I'll hang out, but I need to go take a leak.
Speaking of 19th century
Leak?
literature,
I'm not
Can I do
detecting
that?
any leak.
I have to piss so bad.
Go.
Dude, go
Georgia.
piss, man. We're here.
I'll wait to jump in until he gets back.
I do that all the time. I gotta piss all the fucking time on this show.
Well, and I also you know what? I'm gonna leave before Rob gets back, because if
I'm
he
gonna say-
gets back, I'm just gonna sit here and continue to
Go,
fillet him.
go play with Spidey. He needs help.
No, I have to go.
Oh,
I
you
have
gotta go to
business
bed.
tomorrow.
I
I got
forgot.
business in the morning. This has been amazing. I'm so, again, I don't take this lightly, but thank you for being a friend.
No, thank you, man. Like, big help. We, me, you, and Joanne had a great conversation last night, and I think it all worked out perfectly today.
So I didn't break it?
No, you did a fucking fantastic job. I think that's why it worked out so good. So
I only had to take care of the chat, and there wasn't much. So.
No, but that's fine. Everybody had their job, and it worked out. So thank you,
Speaking
man.
of the chat, before I go, because it was my only job, I want to say thank you to Jedi Masters 2022's Lost in Space and Sci-Fi Classic. Lemon Pie, thank you for being here. DJ Play Nice, I don't think I said hello previous to this, but it is always, dude, thank you so much.
I think he was lurking because he just came in to say goodbye.
Yeah, I didn't see him even in there, but all right.
And it's
Letters?
Rock.
Yeah, no, you know how to say it better than I do. Greek Letters, thank you for being here. That's awesome. Dustin, you're rad. When's the next poll? It'll probably be the next show.
Thank you, by the way.
Oh, no, don't. Did you wash your hands?
I did wash my hands, actually.
Okay, good. Tom Jr., thank you. Tom Jr. Jackson for being here. That's super fantastic. I love you like a brother, and that is why I'm allowed to call you a putz. Josh, super fabu.
Okay, because he called you a moron.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we do. It's fun.
Josh loves Rob, by the way. He's just never met Rob.
Oh, well, come on the show.
Yeah.
He's a guy that used to come on the show, and he doesn't come on anymore, but he used to watch you with me back in the day. So yeah.
Yeah, well, we should keep doing that. I mean,
See,
do more stuff.
I've been reading a lot of 19th century literature. I'm an avid reader. I've been, over the last 5 days, I've just about finished through The Count of Monte Cristo, the unabridged.
Oh, no fucking way.
Your first read through? I love
My
that
first
book.
read through. It's the edition I have is like a larger leather bound one, so it fits the whole thing in 1,064 pages.
You know what? This wasn't the same because I didn't read it, but fuck, I just finished in 3 weeks. I watched 1883 or whatever the fuck.
Yep.
And then 1923, all within 3 weeks. Holy shit.
Good
That
stuff.
fucking shit blew my mind, man. A lot of it is horse shit, how much people go through, and it's how much can one person go through in a fucking day or whatever. But man, it was good though. It was really good. Did you guys?
I mean, it's interesting because if you look at the entertainment business, what Taylor Sheridan has done is very similar to what Peter Jackson did with Lord of the Rings, in the sense that he bought a ranch and they're shooting most of the stuff outside of his ranch, and he's
yeah.
And look, you know what? I mean, think about he wrote Sicario.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see. I love seeing talented people command the industry, and I'm a huge fan of what Ryan Coogler did with Sinners, and I love seeing that and the industry is trying to poo-poo it. I'm like, look, here's a guy who's he's less than 40 or whatever. He makes a great independent film, Fruitvale Station. And then he has the audacity to go to Sylvester Stallone and go, you know what? I want to make a Rocky sequel, and you're going to be the supporting character. And it worked. People love Creed. And then because of that, it wasn't just because he was black. It was because he reinvented an IP. And Disney goes, you got to direct Black Panther, which he writes and directs, you know, and then he does Wakanda Forever. He loses his cherished collaborator, Chadwick Boseman, and makes a movie anyway that almost makes $1 billion. But all of his collaborators are there. And then what does he do? He did what Christopher Nolan did. I'll make The Dark Knight, but now I want to make Inception.
Yeah.
And Warner Brothers marketing was like, no one's going to go see this movie. Warner Brothers marketing took all the credit in the world for Inception. And it's like, oh, really? You mean Christopher Nolan didn't make a banger film that people loved? Like, you're going to take this. No one knows. Look, you know who knows less about the movie business than anybody? The people working at the studios.
Yeah.
They don't know. And you know what's funny? We have a show on Apple with Seth Rogen, the studio.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking at something and everyone loves it. Why would you ever want to work for any of those fucking morons? And it really bothers me because some of the most effective, amazing business people I've ever met in my life are the people that make movies. I'm not talking about studio executives. I'm talking about boots on the ground, the people that have to make a day. They have to shoot 6 pages or 10 pages a day. They know how to optimize every second on a set. And the studio makes Hollywood look like it's all a bunch of fucking
That's
idiots.
why for a second there I thought you were like advocating for that show. I think that show's dog shit.
That show makes all of us look idiotic.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And it's like the people that work on that actually make movies, that show does not understand it at all. And
No,
all it does is reinforce what the rest of the world thinks about Hollywood. Now, that said, it's fucking hilarious. The last episode about the doctors and Seth Rogen. But here's the thing. Studio executives are not as dumb as Seth Rogen. They're not going to try and convince doctors. And you watch this and you're like, really? Is this what you want to say to the world? That we're all fucking this dumb? By the way, that was an amazing sound.
Sorry about that.
No, but it makes me angry because that is the direct opposite of my experience of Hollywood. That everybody that's actually making things are the incredible people. And then you see Seth Rogen, no one's that dumb. When you go into a doctor's, it might have been cringy and funny and all that, but it makes Seth Rogen look like an idiot. Like this guy's commanding hundreds of millions of dollars and they make him look like a dumbass.
Yeah,
well, he's Seth Rogen, so
yeah, he thinks he's like some fucking high mighty, like, hey, I did a sausage party. It's like I don't know, like
he's done a lot of great stuff. A Donkey Kong voice.
Yeah, but he's done great stuff. I mean, there's no doubt.
Oh,
but
yeah.
This show is not like after watching this show, why would you ever watch the movie again?
My favorite.
I mean,
what's that, Scotty?
I said the Green Hornet was my favorite.
I actually don't mind that movie.
All right. Well, and I didn't mean to interrupt by just
Going back to
disparaging.
the illiteracy thing, I remember in college we'd have to read each other's.
Well, no, before. Sorry, Kat. I gotta go.
Then go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys in the future.
Yeah.
Bye.
Scott.
I've got to go too because I really want to stay and listen to Rob and everything, but I've got it.
No, it's okay. I'll go away. It's fine.
No. Talk to Ben for a little while. He's been wanting to talk to you for so long. But Canadian Spider-Man needs me to go to Amsterdam.
Are you going to his travel show or whatever, Jill?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he's already started.
Thank you for being here, Jill, and thank you so much for helping us with get to 900. I love you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're
You're
a
welcome.
darling. You're a darling.
You know, in just a few months, 1,000. We'll get you there.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
You know, shit happens. You know, the greatest thing about CG is like we still have so much fun doing this shit. You know,
Yeah.
whatever subs, blubs, whatever.
That's true. That's true. That's
Yeah,
important to remember why you're doing it, the passion for it. And that's why people continue watching it, because you're having a good time doing it.
That's true. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, have fun on Canuck Spider-Man.
Okay, well, it was great talking to you guys.
Jill.
All right,
Bye.
later, Jill.
Yeah, going back to the literacy thing, I remember in college we'd have to read each other's like the scripts, you know. And there were students, several of them, the majority, I'm sorry to say, where every other word they said when reading the script was like they could not read the fucking script. And it's like you say, you know, at the end of the first page if the script's going to be good or not. Now, granted, this is on a micro level because it's college, so they're short.
Yeah.
I could tell halfway down the page it was going to be a sucky script, and then they can't even recite the shit. I had a college reading level since second grade. It's like I'm an avid reader. I just powered through Dracula, Oil, and probably by the end of tomorrow I'll finish Monte Cristo, and it only took like 2.5, 3 weeks to get through all three of those.
I mean, this is this is. I think it's really like, look, I'm always optimistic about humanity. I really am, but you know, seeing like in 3 months the new administration, I am not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say this: he was elected. I was okay. I was really excited. Like maybe he'll do all kinds of amazing things and change the country for the better. Like that's how I go into a new administration thinking. Today, he was on Truth Social begging Vladimir Putin not to bomb Kyiv. And I'm like, you're on your own social media platform begging a statesman, begging the leader of Russia not to bomb Kyiv? I'm like, bro, we're America. Like, why don't you like fly some B-52s or whatever and be like, if you bomb, like, it's I can't believe that we're in the situation we're in. I can't believe the stock market has dropped 14% since he was elected. And you ask yourself, there is no place in the United States that's better now 3 months into his administration than it was before he was elected, before he took office. And it's not whether I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm looking at the economic indicators. I'm looking at what he's done, and I'm like, who thinks? And people are like, well, he's changing things. It's part of the process. I'm like, no.
Well, my dad just went to try and mail a package today at Canada, small package car part. It's going to cost $100.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, like, I can't get my Star Trek figures anymore. I'm getting emails for things that I pre-ordered. They're going to be 120% more than I paid. I'm like, okay, why is it that I, as an American citizen, what has been made better? Nothing. Zero. You have Americans, the two girls that were traveling around the world on visas, and they were detained in Hawaii and sent back. Like, we have become idiots. And here's the thing.
Preach.
Bring it back to movies. Steve Martin, if you've ever watched Lawrence Kasdan's film Grand Canyon, and this is Lawrence Kasdan wrote The Empire Strikes Back and Raiders.
That's where Steve Martin gets shot and like
Steve Martin gets shot. And Steve Martin's character, who runs a studio, says all the great lessons of life that you need to learn are in The Godfather. And when I heard that, I was like, yes. And if you watch The Godfather 1 and 2, even though I think Godfather 3 has lessons to learn as well, in The Godfather 1 and 2, there are things, never let anyone outside the family know what you're thinking. Donald Trump has let the entire world know what we're thinking, and none of it's good. No one believes us. No one trusts us. You hold what you're doing close to the vest. We are still the great American power in the world. What we don't want to do is make us look stupid. We, in the last 3 months, have made the world look at us and laugh. No one trusts us. No one believes us. And that's all because we have an administration that is based on vindication or vindictiveness. And it's like, whether you're Democrat or Republican shouldn't matter. What should matter is America, our country. And you can have, it's great that we have dissent and all that. But you know what? If the Supreme Court says, if the judiciary says to the executive branch, fuck you, you need to do what we say, the executive branch is supposed to say yes, because we have 3 different parts of the government. And I'm like, now, does anyone even know that? I honestly believe that Americans today do not understand our own government. And it's incredibly frustrating. And honestly, because people don't read, they haven't been taught, and they are listening to social media. And if you were to ask somebody, and by the way, if anyone's watching this right now, what are the 3 branches of government? What are they? And how are they interrelated? Do you know? And if you don't know, don't look at me and say, Rob's a dick. No, you're the one, you're the problem. If you don't know what the 3 branches of our own government are, and by the way, I have learned that people don't. Americans don't know. We are the dumbest people in the world. We're really, really dumb, and we should be the smartest. I love this country.
Yeah, and that goes back to what we're seeing with movies too. There's an article that ran in the Wall Street Journal that said, people complain about there not being original movies. It's like there are. You're just not going to see any of them. Well, I've got my Regal Unlimited card, and my local theater likes to play mostly mainstream stuff. Everything I've seen, I think I've seen maybe 4 original movies this year I thought were good. Companion.
So good.
Companion. Black Bag.
Yep.
Warfare.
Yep.
And Sinners.
Fantastic. By the way,
can I say that I really liked, I think it was called Possession. Soderbergh movie. Not Possession.
No. It's called
Presence.
Presence.
That was like
I really like Presence.
Soderbergh had 2 movies then, so we'll add Possession. That's 5 movies.
Yeah, I
and
think
by
that
the way,
counts as
the
a
reason
2024
these movies aren't doing well is because they were not marketed.
Right.
Companion, they threw it away. That film should have made $50 million.
That movie's fucking awesome.
And by the way, I saw it in the theater. I went and saw it. Went and saw it Thursday night previews.
Same here.
I have to tell you, I go see it because I'd read the script, and I go into that theater. There was me and 5 other people. We hooted. We loved it. And by the way, after the movie was over, all of us stood outside. We didn't know each other, total strangers. And we're like, how great was that? To the point where the manager of the Harkins Theater, by the way, Harkins Mountain Grove, the manager comes over and he recognized me. And we're all just talking about how great Companion was. I haven't had that experience ever, like not in the last 20 years. And just a conclave of us is sitting there talking about how much we love the film and the theater. And the only reason I had bought a ticket for a later show, but their main theater, which is the CineX Theater, which is basically their Dolby version of. I didn't even know it was playing there. And the bartender, I went to the bar and I was like, I'm going to go see this. And he goes, 15 minutes earlier, there's a screening in the CineX Theater. I'm like, really? I'll go. And I had the fucking best time. Yeah. And the people in the theater, Companion was awesome. Oh, it was awesome.
That was my same experience seeing Black Bag with an audience. Everybody was jiving with each other and loved it.
Everybody I saw Companion with, like, just fucking was laughing and like we were like, I remember looking at my buddy Josh. I'm like, Jack Quaid is fucking owning this shit, you know.
Dude, when he makes his heel turn,
yeah,
it's so good. It's so, and I was like, okay, the marketing. First of all, here's the problem. The way I see it, the way everyone is doing business, everyone's looking at analytics. They're all looking at, well, these are 5 horror films that fit into this category, so we have to market it this way. It didn't used to be that way.
No, it didn't.
It used to be that studio executive marketing people, they would shoot from the hip. They would go out. No one in the corporate world, the way they're hiring people, well, this person looks good on paper, blah, blah, blah. No one can do their job. And the fact is, if you're releasing Companion should have made 50.
Yeah.
Someone wrote to me, well, Rob, it cost 10 million and it made 30 million, so it's a success. I'm like, no, it should have made $100 million.
It should have made what Megan made.
Oh my God. Or Smile made $200 million.
Infinitely better than those two garbage.
No, exactly. But like the way that Megan like kind of took over this like small area of the zeitgeist for like a week or two or maybe a couple of months.
Companion should have
Should have been better because it was a better movie and it was more fun. Yeah.
And the thing is, like, if you have a movie like Companion and you've got a great looking actress, I would have done a campaign on social media that says, you want to fuck her, don't you? Like I would have gone that way. Because why wouldn't you? And then
you know what? Like, Sophie Thatcher would have been totally cool with that.
She would have been, and you could have been like, she'll do things. She'll do things to you you don't even admit you want done to you, and then she would you create a whole campaign, and it's like Companion.
But you got to do that, Rob, the week after it comes out, because when it first comes out, you're not supposed to know what she is yet.
No, but you don't tell that was they tipped that off. They shouldn't look. My ad campaign, you would never told someone. You would have made it look like she was an OnlyFans model or whatever. I mean, you go deep into the whole. And the funny thing about it was that movie was so smart.
Yeah,
it was so smart. And what was so funny was like here's what I found. We live in a world like here's what I just don't get. Like it used to be when I was a young whippersnapper in the 80s, you couldn't watch porn on the internet, and you had one VCR. You couldn't watch a porn movie because it was in the middle of your house. You couldn't like watch. So now we live in a world where kids should not be seeing porn. If I was 11 years old watching pornography, I'd be like, "Oh my God, I can't compete. We live in a completely fucked up world, like totally fucked up world, completely fucked up." And so kids today, they miss. I mean, I would kiss a girl. I'm like, that was victory, and you'd spend 3 hours trying to work up the courage to stick your hand up a girl's. She's waiting for you to do it 10 minutes in, but it take you 2.5 hours before you even like venture that and touch her boob, and then finally you get there and then her parents come home and you're like, fuck, I have to leave. Fuck. There's none of that. Now we're already at DEFCON 1. Yeah. And so everyone's seeing, so that said, and everyone, like, no one understands why is it nice to just kiss somebody, to make out for 3 hours. Everyone's like, you're 11 years old. Are you going to suck my dick? No, I'm not. But that's where our civilization is, because we've seen it all now. You can go on. It's ridiculous. It's so insane. And what we need to do is bring it back. We need to bring back our civilization and make ourselves sensual. And when I say sensual, watching a great movie in a theater with a drink and popcorn, it's a sensual experience.
I don't.
sitting next to people. You're you know, the idea of nowadays we live in a civilization where everyone's going from 0 to 60 in an instant.
Yeah.
What we need to do is we need to bring back ritual. We need to bring back the fact that walking into a theater with a bunch of strangers, we're all there because we might have seen the trailer or whatever.
Yeah.
And we have our sensual pleasures of our popcorn or our drinks or whatever, but we are all in this together. We are about to have an experience together.
Yeah.
I don't know you. You don't know me, but we've all come together. We're all the same. We all saw the same thing. We've all come together because we have been promised this thing. And that's, by the way, Sinners, Barbenheimer, all of that has become the thing. The fact that Sinners has made $24 million on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday
I saw your
is
tweet. I was
fucking insane.
so happy to see that, man. I was so happy.
They're talking about. I talked to my friend Rob Galuzzo, who's a exhibitor. He said they're expecting a 15% drop.
Yeah,
for a horror film, this is unprecedented.
This movie is going to beat The Accountant 2, I think, this weekend.
It could very well, and
Yeah.
because it's giving people something that is thought provoking.
Yeah,
The music, the cinematography, Ryan Coogler's. You know, people are like, "The movie's mid. It's not as good as Pulp Fiction 7." I'm like, okay.
I don't understand that whole comparison that they're doing with this and like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I don't get that at all.
First of all, it's such a bizarre. It's like, okay, look, man, it comes down to media literacy. I'm like,
yeah,
Sinners has so much going on. It's not just From Dusk Till Dawn, because people are like, I want the vampires to show up. The vampires themselves are more metaphoric than they are in From Dusk Till Dawn. It's like
From Dusk to, first of all, I hate this comparison people are making. From Dusk Till Dawn, the bar is run by vampires. So it's already not the same thing.
Right, no.
Vampires are trying to get into this place. So right there, it kills it for me. I hate that comparison.
Well, the funny thing about what I love about Sinners is, first of all, it's an American film. You have two black brothers, Smoke and Stack, who work for Al Capone, which, by the way, so it's the same year that my own audio drama takes place. And I'm like, well, they didn't really employ black guys, but whatever, it's fine. So Smoke and Stack come back. They want to start their own business. They've come back to Mississippi, their hometown, and the movie is all it's an American film. It's a black film. It's a socially conscious film. It's a musical film.
Yeah,
There's so much
soundtrack.
There's so much going on in the movie, and people write back to me, "Oh, Rob, it's not as good as this." I'm like, you guys, it works on 10 different levels, and you're telling me it works on one level? Really?
There's a make or break scene in that movie for some people, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The musical number. I was fucking fascinated and just absolutely blown away by that.
It was awesome because it's the world between worlds in Star Wars.
Yeah, and it also,
I mean, you're talking about the difference of time and space.
Yeah, and it also pays off in the end by what the vampires are like. Coogler doesn't leave anything left undone. Like everything makes sense by the end. Like this guy is like a bridge. His music is a bridge for us to do this and this and this. And it's like, okay, I get it. You know, yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, you look at Ryan Coogler. He did what Christopher Nolan did. He made $2 billion between Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, and he's like, I want to make an original film. And he went to the studios. He said, here's a script. Here's what I want to do, but here's my conditions. I own it. You know, after 25 years,
yeah,
I get first dollar gross. you know, and by the way, he said exactly what Smoke and Stack said in the film about about their futures or whatever, about what Black America wants, and he's earned it. He's earned it. And Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi at Warner Brothers took a risk on him, and look at what they've done.
Yeah,
Minecraft. Everyone's like they're out. You know, people were saying it. I was at CinemaCon in Vegas, watching what they were put out on stage. In almost, people thought it was a minstrel show where this was their last, and they're like, nope. You know, they greenlit both Sinners and the Minecraft film. Minecraft was developed earlier, but that movie is going to make $1 billion, and Sinners is going to outgross any expectation. And what they did was they bet on a talent. And do you think Ryan Coogler is going to go anywhere else? No. I mean, that film, $24 million Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday was an $8 million day. That's insane.
Yeah, I want him to lower his budgets, not Fruitvale Station budgets, but more like a Creed budget, like 40, 50 million. Because if Sinners cost just a little bit less to make, it would be such an astronomical win. But the fact that it was $90 million,
don't worry, man. It's $100 million movie and all that, but don't worry. It's going to be a huge win. They're going to sail past that. Look, internationally, black films traditionally don't do that well because the world is racist. But don't worry. It's a win. It's an epic win.
Oh, to me, it already is a win. I mean, it's my favorite movie of the year so far.
Me too. Me too. I mean, it's so funny. I never thought I would say The Companion and Sinners are my favorite movies of the year. And Black Bag, to be honest.
See, I haven't seen Black Bag, but like I said, I love Possession. I guess it's called Possession.
Presence.
Presence.
Black Bag is great, and Black.
I love
Bag
how like one of my favorite movies of the year. I can't remember its name.
Well, because it's a specter. It's a spectral. You know, you shouldn't, because if you remembered its name, then you would be aware of its presence.
My favorite thing about Presence is it could have been shot for $1,500 on an iPhone and a gimbal, and that's what I love about it so much.
Well, but he did that with Unsane and High Flying Bird.
Yeah,
he did. Soderbergh did that already.
Yeah, it's like Todd Haynes.
Did you guys see Warfare?
I haven't seen it yet.
I can't wait to see it.
Oh, you guys have to see that one.
Which is insane. It's gonna be. I know. And by the way, I can't wait to see it. Can't wait.
Oh, yeah. The sound is unbelievable.
And I have to say that, by the way, going to CinemaCon, we are getting some great stuff. There's Amazon's entire, what Amazon Studios is doing, committing to theatrical, and what they're giving us, really amazing stuff.
No shit.
Yeah, man. I mean, my most eagerly awaited film in 2026 is Project Hail Mary.
Oh,
and
no
they
way.
fucking nailed that shit. Oh my god! I've said best picture of 2027 for the 2026 films. I will say this until I see something else. I will say the best picture of 2027 is going to be Project Hail Mary.
Wow,
100%. Now, I will say, if I see something that I think surpasses that, I would hope everybody would allow me to opt to say something else. But no, having read the book and seen what they showed us at CinemaCon, Andy Weir wrote The Martian, and it's his third book.
Yeah, that's right.
To me is what they showed us, like 8 minutes. Perfection. So it was my most eagerly awaited movie going into CinemaCon. And I'm like, I was like, I wonder if they're going to show us some clips. And oh my God. Amazing. Can't wait.
I still got to say, man, P.T. Anderson's movie looks the most interesting to me this year. Like,
no, I thought
with Leo, holy shit, that movie looks wild.
it does, but it's offbeat. I mean, here's the thing: they spent a lot of money. Again, a Warner Brothers film.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
I
yeah.
hope it makes money. I
It's
mean,
Vi-
look,
it's a Vineland, an
Yeah,
updated version of that.
it won't make money though, but
it might.
it'll be.
I mean, look, there's a couple of films. Zach Kreger's movie, Weapons. They showed us. It opens in August. They moved it up.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
And then The Long Walk and Running Man. Who would have thought in 2026 we're going to get, or maybe 2025,
2025.
the Bachman books from Stephen King? We're getting a remake of The Running Man and the first version of The Long Walk. Wow.
No, we're not just getting a remake of The Running Man. We're getting an Edgar Wright Running Man.
Which, by the way, I would say that the original movie had nothing to do with the book.
Yeah,
Edgar
I know.
Edgar Wright has adapted. And by the way, that trailer was a fucking banger.
Oh,
I mean,
see, I haven't seen the trailer.
well, they haven't showed it yet. And
Where did you see it at? Did you see it at one of the? Oh, okay, okay.
And at CinemaCon, they showed us both The Long Walk and The Running Man. So, for those of you who are still here, so Stephen King.
There's actually more people watching now than they were earlier.
So Stephen King, as a writer, he wrote under the pseudonym Richard Bachman, and I was buying Richard Bachman paperbacks before I knew this, and it wasn't until his fifth novel, Thinner, the movie, you've seen the movie, that people knew what it was. But so the four Bachman books were Rage, The Long Walk, Road Work, and The Running Man, and they were the first paperbacks. Thinner was a hardcover release, so no one knew that Richard Bachman was Stephen King. No one knew. And Rage You'll Never Let Get Made in a movie. So The Long Walk is an incredible book. And so here's the premise of The Long Walk, that Francis Lawrence, Hunger Games, Constantine. So Francis Lawrence has directed the Long Walk. Here's the premise. In a dystopian future America, every year they have what's called the Long Walk. And two kids from every state in the union, so 100 kids, participate. And so in the Long Walk, it takes place in different places in the United States. You just start walking. And if you ever drop below 3 miles an hour, you have a ticket. You get a ticket. And if you get 3 tickets in an hour, they shoot you in the head and you die. So there's no rest.
Is it Dennis Hopper that does this?
Well, no, there's no rest.
I read that book a long time ago. It's very good.
You have to keep walking. So they go in and out of why are these people in this thing, this dystopian horror. You cannot stop. You have to take a shit. You have to run ahead, take a dump, and then run back and not make sure that they don't get you down. It's an amazing story. It's incredible. Frank Darabont had it for a while. I saw the trailer. Francis Lawrence directed.
That really sounds like something that Darabont would at least purchase. Yeah,
it looks amazing. And then the other thing is The Running Man, and we've already seen the 80s adaptation with Schwarzenegger, which did not resemble the novel at all. But Edgar Wright has made a new adaptation of The Running Man, which is very much inspired by Elio Petri's The 10th Victim, with Marcello Mastroianni and Ursula Andress from the 60s.
And you've seen the trailer or like a teaser?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Does
the
it
trailer for The Running Man is amazing.
And that's Glenn Powell, right?
Glenn Powell is the man. It looks so good. Although if anyone's read that book and you ask yourself, are they going to recreate that ending? Without saying what it is, I will say there is stuff in the trailer that showed that the ending is being considered.
Well, and that's God, what's his name again? The author. It's not the Starship Troopers author. Philip. It's not Philip K. Dick, right?
it's
No. These are both Stephen King stories.
no, but I mean, okay. So The Running Man is a full-blown Stephen King story. Okay.
Yeah, The Running Man he wrote under the pseudonym of Richard Bachman.
Okay.
Just like he wrote The Long Walk under Richard Bachman. And
Okay.
so what Stephen
Like
King
when,
did was he wanted to see if he could make money and if people would buy his books. And so he wrote 4 novels as Richard Bachman. He wrote Rage, which, by the way, will never, ever, 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 ever be made into a movie. But I think that if you want to be a student filmmaker, I would say this to everybody: get your iPhones, write your script. Everybody should do an adaptation of Rage. Just saying. but it'll never happen. And then the other book was The Long Walk, Road Work, which I don't think people will make, and The Running Man. So those 4 books, The Long Walk came out in 1979. And then the Running Man was the last of the 4 books. It was Thinner when King wrote Thinner, which was released as a hardcover as Richard Bachman. That's when he was outed as Richard Bachman, which I thought was really interesting because for the 70s and the 80s, no one knew that Richard Bachman was Stephen King.
And didn't they make a Thinner movie
Yeah.
too?
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
I remember the trailers, but I never saw the movie. Yeah.
No, the movie's pretty good. I mean, but I would say that the Running Man movie was kind of ridiculous.
Of course it was.
So what's really Elio Petri, if you haven't seen the movie The 10th Victim, there's an amazing French-Italian co-production from the 60s called The 10th Victim. I want to look around because I have it here, but it's a future shock film that stars Marcello Mastroianni and Ursula Andress, and the premise of the film is, listen to this. So you can join the big hunt, and in the big hunt, you have to get hunted or you're a hunter 10 times. And if you survive 10 hunts and 10 assassinations, you get an award. And Austin Powers took a lot from this, and it's Marcello Mastroianni and Ursula Andress.
Sounds like Alice in Borderland or
no, it's all, but it's a 1960s film, and so it's so amazing, and everything old is new again.
Yes.
So if you watch that, that's what The Long Walk and The Running Man are derived from, and so. Now this year we are getting Francis Lawrence directing The Long Walk and Edgar Wright directing The Running Man. So we are getting 2 different Richard Bachman stories in the next year where they go back to the original works. And let me just say, The Running Man, and they show these both these trailers at CinemaCon, The Running Man and The Long Walk look amazing. Like, they nailed these things, and these are both Stephen King stories. They're both amazing, and I can't wait to see. I've wanted to see the Long Walk was a cult novel in my junior high school in the early 80s. It was first published in 1979, but in 81, 82, everybody was reading The Long Walk.
Well, ever since like Edgar Wright's like, I want to do The Running Man, I was like, I'm so fucking down for that shit.
I mean, if you read the novel, it takes place in the real world. I mean, it was such a precursor to our reality TV shows that the 80s version is ridiculous. I mean, it's just a goof.
But it's fun as fuck. Like what's his name? Like Domino or Donimo and Firefly.
Yeah, but but in the original story, it takes place in the real world, where an everyman, if you have to provide for your kids or whatever, you join into this and you'll make $1 million if you survive the big hunt. You have to survive like 30 days where you travel around the world in a surveillance culture where there's cameras everywhere. And if you survive, you win. And Glenn Powell is that guy. He's the everyman. It's not this flamboyant.
It's not this giant fucking
No. And the trailer looks incredible. It looks so good.
I can't wait to see this trailer, man. I can't wait to see this trailer. Yeah.
So, hopefully it's great.
Hopefully we'll get
so
the trailer soon. Yeah. Yeah.
So in short, from what we take, there's like only very few movies that have actually been very good this year, which is why people aren't going out to see them, and then the lack of marketing on top of that.
Yeah,
well, it's there hasn't been much this year yet. I mean, we usually get. I mean, 2023 gave us fucking strange, or gave us Poor Things and the my favorite movie of the decade, the Holdovers, all in the same month. So you never know what you're gonna get like later. It's super early still, but yeah.
But still, I mean, look, the world that we live in has changed, and I think that the problem is you have to give people a reason. Like seeing Companion in a theater was amazing, even though there was only 5 other people. It was, and I think that Sinners does provide. It's so funny to me because people are throwing back to me like, it's not that good, Rob. Why do you? And I'm like, look, man, I was there. It was an experience. I saw people coming out of the theater wanting to talk about it, and it's such a bizarre, like, why do we live in a civilization that wants to hate something before they've seen it?
It's just cynicism, like
I
you
know,
just
but it's kind of dumb to me. I'm like,
It is. It's like all these hate channels that go on and on. It's like I'm hard pressed to know what they like.
Well, that's the thing. Like some of the channels that I like to hate watch because they're kind of negative, like this movie. They really like this movie,
because here's the thing, as a point of view, like people said to me, well, Rob, is it Pulp Fiction or Seven? I'm like, well, okay, does every movie have to be Pulp Fiction?
Exactly.
Like, I'm like, why are you even asking me that? Like, people love this movie. I love the movie.
Yeah,
and I love it at scale. I'm like,
I was so invested in the movie and the characters that I forgot, even with the 2 opening scenes, that it was going to be a vampire movie.
Right?
Once it starts, it's like, I'm not gonna lie. Initially, I was kind of like, oh, because I was that invested that I didn't really care about the vampire. But then it's like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing, and then it's like, it's fantastic.
Yeah,
I turned to Josh, the guy I was watching it with, and I go, I know this is going to turn into a vampire bloodbath, but I would just rather watch them start this speakeasy, like this blues place, because you're already so invested in it, and then that's where it does. And I'm not gonna disagree with this. It reminds you a little bit of Dusk Till Dawn, where it's a completely different movie for the first hour, and then it turns into a vampire movie. I'm not saying that it's very, very different, but
I would say this. I would say that the vampires are representative of the same kinds of social things that are going on in the whole film. They just have an interesting way. If they were just going to show up and be like Ku Klux Klansmen.
Yeah, right. No, exactly. I agree with you.
If you were to do that, it would be like so on the nose. And the fact that the vampires themselves are another immigrant group. They're like, their philosophy is not bad. You're like, all right.
Well, to that
point, exactly. And this is a way much tighter script, more inventive, smart script. Dusk Till Dawn relies on its opening to kind of draw you in, and then there is no script for the last one.
It's a goof. I love Dusk Till Dawn. I do. But Sinners is doing so much more.
Sinners does so much. Oh God. Right. My favorite thing about this film is the power of having to be invited in. Oh, I've never seen a vampire movie that relies so much on that.
Oh, I
And
love that whole scene about the
it's
woman
so
going,
good.
"Oh, you have to be in." It's so great.
And it shows you that, like, had Grace not worried about her daughter, they could have survived the night because they just all you have to do is just not let them in. But Grace was being drawn in by them, like, we're gonna go and kill your daughter at the corner store, and so she fucks everything up.
I love the scene where the one guy, the roly-poly guy, is like, "Come on, man, just let me in." I was like, "Well, why do you need to go in?"
Cornbread, yeah.
Cornbread. The
It's
roly-poly guy.
It's such a great scene. It's
And it's
so
funny
good.
because that's an interesting point. Also, that the vampires being another immigrant group, and they're talking about how, well, look, there's nothing for you here. They don't let you have a life or do anything. But it's funny because one of the other vampires with them, the second guy, is a Klansman,
right?
Because he turned him, but now as a vampire, he doesn't seem to mind being a vampire, being with allied with a bunch of black people anymore.
No, actually, they want that.
I'll drink whoever you want. It's like
Right.
Yeah,
It's like they're making this join our family. We all believe it. It's like, yeah, he's not wrong that they entirely believe in love and fellowship, because you even got the Klansman to change his mind and be all, kumbaya with these people.
Well, and the lead vampire brings up some good points. Like,
he's like a humanist.
He's like,
I believe in
these
goodwill
people are
to
never
men and
going
all
to
that,
accept you, but we will.
Well, yeah, 'cause he's the one who tells them what's really up with how they acquired the sawmill. He's like, hey, we can go get him right now if you want.
And the funny thing about it is, what I find interesting, like, I don't find it offensive. Or I'm like, as a white Jewish dude from Seattle, I watch these movies. I don't have a reaction. I understand that. I try and think of myself as a civilizationist, and I think about where are you all coming from? And when I watch Sinners, I'm like, it's so great to see the specificity that Ryan Coogler brought to the show. Like, he brings in, like, the black experience, the immigrant experience, the vampire experience. I mean, the Delta blues experience, which is amazing. I mean,
so
the
good,
fact that music can pierce the veil between time periods, it's so great. And you look at it and you're like, how do you guys not love this movie? And when someone's like, well, Rob, it's not as good as Pulp Fiction, I'm like, what does that even mean, dude? I don't know. I'm like, why are you comparing and contrasting?
Well, who are the types of people saying this?
Well, I don't know. I just have to go by what they say on social media. I don't know.
But there could be other reasons for saying that type of shit too,
But it's such a bizarre thing. I'm like, okay, like, how does Sinners have anything to do? For me, Sinners is an auteurist vision. It's Ryan Coogler wrote it. He directed it.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it from his perspective. I'm not sitting there going, well, Quentin Tarantino did it better. Like, what? He's making a pastiche of other movies. Like, whatever he's doing. Like, what does that have to do with Ryan Coogler's Sinners? Like, why are you asking me to compare and contrast those two films? When I go see Sinners, the music itself entrances me way beyond anything Quentin Tarantino did.
I think Coogler probably takes that as a compliment, because he's like, oh shit, now I'm being compared to Tarantino.
I know, but it's such a but my problem with it is like, why are people coming after me and saying, well, it's not this good? I'm like, okay, that might be true. You might not think it's that good. That's okay. But why are you trying to make it like definitive? Clearly, Sinners has a zeitgeist moment happening. People are going to see it. People love it. It's making a lot of money. Like, why are you trying to tell me that it's not as good as Seven?
Maybe they're secretly racist and don't like the idea that
I was going to say that. I'll let you say it. But
I mean, I wouldn't be.
No, you're not wrong.
They don't do that with a bunch of other movies. But it's got to be as good. Like,
but that's the funny
really
thing
going
is
on?
that,
I mean, there's a lot of hate watching channels out there, so it's in the zeitgeist.
you're not wrong. I just think like I don't get the fact that when I go see a movie, I never compare and contrast it to another film unless it's like a cyberpunk thriller. I know that Johnny Mnemonic is not as good as The Matrix. You know, and people like Johnny Mnemonic, well, it's a cyberpunk thriller. The Matrix is better. They both
Got
start
Keanu Reeves.
And it's like, that's what I'll say. But like, when people talk to me about like Sinners, I'm like, why are you comparing it to Pulp Fiction? Like, seriously, what does it have to do with Pulp Fiction?
I saw it literally 1 week ago because I saw it on opening night last Thursday. And I honestly, aside from reading these things that we're talking about, Rob, like I didn't compare it to anything. I watched it on its own merits, you know, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, to me, I was just like, oh, the blues, the cinematography, some of the acting, like holy shit, and the dialogue, like I didn't go like, hey, I wonder if this movie is going to get compared to
No, you know what's funny? When you're watching it, I let the movie wash over me. I totally was ensorcelled by it. I was entranced by it. I'm like, I love this movie.
Yeah,
love it. I've seen it 3 times. I'm like, love it. I'm like, and I never thought to ever. I don't compare and contrast other movies. Like if someone said, well, you know, Sinners isn't as good as The Shawshank Redemption, I'd be like, and by the way, somebody suggested that on my timeline today. I'm like, what? What the fuck? Like, what?
Right, but that's my point, though. It's like we raved about other movies like Companion. Did anybody say, oh, it's not as good? Did anybody say that when Companion came out and you raved about it?
Well, because no one saw Companion but us.
Yeah, well, but no, Kat's right. It's like, look,
well, and that's in the
Companion was
epilogue.
dope. I mean, it was so much. No one said like, well, it's not as good as Freddy's Nightmare
Freddy versus Jason.
Freddy's Revenge or whatever. I'm like, okay, the great queer horror film of all time. Maybe not. I don't know what to
say. Freddy's Revenge. Yeah.
Revenge, yeah.
Well, since you mentioned spoilers earlier, I guess I'll just say it's like, yeah, you can sum it up in the epilogue. 60 years later, when he says, do you miss, and he asks the vampires, like, do you miss that day at all before the sunset? And he's like, yeah, every day, because that was the one day we were truly free.
Yeah. By the way, it's
that
so
should
good.
not have
I mean,
been
it's
a
so
post-credit scene. That should have been the end of the movie.
well, but it was the end of the movie.
Right,
well, no, it was the end of the movie, but they shouldn't even have shown any credits.
I know, but you know what? You know what? They had to deal with it. They had to deal with the studio. I mean, I'm sure the movie could have been like half an hour longer.
But how great was his Cosby sweater at the end of that? That was the best.
But the funny thing about that movie is everything about the film, even the post-credit sequences, feels so right. I mean, it was all. And Ryan Coogler's deal and all that. Warner Brothers is going to come out on top and all that. And what's so interesting to me is like we all as movie fans, we want movies like Sinners. That's why we go to the movies. You might not love Sinners. You might not think it's the greatest movie in the world. You might think it's mid. I don't care what you. But everybody who worked on that film. In that film, you watch that movie, every frame of it was contemplated and there is thought behind it. It's an auteurist, beautiful vision and it feels fulfilling. It might not be, you might not love it and you cannot love it, but you cannot say that it wasn't an experience. It was so well done. It was such a Ryan Coogler made a movie that he wanted. He controlled every aspect of it, and he gave us something he wanted us to see. And it's apparent in the film. And when you watch it, you're like, okay, it's not as great as Lawrence of fucking Arabia, but what would be? But it's great. Ryan Coogler gave us something that was great.
No, Coogler finally gave us something, in my opinion, that shows that he's an auteur. Because he had, I get it. Like people like Creed. I think Creed's fine. I hate the fact that it exists because I like Rocky VI on its own. It's a good capper to that character, but I think it's a well-made movie. I don't like either of the Black Panther movies that much. I think they're overrated.
That's fine. But still, one made $1 billion.
I know that, and I don't think they're poorly made. I just didn't get them
Right,
that
but
much.
still, but you got to give it up for a guy that
for
lost
sure,
his lead actor and Wakanda Forever.
This was the movie where I was like, okay, this guy has a voice, and this is what he wants to do, and I think he should continue to do.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's all I meant by that. It's like,
no, you're absolutely right.
For Nolan's, the fucking Finchers, like just making like every frame speaks to exactly what you want it to speak to. Like
100%, man.
Yeah, that to me, yeah.
There was an article that came out that while Coogler was promoting Sinners, he says the next thing he is immediately going to do is reboot the X-Files.
Yes.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
There's a possibility that I get to interview him.
Oh,
for Designing Hollywood, and you can bet your bottom dollar that I will end that interview talking about X-Files.
Well, pass on our praises to him if he gets to do that.
Well, so X-Files 10 and 11. I've never seen. Boy, I hate those. I hate those 2 seasons of TV. I cannot tell you.
What you mean, the 2 that came after?
Yeah.
They're not great. They're not great.
They're unbelievably awful.
I was so excited for those, Rob, and they both just let me down so bad.
And I'll tell you what Ryan Coogler did with Creed. People are like, why do you think he's going to be good for X-Files? I'm like, I don't know, but if he loves the X-Files and he does what he did with Creed, he made something canonical in the timeline and he made it work. I'm like, okay, because wow, Chris Carter let me down. How do you fuck up X-Files when we're living in the greatest, conspiracy theory timeline ever?
All you have to do if you want to make a successful, at least a short run of X-Files, is just be a good writer.
No, here's what you do.
All
you have to do with X-Files to tee off your show is disclosure as a reality. The governments of the world have to come out and say that extraterrestrials exist. They've been here the whole time. And now what are we going to do? Which is canonical to.
I do think you need to have
our own world. Like the entire X-Files, like what the truth is out there. Here is the truth. That's your tagline. Here's the truth. The truth is out there. Here's your truth. Right here.
I agree, but I do think you need to have Gillian Anderson topless for at least one scene.
Okay, dude.
In the show.
No. Because the whole thing about the X-Files is you wonder. You wonder. I mean, the idea is you can't. Because here's the thing. Every guy. Here's the problem with showing every man, even women, they have, whether you're a lesbian or a straight dude or whatever, everyone has different preferences. I am so tired of hearing people talk about beautiful women as being mid. They don't know. I'm like, oh my God, first of all.
Oh, Gillian Anderson is not mid.
She's not mid, but she's tiny and she's British. And somebody, she's like 50, and someone I mean, look, here's the thing.
She's gorgeous.
At the end of the day, all women are gorgeous. All women are. But here's the thing. As time takes its toll, as you get older and older and older, things change. Things look different. But at the end of the day, great fucking is great fucking. And when I'm 80, I'm going to be good. I'm going to be fucking 80-year-old girls, and we are going to have the best fucking time. Oh, my God. Yes. Fuck yeah. If, of course, they're straight.
I'm in my 40s, Rob, and I'm still looking for 80-year-old girls. Like, I hear they're good.
This has become a de facto episode of Midnight Metal.
All I can tell you is that when I was 22, I had a 40-year-old girlfriend, and wow.
Wow, nice, man.
But
nice.
here's what's really interesting about all that. Like to be honest, seriously. So we are beings of intellect, right? We're beings of intellect that are in these fleshy ambulatory sacks where all of our intellect has nothing to do with the strength in our pecs or our feet or whatever. And when you are with somebody, you can be sexual with someone. You allow somebody to touch you, and you're tasting you and feeling you and all that. It's not. It's seriously like we like these fleshy bodies that we exist in. Sexuality is creativity. It's artistic. It's everything that it's all creative. It's all made up. It's all, what turns us on. And what's amazing is to be touched in a certain way, to talk in a certain way, to taste in a certain way. We make it so weird, but our intellect and our is different than our physicality.
Yeah.
And it's our bodies that are, like they said in Blade Runner, accelerated decrepitude. our bodies are always in a constant state of disintegration. And we are beings of intellect, and we rely on our bodies because our brains reside in them. And the idea that our entire existence and how we feel about the real world and how we perceive everything else is based on our position. Even our eyes can only see with 50 millimeter lenses.
Yeah.
Like we can only see, like, what's really interesting? Like when it comes down to sex, you look at pornography. Now we see pornography from a distance. But when you're with somebody and you're making love to somebody, you're looking at them with a 50 millimeter lens, which you're up close and personal. You don't get to sit back and watch it from a distance. You're involved. You're there, and and there's nothing better.
You don't get three different angles.
No,
it's only one POV.
No, but to kiss somebody, first of all, you do have to bring your finesse game. You have to know how to kiss. But to kiss someone and to have them kiss you back and respond, and I'm not talking about diving their tongue into your throat. People that know what they're doing, it becomes an art form. It becomes an amazing, experience.
Yeah.
And all of that, we've lost that, man. Like if you go back and you watch American Graffiti, in the early 70s, or you watch Last American Virgin in the early 80s.
Oh man.
I mean, I know the nowadays we've gotten rid of all of that. Like the joy of being able to touch somebody for the very first time and have them touch you.
You know where that went, right? Apps, dating apps, things like that.
I know, but
no, but it has destroyed that meaning of like locking eyes with somebody. And
I agree. I agree with you, and I think that's part of the real problem of our entire civilization is based on memes. We have a meme culture, where that nobody understands what it's like to be touched by somebody, and it's unfortunate. I mean, I don't,
No, it's a shame.
That said, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I have no. It's literally 1:09.
Yeah.
I jumped on here like 7:30.
Dude, you came on pretty quick, man. And I can't thank you enough, Rob, for being here.
Well, it was great. I'm just drunk and stupid.
Yeah, but I've been asking you for so long to come on, and you've been so busy. And then I just threw you a link, and then you showed up, and I really appreciate it because you've always been a nice shining advocate. Every time we bother you,
we got to get you more subscribers, man. We got to do. Come on, dude.
You know what? You know what?
Get you more subscribers. Come on.
You know what? It's fine because I got my career and John's got his career, so we do the channel for fun. But yeah, I mean, more subscribers would be awesome. But
yeah, but still, it's fun. We got to get you more subscribers.
Man, well, you've already done so much with your soliloquy that you did for us that I play often on the show.
No. Let's do more. Let's do more. I mean, look, here's the thing. I think that what's missing from fandom now is joy. Everybody's like talking about how everything is this bad, fandom used to be we wanted to love everything.
Yeah.
And now fandom is like everything sucks. And we need to change that narrative. That like, look, I get it. Do I think that do I love corporate sci-fi? Do I love corporate Star Wars? I don't. I think it's bad. I think Disney has a corporate mandate about Star Wars. And now I love the fact, oh my God, now you have all the channels that I'm on that I love, they're all advocating. Oh my God, there's this essay sequence or oh, how can this be in Star Wars? I'm like, oh my God, people, this is a story that's adult. It's been mature. Or do not do like. Are you looking for something? It was. I mean, you had a female character that kicked ass or whatever. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, I know what scene you're talking about, and it was not even really that big of a thing.
But no, the entire world is all upset about it. I'm like,
I know.
You guys are just trying to peddle. Like, by the way, before I came on your show tonight, I was going to do a show. I set up a show, but I was going to talk about Andor and Sinners, and I'm glad I came on the show, so I didn't.
Thanks.
But my God, it's like, Jesus Christ, you guys, really? You're going to make this now. Everyone's all upset. Everyone's like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So the Death Star killed billions on Alderaan. and Revenge of the Sith is opening. It's actually shattering box office records in theaters this
I just
weekend.
Saw that again today.
Where Anakin Skywalker slaughters children. And you're upset because one Imperial officer wants to have his way with bits
well, to me, it like I know the movie is very juvenile and stupid, but The Force Awakens has like a laser beam that shoots like 5 planets at once or something. So does that kill like trillions of people?
Yeah, trillions of people.
They don't really make mention of it again after it happens.
Never talk about it. It's the dumbest thing ever. And it's like everyone's like, Star Wars shouldn't have this happen. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, this weekend, Revenge of the Sith is opening,
okay.
And yeah, they kill children. Well, we don't see it. Like, it doesn't have to be that. It's so bizarre to me. I'm like, wow. In the original Star Wars, they kill Alderaan, billions of people.
With the way of people getting infantilized in this way, I read that John Hillcoat, who made The Road, is currently still working in light of the author's death on an adaptation of Blood Meridian.
Wow,
which has repeatedly failed.
Road?
John Hillcoat, the director.
Okay.
Now that movie has repeatedly failed to get adapted because the studios have always got cold feet because how violent the content was. Like Ridley Scott wanted to go all in, and they told him no.
Yeah.
Excellent novel, by the way. One of the best American novels.
Oh, it's one of my favorite.
I love that.
One of my favorite books of all time. I have it right there. I fucking adore that book. But I don't think they should have made a movie out of it personally. But
well, they probably won't, and they probably won't make the movie because I don't see how they're going to. Because Hillcoat wanted to do it as a series, and McCarthy, before he died, said no. It's something's more grandiose about the movies. And he told them that if you make this movie,
the words are.
And what he told him is that if you make this movie, he says, I'll write the script for you. Of course, he didn't get the chance to. He says, Make it about the judge trying to win the soul of the child. So that way it's not, or the kid. So that way, you know, because a lot of stuff happens in that book, despite how short it is, reasonably.
But it's also such a great story.
It is. But it's sad because it's never going to get made. It's
like-
never going to get made the way it would need to be made to be.
Well, McCarthy's always been like, so he's one of those few like writers where you're like, okay, like, you can adapt this, but like, and you can make it faithful, but it's not about what you're looking at. It's about what you're reading, the words, like the words are so. Yeah. William Faulkner, perfect example of that. Yeah. Like the words you're reading are so beautiful. It's like, it doesn't really matter if it translates to a movie
but
or
the thing about blood meridian is it deals with human truths that we don't want to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it delves into the evil or the violent or the things that we're pretending that don't exist, which is ridiculous. I mean, my God, we live in a world where last night was Holocaust Remembrance Day, and at Yale University, you had a bunch of people dressed up in keffiyehs screaming what the Muslim Brotherhood paid them to say. Yeah. And they're stopping Jewish students. Like, it wasn't just Jews who died in the Holocaust. It was 6 million other people.
Yeah.
LGBTQ people, Romani people. And it's such a weird, like, when you see people on campus screaming on Holocaust Remembrance Day about the Jews, you're like, you're being paid to do that because it was 6 million other people who died in an extermination that was an industrial, by the way, and they kept records. Everybody, and you look at this and you're like, you're not really interested in the truth. You're not really interested in what's going on. And that's what's happened to storytelling.
Well, that's like this, not just this generation, but the generation even right after. Well, like millennials and Zs, it's like radicalism. I don't care what it is. I just want to be a part of this or whatever.
Yeah, well, look, everyone's so bereft of feeling. Look,
Yeah.
I get it. Everyone wants to look for meaning in their lives, and on
sure.
social media, everyone gets a cause. So go deal with this cause. You want to hate, you want to do, which is fine. I'm all about that. But they don't know what they believe in. They don't get it. And at the end of the day, for me, I just want great stories, and I want great storytellers. But the problem is now we have a generation of people that don't know what great storytelling is, and they themselves are not storytellers at all. And so I'm looking at people going, all of you are very dangerous because you are chipping away at the fundamental precepts of Western civilization. And because you're lazy, you're not doing the work. And everyone's terrified of those people. I'm like, fuck all y'all. I will punch you in the fucking face. If I was on campus and somebody tried to prevent me from going somewhere, the first thing I would do is like an elbow, boom. I mean, no, seriously, I know how to fight. I mean, in Australia, I was shot by 4 guys. I had my nose broken and I had 3 cracked ribs. I mean, then I learned how to fight. And it's like, if anybody stopped me on any college campus, I would fucking wreck some motherfucking.
So would honestly, Rob. So would I.
And they'd be like, "Oh, you're gonna be." No, the idea of you can assault me as being no. The first time you punched one of those dumbasses in the face would be the end. I mean, it's
because they wouldn't even know what the fuck just happened.
An elbow and they are out. And then you go through and it's elbow, fist, and and you keep your. I mean, seriously, honestly, I mean, my God, learn to fight. You protect and it's not like you do not swing. It's fists. It's this. Never let your face go. And I'm telling you, these motherfuckers on these college campuses.
Yeah,
I watch people and everyone's like, I won't. My God, it's going to come to a point where. I am people are they're gonna wreck fools. I'm telling you.
Well, Rob, you and I are both Trojans, right?
Yes, we are.
And
USC has not gone down that road, but they might.
Yeah, it hasn't yet. It hasn't yet. When I resigned from USC, it was 2013, and everything was still pretty normal. But that was a while ago now. I didn't realize how long ago that
it was
actually
before. And look, here's the thing. I'm a civilizationist. That's how I identify. Are you doing something to further human civilization? What are you doing? And at the end of the day, if you're not, like Holocaust Remembrance Day, which happened yesterday, if you're at Yale and you're talking about killing Jews, on Holocaust Remembrance Day, I'm like, I'm done with you. I have nothing more to say. I mean, you haven't watched enough movies.
What
You
the
haven't
fuck?
read enough books.
I
I'm telling you.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, well, you know what's great? Here, I tell everyone, you keep your fists up this way, and that way you can go like this. You protect your face, always protect your face. Use your elbows, lead with your elbows, and then follow up with your
Oh,
fist.
yeah.
And by the way, everyone is too worried about getting I don't want to get I don't want to get assault or whatever. I'm like, no one's going to even know. These people are so dumb that it's got to come down to, if you're preventing me from going where I paid to come to on a college campus, I think, and by the way, I'm not advocating violence.
No, I know you're not.
But
I know
but
you're not.
but on the other hand, you are advocating genocide. So I mean, at the end of the day, we need to start being realistic about the world. And movie fans, let's be realistic about what we like. We're getting a lot of great work, a lot of great stuff. I want to see people that are doing great work get rewarded for their efforts. And Ryan Coogler's Sinners is one of the great pieces of work that's resonating with folks. Hey, if you don't like it, great. That's great. You might not love it. I get it. I understand that. But a lot of people are. And the fact that Warner Brothers made the deal they made with Ryan Coogler, and he has his entire Proximity Media. He's got friends he met in college, his wife, his composer.
Yeah.
And they're working together. This is what America is all about. What they're doing is amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Let them cook.
This movie is everything I love about film. It really is. Like, I love the collaboration. I love I just the spectacle of it, not in the sense that it's a blockbuster, but the spectacle of just like great storytelling. It gives you shivers in the movie theater. You're just like, God damn, I'm watching something fucking great.
It's an experience. It's a theatrical experience, which is what everybody wants.
And speaking of great storytelling, Rob has True Noir, which I think is fucking amazing. And I love Michael Rosenbaum. Who doesn't? He's great. What's coming up next for that? Like, do you?
It's funny. So, for those of you who don't know, I mean, True Noir is a 10-chapter audio drama that is written by Max Allan Collins, the Mystery Writers of America Grand Master, Max Allan Collins, who his graphic novel was adapted as Road to Perdition.
Shit.
So we became friends because he watched my Let's Get Physical media show. And
no way.
Yeah,
that's great. That's
I
great.
didn't know. I was like,
with Dieter.
Yeah, with Dieter Bastian. And
awesome.
so we started talking about doing something together. Mike Bod, my business partner, first floated the idea, and I was like, so we adapted the first novel in his 19-novel series about private detective Nathan Heller. And the premise of his books is that Nathan Heller, who's fictional, gets involved in all of these real stories that have dubious conclusions. whereas Nathan Heller's involvement can either support the public record or offer an alternative viewpoint to what they think actually happened. So in the first book that we made a 10 chapter, 4.5 hour audio drama that I produced and directed that Max wrote. And it has a star-studded cast. Michael Rosenbaum is the lead actor as Nathan Heller. We have Katie Sackhoff as his girlfriend. We have David Strathairn as Frank Nitti. We have Anthony LaPaglia as Al Capone, and
oh, that's right.
William Sadler he played Death in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, Shawshank Redemption. He plays General Dawes.
Oh, come on, man. He plays Colonel Stewart in Die Hard 2.
Bill Sadler, yes, he's a villain, and it's so we have an incredible cast. I mean, it really is an incredible cast. I directed and I produced and edited. It's really cool, and a lot of people, if you don't like audio dramas, I get it, but this is very cinematic. It's very cinematic. I mean, I tried to make it like a movie, but you just don't see it. You have to listen to it.
So. Yeah, I have. I don't want to go over and grab them, but like I love to collect radio serial dramas on vinyl. So I have a bunch of Hopalong Cassidy's and The Shadow. I love that shit. I
would love to do it. We're doing right now. I've been working on the soundtrack. One of the things that's really interesting about this audio drama is we have an original soundtrack, and by Alexander Bornstein, who by the way worked on music for Andor. I can say that now.
Shit.
So the composer of my audio drama did all the incidental music for Andor, which I couldn't say before. But his music is incredible, and I've been working on the soundtrack album, so there will be a look. Everyone's like, "Well, Rob, CDs, yeah, it'll be on Spotify and all that." But if you want a great double disc,
you should put it out on cassette, Rob. You got to put it out on cassette.
I know, right? But it's really good. I'm so proud of everybody that worked on this, because it was the first time I was able to like gather people I knew and make this thing, and I'd never done it before. But
can I ask you, what did you do the audio editing on? Did you do it on Pro Tools?
Okay, it's this is very interesting. It's a good question. So here's how we did it. So I have an audio facility called Private Island Audio, and they have a Foley department. So they're doing, like, when people walk around, they have to make it sound like they're walking.
Oh yeah,
in environments. So how we did True Noir, because we didn't have a lead actor, the first thing that I did was I read all of Max Allan Collins' scripts from beginning to end. It was my voice. I would pretend I was the other characters, and then I would also write the notes about what sound effects I wanted to hear or whatever. And then I would send that reading to my sound design team. And they would get it, and they would listen to it, and they would start doing all the environments and all the sound effects I wanted.
All the layers and stuff.
Everything.
Like
and they would start recording that, because we hadn't recorded the actors yet. So they would work on that. Then I would record the actors. We started recording May 27th of 2024. We finished in November of 2024. So it was a long time. And I would get the actors, and then I would have to edit all of the conversations. And the whole thing with me is, like, unlike animation where somebody goes into a booth and records, that would never work. I always had to have our actors who had to play scenes. They had to act. So what I did was I hired a great actor, a friend of mine named Corey Landis, who he read opposite all of my actors. And we still didn't have a lead actor, because we're trying to figure out who's going to be the lead. And Corey read, and it was amazing. And I'm directing them, and it was fantastic. And then all the A-list actors we were going after, they were either busy or they couldn't work out, and we spent.
Who were you going after? Can I ask?
You know what? I'd rather not say.
That's all right. That's all right.
No, I'd rather not, only because it doesn't matter. So at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, well, after 3 months, I'm recording all these actors. We had no lead actor. So Christine Sheeks, my supervising producer, said, well, all the great agencies already know we're real. We've recorded with them. They know we paid their actors. So they'll give us all their great clients. I'm like, great. I told her, I said, Christine, I don't want to know who they are. I don't want to know who I just want to listen to the actors because I've directed all these actors I need to know. So I had no idea who I was going to listen to. No idea. And I sit down and I'm listening to all these different actors, all shapes, size, colors, creeds. And then I hear this one voice. And I'm like, that's the guy. That's the guy. That's the guy. That's the guy.
Mario Lopez, right?
No, it was Michael Rosenbaum.
No, I knew you were going to say.
I know, but it was, I have to say, I didn't, by the way, when I said that's the guy, I didn't know who it was.
Really? Well, he does pretty good voices.
And I have to say, I know he'd done voices, but I got to say, his empathy, if you hear the audio drama, he will take you on a journey. I mean, it's 4.5 hours and he is the man.
Yeah,
and
he nails the film noir and stuff like that. Yeah.
I directed him. I mean, him and I for a week, 7 days. All we did, him and I and Max Allen Collins recorded his work. That guy's amazing. He is amazing. And, when you watch Inside of You, his podcast, he has such empathy for people.
I love that. I love that podcast. You should be on there. You should be on there.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Nobody knows who I am. I mean, he does a good. People have talked about that. You know what? It would be the lowest ranked show, and I get what here's what I want to do.
That's not true.
No, what I want to
That's
do
not
is
true.
We have a movie script. We have a film script of True Noir that Max wrote, and my next
that's
thing,
more important than
make that movie, and he's going to be in it. He plays that part. He's so well, and the script is so good. And it's funny because I've told people we're going to make the movie beginning the last week of February of 2026, and people are like, you can't just say that. You have no money. How are we going to do that? I'm like, okay. I ask people, I'm like, are you making a movie? And they're like, well, no. I'm like, well, why not? Well, we don't. Why would we say we're making a movie? I'm like, well, I have a movie I want to make. Here's the script. You can read it. It's based on the audio drama I already directed. I'm going to direct this movie. I'll edit this movie. I have a movie I'm going to make. And everyone looks at me and goes, well, you don't have any financing. I'm like, I know. But I've got a year to find it.
But that's also the thing too. Like you've already directed, produced, and edited something. So it does come a lot cheaper when you can handle a lot of those aspects of a movie.
But here's the funny thing. This audio drama we made that's 4.5 hours long. 12 months ago, it didn't exist. There was never any. No. I a year later, I spent 6 months of my life sitting right here, right now. I edited a 4.5 hour audio drama. I edited the entire thing sitting right where I'm sitting right now. And 2 years ago, I never even thought that I would ever make an audio drama. It never occurred to me.
Well, this goes back to my question to you. What did you edit it on? Did you do Pro Tools or did you do
the whole thing was finished on Pro Tools? Yes.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
But it was different formats because
sure,
I edited the dialogue on Final Cut Pro.
That's yeah.
And then
all the dialogue stuff I do is just on Premiere Audition.
Yeah, I mean, it's all I used Adobe Audition. I mean, it's all different, but we did finish on Pro Tools.
Pro Tools is the best. I'm the most comfortable with it because everything's laid out so perfectly.
And it was mixed in 5.1, and so if you have a home theater, you can either hear it in 2-channel or 5.1.
Yeah, listen to it. You know what you should do, Rob? Is you should well, actually putting it on vinyl these days might not be a bad idea.
Oh no. I am all about that. I'm all about it. It would be 12 discs.
Because people buy vinyl.
Oh, I'm gonna do a whole vinyl box set. So right now I'm working on the soundtrack album, which is a 2 CD set, and we are doing a physical media version of it. It's great. The music is so good.
Yeah. Nice.
But you know, the funny thing about it is it's like we just thought this thing up and did it. It was like,
love it.
Yeah, we'll do it. And I spent 6 months sitting here right where I'm sitting right now. The chair is broken. I have to get my new chair out. Completely destroyed.
At least you had Gilbert at your feet.
Yeah, I mean they're all we did the whole thing, but what's so weird is like, I mean it cost almost $500,000.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. The whole thing, that's how much it cost. We crowdfunded a little bit over $50,000. That was basically to handle perks, which I'm doing now. But it was an interesting experience. I mean, it's a SAG production, full SAG, 25 SAG actors.
And that's where the money goes, right? Like the acting, like
yeah. I mean, I would say
you can
that
do your own production and you're producing yourself. But
no. I work with. Here's the thing: the three biggest expenses were the talent, the audio facility, and the music. The
facility, yeah.
And that was it. And I would never. You can't skimp on that stuff. And when you hear the soundtrack, I mean, double CD, you listen to the music. It's like, wow, this sounds like an epic Jerry Goldsmith score, and it really does. And it was amazing. But for me, I'd never done it before, and I had this idea. I'm like, I'm gonna do an audio drama. Like it's gonna we're gonna mix it like a movie.
Well, that's the thing. You've done so many things like it that
but I never done, and people looked at me like I was out of my mind. They didn't even know. They really didn't get it. Everybody believed in me, but at the end of the day, they're like, "Well, we hope it's good."
Well, dude, you did the Lord of the Rings, like
but that's
come on, man.
But that's behind the scenes footage and interviewing.
Doesn't matter. It's still well
excellent, though.
It's still amazing shit.
But it's not making. I mean, it's a different thing. It's
not really well, but you take your skills with you on those.
Yeah, but making documentaries. I mean, to be honest, I didn't know. I mean, I had an idea. Luckily, it worked out. I mean, it worked out, and people are, it was really interesting. Paul Chatto, who I've been on streams with, he did a YouTube review of the show that I didn't know he was going to do, and he said,
way. Oh, that's awesome.
He goes, there's only one problem with True Noir. And I'm sitting there going, "Oh no,
Well, he can be a bit much."
But he goes, you know what? The problem with True Noir is you have to pay attention.
Yeah.
You can't do it. And I'm like, oh my God, hallelujah. You can't do anything else, because it is like, for me, when you work on something, you're sitting here like, what was really interesting was when I finished it and we did the whole 10 chapter compilation, which became a 4.5 hour program. So I finished it, and this is so wild. My audio facility was destroyed after I finished. I've been going there for 20 years. And because in LA production has ended, it was a beautiful Victorian house. They sold it, and it was going to get destroyed to make way for apartment complexes. So we were the last thing that was done. And I love this place. It was part of my home. I'd been there for 20 years, and I'd done all of True Noir in this place. and it was all done. We cut it together as one long program, and I left. And that was the last time I would ever be there. It's no longer there. It's gone.
Yeah.
It was a family, Robin, and for my birthday 10 years ago, 13 years ago, whatever, they took me to JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And they took me, and I got to see the Curiosity rover. This must have been 2012, 2011. I got to see the Curiosity. They had a replica in it of the vehicle assembly building. And they took me there for my birthday. And when we finished True Noir, I was like, oh my God, this place that I've come to that means a lot to me because there's no more production in LA. They decided we're retiring and we're going to give up our audio facility. And we were the last people in it. True Noir was the last people in it. And
that's kind of special.
Yeah, and I drove home and I was listening to the 4-hour version, and I'm like, the place that I made this at, the place I've been working at for 20 years is gone.
Yeah.
And it's such a weird thing. And it was like, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's funny because you make an audio drama and no one cares. It's fine. And even if you make movies now, there's so many entertainment choices people can make. You know, you can't blame them. It just is what it is.
No, people have artistic things they want to express, and
yeah,
it doesn't matter what format it is. Yeah.
No, I look, I never made an audio drama before. I tried to make the best audio drama I could in terms of production, sound design, acting. I got to direct all the actors. I edited. I spent 6 months editing the whole thing. So if you don't like it, blame me. But if you do like it, hey, go on to the IMDb or sing about it, or, you know, I'd love to make another one.
No, I think everything you did was it was the right way to go, especially with somebody like Rosenbaum with the
Oh
voice.
my God. He was so, well,
Yeah.
you can hear it. You hear it. He killed it. He was so great.
Yeah,
My
he's
God.
got-
He is an incredible actor.
Yeah.
Incredible. And I'll tell you something. I'm now working on the True Noir movie, and he's going to play the lead. And my desire is we're going to start shooting the last week of February of 2026. And people are asking me, well, Rob, how can you do that? I'm like, and my answer is, how can I not do that?
I was gonna say, like, well, because I made the radio drama. I
Yeah,
could
and
do whatever the fuck
they're
I
all
want.
like, well, where are you going to get the money? I'm like, I don't know. But I do know that I'm going to make this movie, and people look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, I've got a great script. I'm already dealing with all this stuff. I mean, I have the audio drama. It's 4.5 hours. You're going to see the whole team work on a film. I mean, why should? And they're like, you can't just do that. I'm like, sure you can. And for three, like Agent Cody Banks.
Yeah,
you
like
know,
who's even saying this to
Free
you?
Enterprise.
You've already made your own movie. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, but it's very funny. And I just look at people deadpan. I'm like, no, we're gonna make this movie. And they're like, where's the money coming from? I'm like, I don't know.
Say, how about none of your fucking business and don't worry about it?
No, I'll tell them. If I knew, I'd tell them. But I'm like, my answer or my question is like, why aren't you making a movie? Like, to be honest, like it really comes down to, you know, Goethe, the German philosopher, talked about if you commit to a goal, the I'm paraphrasing, the universe, the gears of the universe will click into place, the gears of providence or whatever, and they will help you.
Yeah.
Because if you just decide to do something, and in my mind, I'm like, I've had a very good track record of just making shit up, and it happens.
Yeah. And that used to be something that wasn't questioned. Like, if you remember, like Godard and Truffaut had their little feud, you know, their little French New Wave feud. It's like,
Sure.
Well, so what kind of movie are you gonna make? I don't know. I'm just gonna have the piano fucking playing, and someone's gonna pick it up, and then they're gonna find a dead body, and there's not gonna be any meaning towards it. And next thing you know, like everybody, like even David Lynch, is like taking inspiration from that. And it's like that didn't cost anything. It was just creativity, you know.
Yeah, no, our movie's going to cost something because it's a period piece, and
well, for sure. I'm just saying.
It's gonna be, but it's so funny. I said it's going to be between $15 and $20 million, and everyone's looking at me going, like, where's that money going to come from? I'm like, I don't know. I just know that this is what it's going to cost, and we're going to start to make this movie. We're going to start to do the work, and we're going to shoot it in the last week of February of 2026.
Yeah.
And it's so funny to look at people going, like, you can't just do that. I'm like, what do you mean you can't just do that? I'm like, why not?
You
And
probably
like, you don't have the money. I'm like, not yet. We don't.
Well, you probably also know like so many producers and
it's
things
true,
that
but they all want to know, like, where are you going to sell it? Where are you going to do? I'm like,
right, of course,
like,
yeah.
All I know is, like, I've got an audio drama that I've directed and produced and co-created. It's 4.5 hours long. It's all got name actors in it. I already made it. And I'm like, yeah, it's just an audio drama, but wouldn't it be cool if this was a show? Like, here it is. Listen to it. Tell me you wouldn't want to see that as a TV series. Now, if you say no,
like Amazon Prime or some fucking shit, I would watch.
Yeah, I'm like, you can say no, or you can be like, we're now going to make the movie that's a backdoor pilot for a series or whatever. And the fact is, we already have this one thing. Here's this one thing. And by the way, I have 19 novels to adapt that are already published and already have awards and already have good stuff. And it's funny because in this day and age, most people they've never produced anything. The people working at studios, they've never done shit. They've never done anything.
No, they're all fucking kids these days.
And I'm like, but I have. Like, I've produced material in New Zealand, Australia, Bulgaria. You know, like I've traveled around the world. I'm like, are you going to tell me that I can't do it? Because
exactly.
You know, and my whole thing is like, sure I can. I can. Where have you been? You're running the studio, but you know, you went to Yale or you went to Princeton. Good for you. What have you done? Have you ever made something? Because at this point in my career, I don't give a shit. I'm like, we're going to go do this. If you want to be involved, fine. I don't care. We're going to do it anyway.
Yeah. That's
good. That's the way
that's the spirit that you have to have. And I've always admired your channel and listening to you talk because that's the spirit you've always had about this stuff. It's never been really cynical about like, I don't know. I want to do this. I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. It's like, yeah, well, you know what? You know,
look,
this audio drama, I'll do it again. You know,
this audio drama is done. It's finished. You can hear the entirety of it, and you can hear 25 name actors. It was done under the SAG contracts. I mean, you can hear it. It's done. It's finished. And what's interesting now is I am making all the perks we promised people. And because I'm me, I'm making them all better than we talked about. Like, it's going to be like our soundtrack CD, for instance, was supposed to be a single CD. And I'm like, why don't we make it a double CD? And they're like, well, I'm like, we have the music. I asked our composer to give it to me. And I'm like, a CD is basically 700 megabytes of data. Yeah. And I get 35 tracks of music, which is 600 times 600. And I'm like, let's do a double disc CD. and people are like, they're like, well, I'm like, well, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, well, yeah, but what's it going to cost? I'm like, do you know how much it costs to make a double disc CD that's entirely with? Let me ask you, what do you think the actual cost would be if you're ordering, say, 1,000? What do you think the cost would be to make a double CD set? What do you think it would cost? The manufacturing cost for each unit?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Just throw a number.
For each, how much? Like for just individual unit?
Yeah, like you have to manufacture. What would be the base manufacturing cost for, by the way, a double disc CD and a dual CD disc, by the way, with a 26-page booklet?
Ooh, 26. Adding the book. Well, like like for individual, like what, $500?
Like one disc. What would one disc cost?
Oh, one disc.
Yeah, like the per unit cost on
To
something.
produce?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
I'll tell you.
Well,
$2.50 a disc.
Oh, wow.
For a double CD and a 26-page booklet.
Wow.
Pretty
Hey,
dope,
Rob,
right?
like having
Yeah.
having this big pack of DVDs or
Yeah.
CDs.
Yeah. So I'm like, $2.50? Fuck yeah, man. Let's make 1,000. You know, and
How much would these days? I guess pressing vinyl would probably be more expensive than it
it's
used
way
to
more.
be.
But here, so you have so I'm telling you what the cost would be. But you would sell it for like $19.95, $24.95. You know, that would be a double disc. That's the normal cost because you have to ship it and it becomes a whole thing.
Oh yeah,
You know,
oh, yeah.
and all that. But for us to get a 26-page booklet, I have the preeminent soundtrack writer doing the liner notes. Alexander, my composer for True Noir, which I couldn't talk about, was the incidental music composer on Andor. I couldn't say that to anybody until yesterday, but he was. You know, and it's like, isn't that cool?
I just started watching that series because I only got Disney Plus so that I can watch Daredevil, and that let me down pretty bad. It was fine, but it wasn't great. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get rid of Disney Plus. I'm going to start watching Andor, and season 1 was. It was okay.
I love it.
No, it's fine. It's just so fucking slow. But I'm really enjoying season 2, so I'm glad I stuck with it. But
Yeah, no,
the music is great. The sound design is great. It almost feels like something that should have been theatrical because it's gorgeous to look at, and the sound design is spectacular.
Somebody sent me a remix of the techno music at the wedding. I'm like, oh my god, I love this music. And somebody sent me the techno mix, and I'm like, it's not quite. You know, it's not. I'd love to get a real techno music mix of that, but yeah. So, like for me, look, just making stuff is great, and it's the next thing I'm going to do is I've been talking about it for years, but I've wanted to publish an anthology, a short story anthology, and I have some, and I'm going to get back on it. That's my goal for the rest of this year. I'm going to finish True Noir, but I'm going to get the Imagination Connoisseurs anthology out for Christmas. That's my new goal.
And you can do your own voice work because you are a very good reader and storyteller. And I sent you back in the day when you would like just read letters constantly on your channel. I sent you this whole letter about like my childhood into my 20s about my theaters and my love for theaters.
Yeah.
And you read this like beautifully. I was sitting there like watching it and I was like, like I was like, and you know, because it was so much about I was very vivid about all the films I saw as a kid. And and we were all going through the pandemic at the time. So it was one of those things where like all of us just wanted to go back to the fucking theater so bad. But my point is you read it so well. It's like, you know, you could just do those things yourself.
Well, no, I mean, I thank you. I appreciate that. But I think that, you know what I think that the new mandate should be? And I think, because look, I don't have anything more to say. Like I've done, to be honest, I've done 1,025 episodes of Robservations, and I don't have anything more to say. I keep repeating the same stories again and again and again. However, that said, the mandate, I'm trying to figure out how do I proceed? Like, I just want to make things. But at the same time, I mean, I've been sitting around the last week and a half. I have nothing. I mean, I can make the stuff we owed Kickstarter donors, and I want the physical media too. There's a script book, there's a soundtrack, there's a Blu-ray, and they're going to be dope. I mean, I'm really putting my all in them. They're going to be really great. It's really good. I mean, all the stuff is really good, but that's just functionary. I'm not making something new.
Yeah,
and I've spent the last, like, literally, my first voice, Anthony LaPaglia, was recorded on May 27th. I mean, I spent a whole year making this thing, and it took a lot longer than I thought, but I put everything I had into it. And it comes down to the fact, like, what is it you want to do next? Like, what can we do as we crowdfunded it? And by the way, the crowdfunding was like a sixth of the whole cost of the whole thing.
Sure.
We crowdfunded it to market it, and basically I wanted to be able to pay for, like, Blu-rays and
yeah.
CDs and
I
stuff.
don't even know how to do that. Like John, my partner on Cinema Gulp, like we have a movie we've wanted to make for years, and it would only be maybe a 20-minute film, and I'm always trying to convince him, like, dude, trust me, I can shoot it, you can direct it, you can set design it, I can edit it. Like, we don't need a bunch of money. He's like, no, we do. I'm like, well, why don't we just make a spec of it, and then if it's good,
if it's only 20 minutes, everyone's got 4K cameras in their pockets.
That's what I'm trying to tell them. Like, we have the great cameras, we have everything we need, but he is convinced that it takes money, and I'm like, dude, yeah, it does, but it doesn't.
Here's the thing.
It doesn't to make it.
No, I mean, the fact is, a 20-minute movie, I mean, you've got 4K cameras. You can do a 2-camera shoot.
Dude, we have
like,
we have 4 cameras. So
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You can do whatever you want. Now, here's the real question is, how is it that we don't have all these new rock bands, and we don't have all these new amazing filmmakers that are doing all this incredible work with nothing? We have more technology than we've ever had. We have more ability than we've ever had. The fact is, people are lazy.
Well, and I also think Kevin Smith said something really great once, where he said, if you're out there shooting independently on anything you have, and you're spending nothing or whatever you have, if you're not telling a story that nowadays Hollywood wants to tell, then it doesn't matter. But
he's absolutely right. I mean,
yeah,
but great stories are great stories. You know what the amazing thing about the world we live in now is, we are seeing memes tell stories in an image.
Yeah.
You have like the memeable culture, and we're watching short form videos. We're seeing amazing filmmakers doing 60-second movies on TikTok that millions of people will watch.
Yep.
It's insanity. So what that does is it throws down a gauntlet. How can you take our memeable world, where they're used to finding meaning in 60 seconds? How do you convince them? And by the way, they want to be convinced. Sinners Money, it proves it. Sinners is a movie that gives people an experience. They want the experience. They want it.
The difference is like, with something like TikTok, you have like a 16-year-old punk who's like, my parents are out of town, so I emptied out the pool and filled it with Coca-Cola. So we're going to jump in it, and that's going to be like the viral video, as opposed to like another 16-year-old kid that's like, hey, I want to tell a story about an old man that falls in love.
The difference is, you can't allow that to stop you.
No. I'm not saying
can't-
it should. I'm just saying that like there's discouragement there. You
right,
know?
there is, but you can't like look. A story is a story. A good story is a story, and if you can tell, like we have companies. I mean, if you look, there are companies now that are making these short form movies,
yeah,
in 90-second chunks, and they're getting you to watch them on social media.
What was that? Oh shit. I think you were talking about this a lot on your channel. What the fuck was it called? Like Tubi or no,
Oh
not
yeah,
Tubi.
no, it was a Quibi.
Quibi. Whatever happened to Quibi?
By the way, no, it's been reborn in different formats now. Quibi was just before its time.
They spent like a shitload of money on that, and like
But
nobody watched.
They weren't wrong. They weren't wrong. Hey, listen, it's 2
You gotta go.
I must go to bed.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, Rob, I'm gonna polish one off for you. One more for you, sir, because I appreciate you being here, brother. Thank you.
Look, I'm just happy you're still being here. Kat, good to see you.
Yeah, always great to see you, Rob.
Always
Love
good.
you,
Scotty,
Kat.
I would say to Scotty, Scotty, hello, Scotty, but he left. But always a pleasure. We're all in this together, man.
We are.
But I would say this: we have good stuff coming down the pike. We do. There, 2026. Amazon has committed to theatrical releases. They got a great slate. Hopefully, it's going to be great.
Too, we have a new P.T. Anderson movie coming out that looks fucking awesome.
It does look awesome.
Can't wait to see that.
All right, I must go.
All right, Rob. He is the man. RMB. Thank you so much, man. I really
It's great to be here. So much fun.
All right, brother. Have a good night. Oh, and then
Yeah,
there was
that was a marathon.
Yeah, you know what? I wanted to go long. I don't know if I wanted to go for 8 hours or not 8 hours, 6 hours, but 8. We started at 6. It's 2. All right. Well, I'm gonna let you go too, Kat. This was a blast. Hope you had fun.
This was really fun, and I'm glad you did it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Love you, darling. Have a good night. And thank you, everybody, for watching. I know there's still people watching. I really appreciate you guys. And we drink your cinema. Love you all. Good night.